Crimson, the Silver Series Book 3, written by Cheree Alsop, narrated by Michelle Carpenter. Chapter 1. I was alive. The truth hit me with a cold rush of fear and self-loathing. Pain flared through every cell of my body, and the world spun, even with my eyes closed. But I didn't care. I remembered dying. I should have died, and they should still be alive.
"He's waking up. Summon Dr. Kaynan,"
a crisp female voice said. Footsteps walked away on a tile floor, only it didn't sound like any footsteps I had ever heard before. The sound was full and complete. I heard every millimeter of the person's shoes touch the tile, and each contact gave its own individual sound. Together it made a complete symphony that echoed off resonant walls and came back to my ears. I could tell by the sound alone how far away the person was and the distance traveled between each step. I opened my eyes in shock. Blinding neon lights glared down at me from a low ceiling, washing everything in colors I recognized, but that looked different, fuller somehow, highlighted with shades of gray and black I had never noticed before. Instruments beeped and lights suspended on metal poles clicked on, blinding me. The world spun, and I turned my head to see a metal bar along the side of my bed and a pair of shiny handcuffs attached to them. I followed the handcuff chain and realized it was fastened around my wrist. My heart started to race. More of the sharp, full footsteps entered the room. "Give him the sedative, quick!" a gruff voice ordered. Cold fluid entered an IV at my wrist and spread with a knife-edge pain through my veins. I tried to yell, but the fluid stole my ability to open my mouth or to do anything more than breathe. I closed my eyes. Tears leaked free and dripped down my cheeks. "Did it work?" the gruff voice asked.
"I'm not sure, Doctor. He just barely awoke."
The woman's voice lowered.
"He's the only one to wake up. What does that mean?"
"We don't know yet," the male voice replied. A hand touched my face and I couldn't turn away. Fingers pried open my eyes. Then the doctor gasped and stepped back.
"What is it?"
the woman asked. "Look at his irises." Smaller fingers opened my eyelids. The woman's eyes widened before she let go.
"They're red. What would make that happen?"
"There's no telling what effects the fusion will have." Dr. Kaynan picked up a sheet of paper and I could smell the day-old ink and the fibers that made up the page. Concentrating, I could also smell the sap and green life of the trees the fibers had come from. I forced myself to imagine them. Trees reaching for the blue sky, leaves drifting to the rich loam, a breeze rushing past, tangling my black hair that was longer than my mother liked. I tried to imagine myself there, to leave behind the overwhelming pain and fear of the unknown things that were being done to me. I came back when Dr. Kaynan said, "Begin the test." A dial was turned, and a jolt of electricity ran through my body, from electrodes on my chest, thighs, biceps, and head. I tried to scream, but my jaw was locked from whatever liquid they had put in my IV. My back arched and my eyes flew open. Two women in white watched me dispassionately as the doctor made notes on his sheet of paper that was now attached to a clipboard. He studied a monitor next to the bed that showed a series of jumping lines, while he toyed with a gold pen against his bottom lip. "Interesting," he said without looking at me. "Do it again." Another jolt ran through my body. My tongue caught between my teeth this time, and when my jaw locked, I tasted blood. "His mouth is bleeding, Doctor," one of the women said in a monotone voice. "He'll heal," the doctor replied without looking. Up the voltage and try it again." By the time they were finished, I barely felt the electricity. My nerves were frayed and raw. Even the touch of the sheet underneath me hurt. Dr. Tannen barely glanced in my direction. "We'll try it without the sedative tomorrow, in the control room. Perhaps we'll get faster results."
"Did it work then, Doctor?"
one of the women asked as they walked with him to the door.
"Is he a werewolf?"
"It seems like it," Dr. Tannen replied. "Tomorrow we'll know for sure." Their voices faded away down the hall. I disregarded their words to the madness that jumbled my thoughts from the electricity and focused instead on my surroundings. My eyes were the only thing I could move with the paralyzing hold of whatever they had given me. White walls, a white ceiling, and stainless steel laboratory equipment made up the contents of the room. It was as big as my parents' home, but I seemed to be the only inhabitant. The smell of sterilization liquid made my nose burn, while another scent, deep and iron-tinged, filled me with dread. It took me a moment to place it as the smell of blood. The scent was as sharp and clear as the sound of the footsteps earlier. After about an hour of lying motionless, waiting for something to happen, I felt the hold of the substance in my veins lessen. I flexed my arms against the handcuffs, but they didn't budge. Something held my legs down also. Between the handcuffs and the IV, I was helpless, a victim to their every whim. The thought sent a surge of fear up my spine. With it ran a rush of adrenaline, but it was much stronger and filled my limbs with a new strength I had never before possessed. The surge diluted whatever was in my veins, and I was able to regain control of my arms and legs. I flexed again and felt the chain on the handcuff of my right wrist give slightly. I put all my effort into that one cuff and pulled. The chain link strained, then snapped. I pulled on my left wrist and it gave easier this time. I yanked out the IV, then broke the handcuffs on my ankles. I rose slowly, and my legs shook but held. I stood unsteadily beside the bed and studied the door. The lights in the room had been turned off, and only an emergency light flickered near the far end. But to my eyes, there were shades of gray and white instead of black, making it almost as clear as day. A little red light blinked at the edge of my vision, and I turned to see a camera in the corner of the room. I hurried to the door and was relieved to find it unlocked. I made my way down the hall, away from the doctor's scent, and was about to turn up another hallway when an alarm sounded above my head. I cringed as the shrieking siren cut through my eardrums like knives. A red light spun in the alarm, confusing my vision with patterns of red, black, white, and gray. I closed my eyes and fumbled along the hall, desperate to escape the alarm. I found a door handle, but it was locked. Adrenaline surged through my body and I forced the handle down, then pushed the door open and stepped inside, shutting it firmly behind me.
"Who's there?"
a voice asked. I spun in a crouch with my back to the door and searched with my hands for anything I could use as a weapon, while my eyes fought off the lingering effects from the alarm light.
"I said, who's there?"
the voice asked, stronger this time. Footsteps neared and I backed into the corner. "Stay back," I warned. She stopped and my brain categorized her scent without effort. A faint wisp of vanilla tangled with the overwhelming antiseptic scent of the room. A hint of cinnamon was almost lost in a wild, woody smell that seemed almost animal. My eyes adjusted, and I fought back a faint smile at the way she regarded me, one hand on her hip, and the other holding what appeared to be an emesis basin in a threatening manner. "Are you going to kill me with that?" I asked dryly, because I can imagine better ways to die, or at least more sanitary ones. A smile touched her lips, then it vanished and she glared at me again.
"What are you doing in my room?"
She tipped her head toward the door.
Are you the reason for the alarm?
She looked at me for a moment, her eyes strangely distant, then motioned toward the other side of the room.
You can hide in the closet. They shouldn't check in here unless you broke the door.
I rose and glanced at the handle that dangled uselessly in its socket. I kind of did, I said with an apologetic shrug. She nodded to herself as if coming to a decision.
Fine, then we have to run.
We? I protested. What do you mean, we?
You were getting out of here, and you were taking me with you,
she stated. She grabbed a few items from the dresser by her bed, detached an IV I hadn't noticed from her wrist, and pulled her long dark hair back with a rubber band. What makes you think I'll take you? I asked, some of my old defiance coming back.
Because you're my only hope of escape.
She said it bluntly, but there was an edge of desperation to her voice that caught in my chest. I sighed. Fine. A rush of footsteps sounded down the hall, and I ducked behind the door. My heart raced as they pounded past and continued up the hallway.
Go now,
the girl whispered, suddenly close to my ear.
Follow the way they went.
She grabbed my arm when I opened the door, and we ran up the hall after them. I followed the girl's directions down one hallway, a left, another left, then into a small room with a computer. This isn't the exit, I hissed in a loud whisper.
We've got to find Gabe first,
she said, motioning toward the computer.
Quick, search for Gabe Locklow.
I was about to ask her why she couldn't do it, then held my tongue and typed in the name. The file pulled up with red letters across the top. It says deceased, I told her. Her face paled and she put a hand to her mouth.
No. Oh, no,
she whispered. Who was he?
My fiancé,
she said in a voice so quiet I shouldn't have been able to hear it. I tried to think of something comforting to say, not one of my strong points, but another group of men rushed down the hall. We've got to go, I said as gently as I could, considering the urgent situation. She shook her head and leaned back against the desk, her eyes distant.
No, not Gabe. Please, not Gabe.
I touched her arm. They're going to find us if we stay here any longer.
It doesn't matter anymore,
she said, her voice hollow.
Nothing matters.
Tears filled up her eyes and she turned away. Firm resolution filled my chest. It does matter. This is a horrible place, and I am not going to let you stay here. I grabbed her arm and pulled her back with me to the door. She crouched beside me while another group of men ran by. Then I opened the door and pulled her out with me. Which way? I whispered. She didn't seem to hear me the first time, but when I repeated it, she gestured vaguely down the hall. I pulled her after me, and we ran in a half-crouch past several more doors. I turned left at the hallway, and we ran to the end of the corridor. The doors were all locked, and the small window showing a brief glimpse of a midnight sky had bars across it that didn't budge when I tried to break them. It's a dead end, I said, trying to keep the panic that was rising in my chest out of my voice.
What?
She asked in a detached tone. Her numbness to the situation finally pushed me over the top. It's a dead end, I yelled. Can't you see that there's nowhere to go? You've led us to a dead end, and they'll find us and perform more horrible experiments on us.
A dead end?
She echoed. Look! I shouted. I turned her face toward the wall in the window that was too small for us to get through, even if I did manage to break the bars. She stared blankly, her face not even registering my rough touch, and I dropped my hands in horror. You're blind, I whispered. The sightless cast to her blue eyes was unmistakable. She blinked, and another tear slid down her cheek.
There was an accident during one of the experiments about a month ago,
she said quietly. I backed away from her to the wall, my mind reeling. What do we do now? I demanded more to myself than to her. She touched the door beside her, and her hand slid down to the doorknob. She yanked on the handle and it gave an audible snap. Then the door opened inward. I stared at her, with my mouth open.
What's in there?
She asked urgently. I glanced inside, an empty room. She slipped in and I followed. I closed the door behind us and propped it shut with a chair. What are you? I whispered, glancing around the room for an escape route.
A werewolf, like you, she replied. You did the same thing to my door, remember?
She stood in the middle of the room with her hands slightly out, feeling to make sure she didn't run into anything. I'm not a werewolf, I replied distractedly. They must have messed up your mind along with your eyesight. She smiled and sniffed the air.
You're definitely a werewolf. I guess their experiments worked.
Sadness swept over her face, but she pushed it away.
You smell different, though, like there's something strange with your blood.
There's something strange with your head, I muttered. I walked to the window and glanced out. The ground was 2 stories below, but a sloped roof, the next story down, made escape possible. We can go through here if I can get the bars off. I grabbed them and pulled. The first bar came free and I tossed it to the floor.
Quiet,
she hissed at the clatter.
They'll hear you.
With their werewolf hearing? I mumbled, ripping off another bar and setting it quietly on the floor this time.
They're not werewolves, you idiot,
she said in an exasperated tone.
We are. Why do you think they want us here?
I haven't figured that one out. I'm supposed to be dead, I replied, ripping off 2 more bars. One more yank and the last one was gone. I pushed up the window and grabbed the girl's arm. You first. She put a hand on the windowsill, then froze. What's wrong?
I can't do it,
she said in a tight voice. I could smell the fear radiating from her. Are you afraid of heights? I asked before I remembered that she couldn't see. Her mouth twisted into a small smile. Sorry, I whispered.
It's all right. Will you help me?
I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me and said, chagrined, Definitely. The ground's not far. We just have to drop to the lower roof, crawl to the edge, and jump to the ground.
That easy, huh?
She asked in a slightly ironic tone. I rolled my eyes. Just go already. She grabbed my hand and I hoisted her out the window. She clung to the sill and stared back at me with unseeing eyes. I'm right behind you, I reassured her. More footsteps pounded down the hall and someone tried the doorknob. I grabbed the windowsill and lifted myself up, then took the girl's arm.
Don't drop me,
she said, her voice high with terror. Trust me, I replied. I'm going to lower you down, and I won't let you go until you can land on the roof below without getting hurt, okay? She grabbed my arms so tight the skin turned white.
All right, I'm ready.
The door behind me rattled as someone tried to force it open. I lowered the girl slowly from the windowsill. When she was about 4 feet from the lower roof, I whispered, Okay, I'm letting you go. Bend your knees when you land. She nodded, and I dropped her. The door behind me flew open, and I barely had time to make sure she landed safely before I jumped down after her. The drop to the roof should have hurt a lot more than it did, but bullets started to pepper the shingles around us, and I didn't have time to think about it. Come on, I said. I grabbed her arm, and we ran down the slope of the lower roof. Jump, I shouted when we neared the edge. She jumped with me, and we hit the ground, stumbled slightly, then were up and running for the far fence. Dogs barked in the distance, and we ran faster than I had ever run before. We reached the fence just before the dogs. Step in my hands and I'll help you over, I said. The girl put a hand on my shoulder and fumbled with her foot for my hands. I lifted up, passing her up and over the fence with ease. Branches snapped and I turned as the pack of dogs came into view. The animals formed a circle around me, growling and showing sharp teeth and lots of angry drool. A shiver ran through my skin, followed by a surge of adrenaline so sharp it hurt. "What's happening?" I shouted at the girl before my bones bent, pulling me down on my hands and knees and tearing my clothes.
"You're phasing," she said.
Her hands linked in the fence and she shook it, trying to reach me.
"It's instinct to protect you."
A yell tore from my throat as my bones contorted. Muscles shifted and dark red fur sprouted from my arms and legs. My teeth elongated and my ears lengthened. I tried to control it, to fight against the phase and get over the fence, but I was too far gone. The dogs growled and whined, uncertain of what was happening. I vomited on the ground when the phasing ended, then lifted my head and looked at the dogs. I was bigger than them. Thick-chested Rottweilers, sleek Dobermans, and one menacing brindle Mastiff with gaping black jowls. My lips lifted of their own accord, and a snarl rumbled in my throat. Fierce pleasure rose in my chest at the power that surged through my veins. I met eyes with the Mastiff and growled. A rush of feral instincts clouded my thoughts until I could only focus on doing what was necessary to survive.
"Don't kill them,"
the girl pleaded. I glanced back at her. The sounds of pursuit neared. I growled once more at the dogs, then gathered my legs underneath me and leaped the fence.
Is that you?"
the girl asked, a tremor in her voice as she reached toward me with an outstretched hand. I couldn't talk in the animal form and couldn't figure out how to face back, so I touched her hand gently with my nose. Her fingers ran along my muzzle and over my eyes, then down my neck to tangle in the thick fur of my dark red ruff. Men cleared the trees behind us, and the metallic sound of guns being lowered and cocked echoed loudly in my ears. I started to run, and the girl ran beside me, her bare feet slapping the dirt in cadence with my paws. A command rang out, and guns fired. Bullets hit the trees around us, and I dodged left, then right. Something stung the back of my leg. I tried to ignore the fiery pain and ducked my head, pushing us as fast as the girl could keep up. We ran through the trees, across an empty black paved road, then through a starlit field. It took us parallel to the lab, certain they would expect us to keep fleeing in a straight line as far as we could go. I found a shallow riverbed and led the girl down. We splashed up the muddy water in the hopes that the dogs wouldn't be able to track us through it. The water eventually dried out, and it was a scramble to get back up the side to flat ground. We kept pushing far after my reserves of strength dwindled, and we both dragged our feet, our minds numb and fear still pushing us further. Shades of lighter gray touched the horizon by the time I found a small, abandoned barn and took us inside. The girl stumbled to a dusty pile of straw and collapsed in a heap, tears streaking her cheeks and her eyes shut tight. I paced near the door, wondering if the animal form would go away if I calmed down, but worried about leaving the girl unprotected. She fell into a troubled sleep when the sun neared its peak. I sat near the crooked door and stared out at the multitude of grays, blacks, and whites that made up my animal vision. My back leg ached, but I ignored it the best that I could. I settled down gingerly and tried to pretend I wasn't a monster. Chapter 2. I must have fallen asleep somewhere between evening and nightfall. When I awoke, I was in my human form again. Fear and disgust filled me at what I had turned into. I tried to tell myself that it wasn't real, but the throbbing in my calf said otherwise. I opened my eyes to find that I was naked. I felt momentarily relieved that the girl was blind. Then guilt clouded the thought.
Sleep well?
The girl asked. I glanced at her. She sat in the doorway a few feet from me, her face turned toward the moonlight. Her long dark brown hair had been freed of the rubber band and hung to her waist in slow waves. Moonlight played off her soft skin, accentuating a pert nose, full lips, and a graceful neck. I guessed that she was my age, though she definitely acted older than I felt. She turned her head and the light shone on faint tear tracks down her cheeks, although she was done crying. "I'm sorry about Gabe," I said quietly. I searched the night for comforting words, but came up lacking, so we sat in silence for several minutes.
"What's your name?"
she asked, her voice worn. "Kaynan. Kaynan Anderson. Yours?"
"Grace Chapman."
Her voice softened.
"It was going to be Grace Locklow."
She fell silent again. A stray breeze slipped into the barn, bringing with it the scent of a lazy, winding river filled with fish and reeds, cows grazing in the pasture next to our field, and an animal odor that made my heart speed up despite my efforts to ignore it. My limbs ached at the promise of a chase, and I gritted my teeth. "What happened to me back there?" I asked, trying to keep the disgust out of my voice and failing entirely. Grace turned toward me.
"You're a werewolf, and you phased. It's instinctive to protect yourself from danger, like dogs and armed men. You'll learn to control it eventually."
"I don't want to control it. I want to get rid of it," I spat out. "I didn't ask for this."
"As I recall, you were supposed to be dead,"
she said softly. My heart slowed and I picked out a splinter, poking up through the rough wooden floor. "That's right."
"Do you want to talk about it?"
Her voice was soft and understanding, but talking about what should have been was the last thing I wanted to do. I stood and looked around the empty barn. "I need clothes."
"Don't worry about modesty on my behalf,"
she said with a slight hint of humor to her tone.
"I'm not looking."
I rolled my eyes. "It's not you I'm worried about."
"The cows won't mind. They're naked too,"
she pointed out. I couldn't help the smile that came to my face, but shook my head. "We need to get you home, and I'm not about to go traipsing through town on full display." Her lips pushed together as though holding in a smile.
"Traipsing?"
"My mom's an English teacher," I replied. "We were raised with a dictionary in the middle of the kitchen table."
"You'd use traipsing over walking, jaunting, or frolicking?"
she asked with a dimple showing in one cheek. I laughed, feeling slightly better. "Fine, let's go frolic to town, shall we? It'll go well with my current state of distress."
"You mean state of undress?" she teased.
"Just be grateful you can't see me," I snapped.
"Oh, believe me, I am,"
she replied, rising to her feet. She held out her hand and I took it. A slight thrill went up my arm at her touch, but I attributed it to my heavily taxed nervous system and led us out into the moonlight.
"You're limping,"
she said after a few steps. "It's nothing," I lied. I must have twisted it when I jumped over the fence. But in truth, the bullet wound in my left leg had closed over. It throbbed painfully with every step, and it was all I could do to keep walking.
"You'll have to be more careful,"
Grace said, her tone neutral. I bit back an ironic smile. "Next time we're chased by angry dogs and armed guards and have to jump over a fence, I'll pay more attention to how I land. Thanks for the advice."
"Anytime,"
she said, with a smile that lit up her face. By the time we reached the first signs of civilization, my calf burned and my limbs felt hot and heavy with fever. I left Grace by a cluster of trees and stole into the closest house without a car in the driveway. I found a dark gray sweatshirt and black pants folded on top of the dryer. I was putting them on when a faint hint of smoke touched my nose. I finished pulling on the clothes and turned to leave, but my conscience tickled at the back of my mind. I followed the faint scent through the house and up a set of stairs. A string hung from a pull-down ladder near the end of the hall. I listened to make sure no one was returning home, then pulled the ladder down and climbed gingerly into the attic. I traced the scent to a slowly twisting tendril of smoke next to the furnace. Burn marks on the insulation signified that this was a reoccurring problem. I quickly pulled away the insulation packed tightly around the furnace vents, unplugged the furnace, and made sure the smoke was completely gone, then left a short, anonymous note on the kitchen table, explaining the problem and thanking them for the clothes. A pair of sunglasses sat in a coin dish by the sink. I thought of the nurse's reaction to my eyes and slipped them in my pocket, then left out the back door. I shut it tight behind me and hurried back to the trees where Grace waited. The look of relief on her face when she heard my footsteps made my heartbeat quicken. I couldn't imagine how she must feel hiding and wondering if I was coming back. I took her hand and smiled slightly at her barely audible sigh of relief.
"Was your expedition successful?"
she asked, walking beside me. "Definitely," I replied, thinking of the smoke in the attic. "They lost some clothes, but not their house." She threw me a questioning look, but didn't press for details. We walked past the sign at the entrance to the tiny city, and my heart slowed. I stopped and stared at it, then looked around at the surrounding sagebrush and scattered houses. Mountains tinged in the red of dawn sat in the distance.
"What's wrong?"
Grace asked. "Have you ever been to Utah?" She shook her head.
"I'm from Washington."
"Well, you're in Utah now." We walked slowly up the road to the town. A diesel-engine farm truck roared past and shook the bridge we crossed. Grace squeezed my arm tight, and I put my hand over hers reassuringly, but couldn't think of anything to say that didn't sound pathetic. As we walked down the main street, I felt the eyes of the locals watching us. I was surprised to see so many people up that early, but I guessed farmers worked odd hours. We crossed at the only street light, then walked across a well-kept lawn to the public library. It didn't open for another couple of hours, so we settled on the steps and waited as the sun rose and chased away the last shreds of chill from the air.
"Why did you want to die?"
Grace asked quietly, her back against one of the handrail poles and her face toward the rising sun. My stomach twisted. "It's not a topic for discussion." Her eyebrows lifted. "Ouch." I frowned. "Not to be rude or anything, but I just don't want to talk about it. It's not pleasant." She nodded, then a few seconds later said,
"You know, being a werewolf isn't that bad."
"Looks like it did you a lot of good," I replied before I could stop myself. Her brow creased and she turned her face away, but not before I saw the hurt that swept across it. I touched her hand. "Grace, I'm sorry, I'm not good at this." I gestured vaguely. "I'm not the polite conversation type."
"Oh, really?"
she asked, still looking away.
"What type are you?"
My heart clenched, but I told the truth. Before all of this, I was the drinking, lying, stealing type who hurt my family and everyone who got close to me just because I could. She turned back to me, surprise on her face.
"You don't pull your punches,"
she said softly. "I'm an easy target," I replied. She smiled and was silent for a while. Her fingers ran softly along the cool concrete of the step like a piano player getting familiar with a new instrument.
"How old are you?"
she asked in an offhand tone. 18. You?
19,
she replied, her voice thoughtful.
My birthday was yesterday.
I glanced at her, uncertain what to say. I finally settled for her. Sorry you had such a crappy birthday. She shrugged.
It was pretty good. At least I got out of that place.
How long were you there?
6 long months.
I stared at her, wondering how she could have survived 6 months when I couldn't even last a day fully conscious. Grace sat up.
Someone's coming.
I listened for the footsteps and heard them just before a person rounded the corner of the library. The lady walked up the steps and eyed us curiously as she turned a key in the door.
"You're welcome to come in,"
she said with an amiable smile. She glanced at our feet and her eyebrows lifted at our lack of footwear, but I was grateful when she chose not to comment. I took Grace's hand and led her inside. The lady gave me another glance when I didn't take off my sunglasses, but I figured the glasses would be less conspicuous than red eyes. Do you have a computer where we can access the internet?" I asked in my best innocent tone.
"Of course,"
she said. She led the way down a row of books and into an empty room full of computers. She turned on the first row and gestured for us to use whichever we would like.
"What are you looking for?"
Grace asked in a whisper when the woman left. "Someone who can help us," I replied. "You need to get back to Washington, and we don't have any money. We either need to find your family—"
"My pack won't be there,"
Grace said, cutting me off with a carefully expressionless tone.
"Hunters found where we lived. We were running when I got shot. Gabe stayed behind to help me, and they got him too."
"The rest of them left you?" I asked, incredulous. "Who is in charge?"
"My brother,"
she said quietly. She turned her head away so I couldn't see her expression. My heart ached for her. I took a deep breath and looked back at the computer. "Okay, then let's shoot in the dark and see if we can find something." After an hour of fruitless searching through websites on werewolves, which made them out to be anything from demons of the night to angels to messengers of both God and Satan, I came across a small, single white page with black, unassuming letters that said merely, "If you are a werewolf and need help, call Jay's." It listed a phone number next to a single small wolf paw print. I copied the number down on a piece of scratch paper beside the computer. It was the only thing I could find besides cult worshippers or people asking to be bitten, I said, leading Grace back through the library. I frowned. Does the whole bitten thing work?
"You mean, would it turn someone into a werewolf?"
She shook her head.
"Until you came around, werewolves were born, not made."
The fact that I was the harbinger of a new form of werewolf didn't cheer me in the slightest. Maybe this Jay's person can help me get back to normal.
"Well, it's something at least,"
she said, though the doubt in her voice was obvious. I didn't want to trust anyone, but since neither of us had changed for a payphone, I went back to the librarian. "Could we use your phone?" She looked us both up and down, then gave me a small smile.
"Just don't talk too long,"
she said. She set a phone on the desk and took an armful of books toward the shelves. I punched in the number, held my breath for a moment, then let it out slowly when a male voice answered. "Hello? Is this Jay's?" I asked carefully. "Yeah, who's this?" I called the number on the website. Jay's fell silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, where are you? We'll come get you." Grace stiffened beside me. After what we had been through, I agreed with her distrust wholeheartedly. "How do I know we can trust you?" "You called me. The website said to call if you need help, so how can I help?" When I didn't answer, I heard him take a slight breath. "You can trust me. I don't know how I can prove that over the phone, but if you're in trouble, that's what we're here for. Just tell me where you are and I'll come myself to pick you up." Despite my reservations, something told me I could trust him. My leg throbbed and I felt lightheaded. There was no way we would get far without help. I squeezed Grace's hand reassuringly, then told him the name of the town we were in. The voice on the other end of the line went silent for a minute. Then he said in a sure voice, "Okay, we're in Texas. It's a 1.5-day drive. If that's too long, I'll buy you plane tickets. You can fly into DFW and I'll meet you at the airport."
"They'll be looking for us at the airport,"
Grace whispered. "Is someone else there?" Jays asked, his voice sharp. "Is this a prank?" I gritted my teeth. No, this isn't a prank. I'm here with someone else who also needs help, but we prefer not to go to the airport.
Is someone looking for you?
Yes, I said simply. He fell silent again, then said, All right, where can I meet you? I took a stealing breath. The city library. We'll meet at noon 2 days from now. I'll be there, he said. I hung up the phone before I could change my mind.
What do we do until then?
Grace asked, her voice just above a whisper. Hide out and find some food, I replied.
Can we go back to the barn?
The note of fear in her voice at the unknown caught my heart. You felt safe there? I asked. She nodded before ducking her head, and the action made up my mind. We'll go back to the barn. I felt safer there anyway. She smiled, her fingers toying with the hem of her shirt. I took her hand as the librarian came back.
Have a great day and come visit us again soon,
the lady said. I gave her a smile. Thanks for your help.
Anytime,
she said. She straightened her glasses and picked up another armful of books. I led Grace through the front doors and out into the sunshine. Chapter 3.
What do we do about food?
She asked quietly, a touch of concern to her voice. Leave it to me, I replied. I led us toward the closest gas station. I'm an old hand at this, not that I'm proud of it. She turned her face my way, but didn't say anything when I led her into the gas station and asked her to wait near the door. Only 2 other customers were in the store at the early hour, so I waited until the cashier was busy talking to one and slipped a couple of packages of honey-baked peanuts, a few candy bars, and a bottle of root beer into the convenient pouch of my borrowed sweatshirt. I also lifted another pair of sunglasses for Grace to help her look more casual. I was about to leave when a newspaper near the soda pop machine caught my attention. I glanced at the date, then froze. According to the paper, I had been at the lab for 4 months. I set a hand on the counter to steady myself. A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach at the thought of my family and the pain I had put them through. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to focus on the task at hand. By the time the cashier was done with his customer and looking around for me, we were out the door and down the street.
Do that a lot?
Grace asked, chewing thoughtfully on a handful of peanuts as we walked down an empty farm road. I did more often than I care to think about, I replied honestly. I opened the bottle of root beer and handed it to her. She took a sip and handed it back.
So you've changed?
She asked. A lot has changed, I said with more bitterness than I could hide. She stopped, and her fingers so light on my arm made me stop too.
Being a werewolf's not so bad.
That's not what I meant, I said before I could stop myself and take the easy way out. She fell silent for a minute, then asked,
Are you ever going to tell me what happened to you?
I shook my head and started walking again, so she had no choice but to follow. Probably not. It's not pleasant. She swept her free hand to indicate our surroundings.
And this is?
I shrugged. Green stuff waving in the wind, the sunlight in my hair and the sky, a bright shade of blue I've never seen before. It's not so bad. Then I remembered she couldn't see and glanced at her. Sorry. She gave a smile that touched her eyes.
Don't be sorry. Just describe it to me. I expect more from the son of an English teacher. Oh, and the green plants are alfalfa. I can tell by the smell.
I fought back a smile. Okay, farm girl. Wind blows through the alfalfa. I threw her a look, and she smiled as though she felt it, making the dark green tops with purple flowers dance like waves before an ocean breeze. Her hand tightened on my arm. I continued. The blue of the sky is lighter than a robin's egg, but it glows as though reflecting back the warmth of the sun from the purple mountains in the distance. Golden sunflowers sway along the sides of the road as if listening to music only they can hear. And the closest mountain, a little one we're walking toward, sits like a toad emperor surveying his kingdom of cows and fenced farmland. She gave a little sigh with a sad smile.
I really miss it.
Maybe doctors can help you get your sight back, I replied. She gave me a heart-rending look.
I don't think many doctors will be lining up to operate on a werewolf.
You never know, I said in what I hoped was a reassuring tone. This Jay sounds like a good guy. He might know someone. We continued on in silence to the barn. My calf throbbed and a shiver ran down my spine as the fever from the infection started to catch up to me again from all the walking. It felt like my body kept trying to heal, but it couldn't with the bullet inside. I was shaking with exhaustion by the time we made it back to the barn, but I tried not to show it. Grace didn't say anything, but I could see the concern in her expression when I sank to the rotting wooden floor.
Now what?
She asked. We wait. The prospect of resting after the long walk with the bullet felt like heaven. I touched my leg, wondering if I could get the bullet out myself, but the skin was so hot and swollen that it was all I could do to keep from crying out when I touched it. I hoped the Jays really did have contacts with a medical background.
You're driving too fast,
Colleen said from the passenger seat. We're fine, I replied. My voice slurred, and Colleen's friend Deborah giggled from the back seat. I stepped on the gas to emphasize that I was in control, when in fact, headlights and reflectors blurred together on the freeway until they looked like solid lines, and I couldn't tell which was which.
You're going to get pulled over,
Colleen said, a touch of panic to her voice as I swerved toward what I guessed to be the reflectors. Calm down, I told her. I promised Dad we'd be home before midnight, and I'm gonna keep my promise. I squinted at the glaring lights and felt patterned thuds under the tires. A warning voice went off in the back of my head. I ignored it and stepped on the gas, intent on a set of bright lights heading toward us.
Kaynan, look out!
Colleen shouted. Deborah screamed. The lights towered above us a second before the semi slammed into the front of the car. Our vehicle rolled and glass shattered close to my head. The girl shrieked with fear, and I locked eyes for one brief second with Colleen, my best friend, my confidant, and the only person who understood my rebellious nature, even if I didn't. Her soft blue eyes filled with tears. Then the car started to flip. We rolled at least a dozen times as the semi braked, then the car spun upside down in circles with the roof as a pivot until we were slammed into by another vehicle. The force jarred us off the road and into a ditch. I was flung through the windshield and landed on the grass 10 feet away on my back. I stared at the stars. They were so bright and twinkled down on me like nothing had happened. Something warm dripped into my eyes.
Kaynan, wake up.
I gasped and opened my eyes, shaking and covered in sweat. What's wrong? What happened? I asked, my voice raspy.
You had a nightmare. You screamed and it woke me up.
Grace's voice trembled as badly as her fingers that touched my shoulder like a skittish butterfly.
What were you dreaming about?
I shook my head, my mind still filled with the smell of burning rubber and the shattering of glass. Nothing. It was a nightmare, like you said. She sat back on her heels, her expression doubtful, but I was grateful she didn't press further. I glanced out the crooked door and saw that the sun was rising. Guess we should head out. I handed her the last candy bar and offered her an arm.
Your skin's hot,
she said, concerned. I usually sleep warm. Guess werewolfism added to that. But by the time we reached the library, my limp was so profound Grace was holding me up as much as I was leading her. We waited against a tree near the library, and I must have dozed off with the weakness of the fever, because I awoke to Grace tapping my arm.
Kaynan, someone's close by.
I looked around groggily and spotted 4 men climbing out of an SUV not far from us. A wave of suspicion surged through me. I fought back the urge to bare my teeth. "I think they're from the lab," I said, rising carefully to my feet.
"What should we do?"
Grace asked, her voice tight with terror. Instinct tickled at the back of my mind, and I turned. 4 other men crossed the lawn toward us with guns raised. A family having a picnic on benches near the library's man-made stream stared at them in fear. "Run!" I shouted. I grabbed Grace's hand and ran south across the lawn. Shots rang out behind us, and Grace screamed in fear, but she gripped my hand tighter and kept up. "Curb," I said. She stepped down smoothly, and we darted across the street. A red truck barely missed us and slowed the 4 men who followed on foot. The others jumped back in the SUV and barreled across the lawn after us. "Curb!" I shouted again. We stepped onto the sidewalk and ran down the next road. A man walking a dog stared at us, then ducked behind a parked car when the SUV, bristling with armed men, thundered our way. I pulled Grace behind me through several unfenced yards, but the pain in my leg and Grace's blindness slowed us down. They were catching up. Adrenaline surged through my system. My soul cringed at becoming the beast again, but I knew it was the only way. "Phase!" I shouted to Grace. Her eyes widened, but she phased beside me into a sleek, light gray wolf. I tore off my sweatshirt and phased next to her. The men on foot slowed and aimed their guns at us. I bumped Grace's shoulder with my own, and she ran beside me, her shoulder against mine. She stumbled over a curb, then a small shrub, and we were past the rows of houses and into scrub brush and sand. She stumbled again, and I growled in frustration when the SUV drove over the last curb and pursued us across the flat stretch of land. I couldn't tell Grace where the obstacles were, and she fell again and again. The vehicles roared, and I flattened my ears and snarled at them with the rage that filled my chest. Grace bumped my shoulder, and I wanted so badly to show her the expanse of open ground ahead of us, dotted in sage, crevasses, and rocks which would trip her up. I pushed the image toward her in a desperate attempt to help her see. She brushed my shoulder again, and I felt the image pass from me to her with the contact. She fell back in surprise, then surged forward and ran so that her shoulder was constantly against mine. I passed what I saw to her through our contact. I don't know how it worked, but I was grateful that it did. With the images showing her the obstructions in her path, Grace picked up speed until she practically flew over the ground, missing the objects with ease and cat-like litheness. I kept pace with her as we dipped into a large gully, darted up a sandy bank a few turns down, then disappeared into another crevasse. The sounds of pursuit faded, then died away altogether, but we continued to run until we had left them far behind. Grace slowed when I did, and I passed her images of the setting sun seen through grays, blacks, and whites of wolf vision. We walked across caked hard dirt that our wide paws crossed easily without leaving tracks. A thump sounded in the distance, and a desert hare darted between prickly bushes, leaving only the scent of dried desert plants, a dark, cool dirt lair, rabbit musk, and fear when we passed. We walked slowly toward the mountains as the moon rose and cast the land in a ghostly gray. My animal eyes picked out every detail of the darkening night, and my nose categorized scents I had never smelled before, while my brain filed them away for later reference. I had forgotten about the bullet in my leg, but as the adrenaline began to fade, the constant ache returned, and I began to limp again. Grace pushed against me to help me keep my weight off it, but we finally had to stop about a half-mile from a small town nestled against the mountain. I looked around and Grace leaned against me to follow my sight. A truck with only 3 wheels sat axle deep in the sand about 20 feet away. Rust ate at the faded blue paint, and it was obvious no one had been there in a long while. Grace left my side and walked slowly in the direction of the vehicle, her nose outstretched until she touched its side. She then followed the edge of the harsh metal around to where I couldn't see her. I settled on the sand, still warm from the absent sun, and waited.
"Okay, your turn,"
Grace called from inside the truck. She sat up and pulled the edges of a ragged coat closer to cover her bare skin. I stood up uncertainly and glanced at the truck, not sure how to start. Grace listened for a minute, and when it was obvious I didn't faze, an understanding smile touched her lips.
"Just remember what it feels like to be human. Remember your hands, your lips, your fingers, the things that separate you from a wolf. Concentrate, and your body will remember them also, and want to go back to that form. Then you just let it."
It sounded easy, but my wolf form was reluctant to let go. Images of the running hare flashed through my mind with its scent, begging me to give in to the thrill of the chase. A warm breeze tickled across my nose, telling of a small herd of deer in a valley not far from us. The moonlight warmed my fur like the sun did my human skin, and I closed my eyes and basked in the warmth for a brief moment.
"Kaynan?"
I came back to myself at her voice and pushed the images from my mind. I took a stealing breath and called forward the things she had told me. I pictured my hands the way they held a pool stick and hit the ball with a proficiency I was improving with each match against my friends. I remembered Renee's fingers on my arm, tracing a scar I'd gotten playing in the lot behind our house. I felt my feet in cleats, tearing into the turf during football with my high school team before I dropped out to hang out with my friends instead. I felt my sister Colleen's hair under my fingers when I hugged her and told her that she was better off without a boyfriend who cheated on her. A tear rolled down my cheeks when the phase was complete, and I curled in a fetal position on the warm sand in my human form. As much as my leg ached, my heart hurt worse. I wiped the tears away and rose, realizing that yet again I needed to find clothes. This was going to get old.
"You decided not to stay in that form?"
Grace pushed open the creaky driver's door of the truck. The old brown coat she had found was ragged and torn, but with the buttons done up, it protected her for the most part. I tried for once in my life to be a gentleman and pretended not to notice anything that wasn't covered. The beast inside me now matches the one without, so I guess I was getting comfortable. I grimaced and pulled a spiky burr from my arm.
"You're not a beast, Kaynan."
She paused.
"How did you do that, anyway?"
"Do what?" I asked, distracted by our location, which looked to be as close to the middle of nowhere as we were before.
"Show me what you were seeing. That was amazing."
She gave me a tentative smile.
"Does it work when you're in human form, too?"
"I'm not sure." I took her hand and tried to pass her the image of the scraggly tree directly in front of us, but I couldn't find the link we had before. I finally gave up. "Guess it only works when I'm a wolf." She sighed.
"Well, it was wonderful anyway."
I glanced at her. "Other werewolves can't do that?" She shook her head.
"None that I've ever met. It must be something from the lab, a chromosomal alteration or something."
"Great. I'm a freak even in the werewolf world."
"You're not a freak. You're a good person,"
she said sincerely. I rolled my eyes and studied our location. The town was still a half-mile off, which was a long distance to be traveling naked at night. "Any more coats in that truck?" I asked hopefully.
No, but there might be something behind the seat. I was afraid a raccoon or something would jump out if I searched there.
I fought back a smile when her voice tightened at the thought. I walked to the truck as she got out the other side, her hand on the cool metal. I peered behind the seat, but found only an old gallon jug of water and a flashlight with dead batteries. I climbed back out. Two mostly naked people are going to be quite suspicious. She gave me a half smile.
Did you find some clothes then?
I shook my head. Nothing, not even a hat. Her lips pursed.
That would have been useful.
As it is, I'll have to go back and find the rabbit. She laughed.
I don't think he'd appreciate being used that way.
Isn't that how the Scottish do it? I pressed. A soft blush stole across her cheeks, and she rewarded me with another laugh.
I'm pretty sure the animals are dead, and you'd have to wear a kilt.
Well, I'm out then. Hopefully the people here have an open mind. She smiled again.
I doubt anyone's that open. Maybe you could be my seeing eye dog.
I snorted. People would run in terror. I'm not exactly a mild-looking creature.
What do you mean?
I have red eyes and dark red fur. I'd probably scare myself if I found a mirror. If that worried her, her expression didn't show it.
You could borrow my coat, and I could hide here until you get back?
She said it bravely, but my keen ears caught the tremor in her voice at being left alone. I shook my head. Separating isn't an option. We'll figure something out, even if I have to ransack another house. Luckily, that wasn't necessary. We happened across a backyard with laundry drying in the night breeze, and I helped myself to a pair of loose jeans, a red shirt I chose for the ironic fact that it matched my eyes, and even a thick pair of woolen socks for which my feet were very grateful. I took a soft blue shirt, black casual pants, and another pair of socks for Grace. Sorry, they didn't have any, bras or anything. I apologized while Grace pulled on the clothes behind a bush.
That's okay, she said. I'll just wear the coat and hope no one notices.
She stepped around the bush and I took her hand. She had braided her long brown hair and tied it with a scrap of cloth from the coat. A stray strand brushed her cheek. She swept it behind her ear with a free hand.
Where to, O fearless leader?
You can call me fearless until we run into something really intimidating, like a spider. She laughed.
You're afraid of spiders?
Got bit when I was a child and haven't liked them since. I led her over a log and across a bare patch of earth.
I'm the same way with bees. What kind of spider was it?
Black widow. We walked around the house where fewer clothes now fluttered in the darkening evening. I led her up the sidewalk and onto a paved road. I had stomach cramps for 3 days. Not pleasant. She gave a teasing smile.
Well, if I see a spider, I'll let you know.
Thanks, I replied dryly. I limped painfully on my bad leg, and it was hard not to focus on the persistent ache. The heat that ran up my limbs stole my breath, and it got harder to put one foot in front of the other. Grace turned her head to listen to my steps, and her hand tightened on my elbow, helping me keep steady.
What's our plan?
She asked after a couple of minutes. I shrugged. I don't know. Call Jay's, see if he's the one that set us up, then figure out what to do from there. Grace's voice was soft when she asked,
Do you think he's a hunter?
The underlying note of fear in her tone lifted the hair on the back of my neck. Whatever he is, he won't lay a finger on you without going through me first, I said in a tone I hoped was threatening and reassuring at the same time. She pursed her lips like she was fighting back a smile and squeezed my hand.
Thanks, Kaynan. I can't tell you how much it means to have you here.
My heart gave a strange thump. It was different to be the one helping instead of causing trouble. Chapter 4. I found a payphone in front of a gas station and was able to beg 2 quarters off of a man filling up his car. Though I forgot about my red irises and lack of sunglasses until I noticed him staring. Contacts, I explained lamely. He nodded and wordlessly handed over the change. I called Jace's number and watched Grace as she wound and unwound a strand of hair around her finger and stared sightlessly out at the small town. I wondered if having the heightened senses of a werewolf helped compensate for her loss of eyesight. "Hello? Are you the one that sicked the suits on us?" I demanded without preamble. "You're the one who set us up," Jace accused. "There were armed men from who knows what organization trying to kill us on sight. I don't take lightly to being shot at." I fought back a snarl at his tone. "Well, that makes 2 of us. How do I know you didn't set us up?" "Because I don't do that," Jace replied, his voice tight. "I help werewolves. My goal is not to get them shot full of holes and silver. We were lucky to get out with our hides in one piece." The frustration in his voice calmed my agitation. I let out a small breath. "Us too. Now what?" "Where are you?" "They chased us northwest until we off-roaded and lost them in the mountains. Now we're in some sort of mining community." "We're in a small town a few miles west. Is there somewhere we can meet up?" "The gas station, unless your phone's bugged and we have to run again," I said wryly. "Mouse thinks it's the website. They must have traced the IP address to the library. We'll have to shut it down until we get it fixed." He fell silent and someone else spoke in the background. He listened, then said into the phone, "It'll take us about a half hour to get there, maybe more, but we'll push it. I don't want to risk those other men finding you before we do." Grace turned to me, tension in every line of her body. "Who's we?" I demanded. "It's too dangerous for werewolves to travel alone. I brought Mouse, who's a werewolf from my pack, my friend Brock, and another werewolf named Jet, who's handy to have around in a fight, which is definitely what we've run into." "Tell me about it," I muttered. The thought that other werewolves were helping eased my mind a bit, but we weren't out of trouble yet. I glanced at Grace. Her hand that rested lightly on the frame of the phone booth now gripped the metal so tight her knuckles turned white. I ran a fingertip along her fingers, and she took my hand. My leg throbbed as if to remind me why we needed help. We wouldn't get much further by ourselves. I closed my eyes. "Fine. We'll be waiting. Try to hurry, and don't let the suits follow you here." "Great advice," Jace replied drolly. "I'll keep that in mind." I growled and hung up the phone with a loud bang that made Grace jump. "Sorry, I guess I'm a bit edgy," I apologized. I took her hand and limped around the corner of the gas station to a small, grassy area in the back. The grass was dried and mostly brown, but it felt good to sit down and rest. I stretched out my leg and tried not to wince at the throb of hot pain that ran up my calf. From our position, I could see the road coming toward the gas station from the north, which I guessed was the direction Jace would take. A black truck pulled into the gas station, followed by a car and a four-wheeler. 2 loud men in coveralls and cowboy hats passed from my vision into the station. Then a truck parked at a corner spot, and the driver turned off the vehicle, but sat smoking a cigarette, as if waiting for someone. I kept an eye on him, but he never glanced in our direction. I wondered if that was good or bad. Eventually, a gray SUV with tinted windows pulled up on the other side of the gas station, and a boy about a year or so younger than me stepped out of the passenger side. He stood about 6 feet tall, had dark blonde hair, and wore a faded brown leather jacket. He was followed by another boy, roughly a year younger, with black hair and a stance that said he could take care of himself. The driver, a scrawny boy who barely looked old enough to drive, hurried to their side, along with another boy with spiky hair who grinned and waved when he spotted us. The first boy said something to the others, and they waited by the truck, though it was obvious the black-haired one didn't like the idea. "Still think we're government spies?" Jays asked when he was close enough. He stopped a few feet away, and I appreciated the space. "You could be informants," I hazarded, helping Grace to her feet. A smile touched the corner of his lips. "You could too." He glanced at Grace, and his brow creased with concern. "Let's get you guys home. Looks like you've been through the ringer." "We have," I said quietly. I squeezed Grace's hand reassuringly and took a step forward. She pulled back, her expression tight.
"How do we know we can trust you?"
Jays glanced back at his friends, and when he looked back, his expression was honest but anxious. "Helping other werewolves is what I do. We have a safe place where we can lay low until we figure out what's going on. But we've got to get out of here before they track you down again." Grace turned in my direction, and her body trembled.
"I'm scared, Kaynan,"
she said softly. I pulled her close and wrapped my arms around her. She rested her head against my chest. "It's okay," I said quietly into her hair. "I promise no one will hurt you." I took a breath to calm my own nerves and was filled with her wild werewolf scent mixed with vanilla and cinnamon. "I'll take care of you, okay?" My heart clenched at the same words I had once told my sister. Grace nodded and stepped back, her grip tight in mine.
"Okay."
Jays led the way back to the truck. He glanced back once and asked, "What happened to your leg?" I had been trying to hide the limp, but after all the walking, it was so pronounced it didn't matter. "Got shot," I said simply. Grace's hand tightened in mine, but she kept silent. "You're still alive, so I'll assume the bullet's not silver. Couldn't get it out?" Jays asked in a level tone I appreciated. "Not on my own. The skin healed over it by the time we stopped running. Personal surgery isn't a specialty of mine," I responded dryly. He gave a slight smile when we got to the SUV. "Jet, found someone who apparently likes bullets as much as you do." The black-haired boy lifted an eyebrow at me, but opened the door without saying anything. I stepped inside and helped Grace up, then guided her to the back seat and sat down beside her. She buckled her seatbelt, then whispered for me to do the same. I fought back a smile and obeyed. "You taking care of me?" I whispered as the scrawny boy started the SUV.
"Apparently you don't do a good job of it on your own," she whispered back, a touch of resentment in her voice. "Why didn't you tell me you got shot?"
"Nothing we could do about it. I didn't want to make things worse." She gave a soft, endearing snort.
"Things were already worse. Not telling me doesn't help anything."
I watched the road race by outside the window. Jays had taken the front seat again, and the other two boys, one of whom I was surprised to smell was human, took the seats in front of us to give us the back seat to ourselves. I was grateful for their consideration when Grace's eyes shut and her head tipped forward. I scooted over another seat and lowered her gently so she could rest across the seats with her head pillowed on my lap.
"Thank you,"
she whispered, her face pale and worn.
"But you should be the one sleeping."
I shook my head, remembered that she couldn't see, and brushed a strand of hair from her face. "I'm not tired," I lied. "We'll trade when you wake up." She mumbled something that sounded like,
"All right,"
with a soft smile that touched my heart. Then she fell silent. The steady sound of sleep breathing soon followed. Sitting was apparently worse than walking with a bullet in the leg. The adrenaline from being chased and the necessity of pushing ourselves had kept me from focusing on the pain, But sitting and doing nothing made it throb and burn until my body ached with fever again. My shirt stuck to my sweaty skin, and my vision blurred at the edges. "You don't look so good," the human with the spiky hair, Brock, said some time later. He passed me a bottle of water. I downed it and was thirsty for more. He exchanged a concerned look with Jet, who glanced at my leg. "Throbbing yet?" he asked in a reserved tone. "Now that I have time to think about it, yeah." "Meg'll take care of you. She's great with removing bullets. Jet can tell you. He's had a lot of experience," Brock said with his affable grin. Jet motioned for me to lift up my pant leg. I pulled it up carefully so as not to wake up Grace, and moved my leg so he could see it better. The movement sent a surge of pain through my calf, and I gritted my teeth. A red and white pocket surrounded the bullet's entrance. Red lines streaked away from the wound up my leg. I looked away. A tough stomach wasn't one of my strong points. "It'll heal when the bullet's out," Jet said. I liked his simple way of speaking, to the point, with nothing frivolous. I compared him to Renee and almost laughed at the conversations they would have. The thought of my girlfriend back home brought a sickening pain to my stomach. They thought me dead. All of them did. After what I had done, it was better they continued to think that. A shiver from the fever ran through my body. "Want more water?" Brock asked. I nodded, and he handed me another bottle. I finished it, then sat back and stared out the window at the darkening sky and the barren desert beyond. I had never been to New Mexico before, but my first impression was of sand, the sun setting behind red mountains at our back, and eyes that gleamed in our headlights. The hair on the back of my neck rose at a glimpse of a dog-like creature I thought was a coyote. The urge to chase it surged through my body, and I fought the impulse to phase. I loathed the animal instincts that warred with my tattered human thoughts. I closed my eyes and tried to block out both. Chapter 5. The stars are ours.
You rhymed,
Renee said with a drunken giggle. She turned on the hood of the car to look at me.
That's cute.
"It's what I do," I said. I raised my bottle to her and drank some more. "I'll love you even when there are no more stars to shine."
The sun's a star.
"I know," I said solemnly. "I included our sun."
Oh,
She smiled at me.
that's so romantic.
She kissed me soundly, tasting like beer and Cheetos. I looked up just as a star shot across the patch of sky above us. The ball of fire grew bigger and bigger until the flames consumed my hands. The rough asphalt bit into my knees as I pounded on the passenger window. Heat seared my hands from the fire inside the car, but I didn't care. The window was too strong. I searched for something hard, then found a rock and drove it through the glass, slicing my hand as it went through. "Colleen!" My voice cracked and I coughed as smoke filled my lungs. "Colleen! Take my hand!" I couldn't find her through the smoke. The force of the crash had flung her to the roof, which now sat below me. I pushed through the window, ignoring the way the glass cut into my hands and the heat of the fire beat against my shoulders. "Colleen! Talk to me! Colleen!" I felt her leg, then her waist and her shoulder. Her head was tipped away from me. I pulled myself further into the car and touched the side of her face. Blood coated my fingers when I pulled them back. "Colleen! Look at me!" I was shouting now, with the pain of the fire that consumed the seats above us. Her face turned toward me, and her beautiful blue eyes met mine and filled with tears.
Kaynan?
"I'm here, Colleen. You'll be okay. I'll get you out of here, I promise." Hands grabbed my legs and began to pull me back out of the window. "No!" I screamed. "I can't leave her!" I kicked out, but they wouldn't let go. The broken window cut my stomach. "I won't leave her!" "Kaynan, wake up!" Hands shook my shoulders. I shoved them away, still lost in the fire-filled car. "I have to get her out," I cried. "Kaynan, you're dreaming, wake up," a male voice said. I opened my eyes, and Colleen's blue gaze faded into Grace's sightless eyes. Jay's knelt next to her, his hands on my shoulders. Grace's face was pale, my head pillowed in her lap.
"Is he all right?"
she asked in a voice tight with concern. "It's the fever," Jet said behind them. "He needs Meg." Strong hands lifted me from the vehicle and carried me across a dark lawn to a small house. The scent of werewolf touched the air when we entered, but 2 humans met us at the door.
"Bring him through,"
a woman said, leading the way. "He'll be okay soon, don't worry," a deep male voice echoed.
"Who are you?"
The fear in Grace's voice cut through the fever haze that filled my mind. "Roger and Meg Valen," the man explained. "Don't worry, we've helped werewolves in his condition before."
"Many times,"
the woman said with a warm smile in her voice.
"But why? You're human."
"We're hunters," he explained. But whatever he was going to say next was drowned by Grace's terror-filled shriek.
"No! Let him go! Don't hurt him! He didn't do anything to you! He's too hurt to defend himself!"
I stared through the red-tinged fog past the people that carried me. Grace was struggling against Jay's and the scrawny driver from the SUV. Tears streamed down her face, and she tried to push past them to reach me.
"Don't kill him!"
she screamed. "They won't hurt him," Jay's tried to explain. "They're here to help," Mouse said. It took both werewolves to hold her. She collapsed to her knees and covered her face with her hands. "Let me go," I demanded to the people who carried me. "She'll be okay," Roger replied. I shook my head and kicked against them, ignoring the surge of pain that ran up my leg. "She needs me. Let me go." They lost their grip and I fell to the floor of the hall. I tried to stand and run to her, but my leg, taxed past the point of strength, collapsed under me and I fell to my knees. I crawled the rest of the way to her side and put my arms around her. "Grace, it's me. It's okay."
"Kaynan? Kaynan!"
She leaned into me and sobbed against my shoulder.
"Kaynan, they're hunters. They'll kill you."
"I don't think they're that kind of hunter," I said.
"There are no good hunters,"
she replied, her voice firm in her belief. "They're going to help me," I said. She shook her head against my chest.
"No, they won't help you. They'll use you and then kill you. That's what hunters do."
I glanced at Roger and Meg at the end of the hall. Both watched me without doing anything that would add to Grace's distress. My leg throbbed and I grimaced at the pain. The fever haze made it hard to think. "I need their help, Grace."
"No!"
she cried.
No, no, no. Please, Kaynan, don't trust them. Don't believe what they're telling you."
Her body shook and I didn't know what to do. I looked up and met Chase's eyes. "Meg has a sedative," he said quietly, under Grace's sobs. My heart ached at the thought, but I didn't know what else I could do. Grace was growing hysterical, and with the weight of the fever pressing against me, I wouldn't stay lucid much longer. I looked down the hallway at Meg.
"It's safe,"
she reassured me quietly.
"She won't remember it, and it doesn't have any side effects."
I took a stealing breath, then nodded. Meg disappeared into the room behind her, then came back carrying a small syringe. Grace grew more hysterical when she drew near, so she handed the sedative to Jet.
"Give it to her in the arm."
He knelt next to me, and I held Grace as still as I could. She struggled when the needle poked her arm. Then she sobbed against my chest.
Don't let them hurt me, Kaynan. You promised.
I nodded against her hair. I promised, I said softly. You're going to be okay. A knot tightened in my throat.
Are you all right?
She asked, her voice drowsy. I nodded, but couldn't bring myself to speak. She stopped struggling, let out a sigh, and sank against me. Meg knelt down and checked her pulse.
She must have been exhausted,
she said after a moment. Her brow creased. At my look, she gave a reassuring smile.
Don't worry, it's mild. She'll sleep for a few hours and it'll wear off smoothly.
She's been through a lot, I said. I wondered why I felt the need to defend her, and questioned why I also felt I could trust the strangers around me. You both have, Roger replied, sympathy in his eyes. I glanced at Jay's. He knelt so he was at eye level. You know you can trust us. Listen to your instincts. Everything will be okay. I took a deep breath and nodded. Let's get you to the table, Roger said. He reached down and helped me to my feet. I refused to let go of Grace. I gathered her in my arms and limped slowly down the hall after the hunters. It felt like a hallway out of a nightmare, where the door kept getting further and further away. I knew it was the fever, and I was on the verge of collapse by the time I reached the room. I stumbled against the door, but strong arms took Grace from me, while others carried me to the table. I looked over to see Jays and Mouse make Grace comfortable on a cot in the corner.
I'll give you something to knock you out. It'll be easier that way,
Meg said. Her eyes echoed that it would also be safer, but my mind screamed against being someone else's plaything again, helpless and unable to defend myself. I shook my head. I can't go under. Is there something else you can do? Meg gave an exasperated sigh and met Jet's eyes across the room.
One of your minions?
She asked, almost teasing. He shook his head and lifted an eyebrow at me questioningly. I don't know you, any of you, I explained apologetically. I promised I'd look after Grace, and after the labs...
It's all right,
Meg cut me off.
I'll use a local and inject the area so you won't feel it. You werewolves and your tough acts.
She shook her head and motioned for me to roll over on the table. I did as I was told and gripped the curved metal edges when something cold was sprayed on the back of my calf. Then the prick of a needle followed.
You're going to feel some pressure,
Meg said, her voice professional and even. I wondered how many times she had removed bullets. Then my thoughts were shattered by a biting pressure in my calf, followed by the scent of infection and blood. The contents of my stomach rose in my throat. I clenched my teeth and tried to swallow.
They got you good,
Meg said with a clank of metal instruments. More pressure followed, and I shut my eyes. Roger put a hand on my arm and squeezed reassuringly. It's all right. She just has to get the bullet out, clean it, stitch it, and you'll be done. I pictured shiny metal prongs poking around for the bullet amid the blood and infection. That, combined with the exhaustion of running for 4 days, followed by a seemingly never-ending car ride with a leg that felt like it would explode, finally did me in. Fog clouded my thoughts, and tiny lights burst behind my eyes. I took a deep breath and gave in to the relief of unconsciousness. Chapter 6. He's done? Jace's even voice made a dent in the fog.
It was a tough one, but he's done.
Meg's reply took on a tone of disapproval.
He should have had it out days ago. I don't know how he ran on a leg like that.
There's a lot we don't know about either of them, Jace said. He's different. Tell us about it. Did you see his eyes? Roger put in. I've never seen anyone with red eyes. He smells different too, Jace confirmed. There's something off about him that I can't place. Meg took a slight breath, then let it out like she wasn't sure she wanted to say what was on her mind. She sighed.
There's something else.
What? Jet's question held a note of suspicion.
He's not allergic to silver,
Meg said with an audible grimace, as though she knew they weren't going to like it. You ran a test on him while he was under? Jay's voice carried a hint of distaste.
I didn't have to,
Meg said.
The bullet was silver. If he was a normal werewolf, he would have died by now.
Everyone fell quiet. How's he healing? Jays asked after a couple of minutes, his voice even. Hands touched my leg. I kept my eyes closed and concentrated on the cold table beneath me.
Fine,
Meg said.
He should be all right by morning. His fever's already fading.
Good. Jace fell silent, then spoke up again, his tone contemplative. Let's take them both to my house. It'll be a lot less traumatic for Grace if she wakes up in a house of werewolves instead of hunters. Meg made a small sound, but Roger cleared his throat. Can you blame her, honey? Remember how we used to be? She must have gone through something terrible to react like that. They moved me from the table to a blanket on the floor, then picked up the edges of the blanket and carried me. The gentle rocking of their steps swayed me back to unconsciousness. When I awoke, I couldn't remember where I was. Light streamed through a curtained window, and an unfamiliar blue and white checkered blanket covered me. Scents I didn't recognize tangled in my nose, along with one that pulled at my memory. I turned my head and saw a young woman sitting on a bed across from my mattress on the floor. Her knees were tucked under her chin, with her arms wrapped around them, and her gaze was turned toward the sun that danced through the window onto her beautiful face. Her eyes stared toward the thin curtains, but they didn't seem to focus. The memory of the sightless eyes slammed home. I saw everything in one quick flash. The accident, the flames, Colleen's tears, broken glass, blood, waking up at the lab, hiding, being hunted, and running with Grace. My chest ached with a burning throb of memory that threatened to burst out in a sob. I caught my breath and forced the emotions away, pretending, like I had so many times before, that I had no one to care about and nothing to lose. Grace turned toward me.
Are you awake?
Her voice was timid. I am. Are you okay? I rose to my feet and touched the corner of her bed uncertainly. She gave a small smile.
You just had a bullet removed and you're asking if I'm okay? The question is, are you okay?
I'm fine, I said reflexively, then realized it was true. I could stand without pain. My leg gave a mild throb to remind me of what had happened, but that was all. I flexed my calf. I really am fine. The smile I remembered played about her mouth.
I'm glad to hear it. I was worried about you.
Her lips trembled, and a wet sheen touched her eyes.
I'm so sorry about breaking down like that.
Hey now, none of that. I sat on the bed next to her, and she leaned against me, as if she desperately needed contact with someone familiar. You've been through a lot. You're entitled to a breakdown, as long as I get the next one. She sniffed and wiped away a tear.
Deal,
she said with a small laugh. She fell silent for a moment, then asked,
Who are Renee and Colleen?
My gut clenched, but I forced my voice to remain emotionless. Where did you hear those names?
Just before we got here. You were having a fever dream in the car and you kept saying them. I couldn't get you to wake up.
The memory of faces peering down at me surfaced, and I rubbed my eyes. I took a calming breath. Renee was my girlfriend, and Colleen was my sister. My throat tightened on the last part.
Was?
She pressed gently. Colleen died in a car accident. The same accident I should have died in, that I remember dying in. She fell silent for a moment, a finger tracing circles on the knee of her pajama pants. Then she said,
"And Renee?"
"What about her?"
"You said was with her, too. Did she break up with you?"
A laugh caught in my throat and died away. I could have broken up with her. Grace shook her head.
You're too nice. I don't think you could do that to someone."
I stared at her. "You definitely have a warped view of who I am."
"Do I?"
she asked quietly. I started to argue, then shook my head. No, she didn't break up with me. I died, remember? They probably had a funeral for me and everything. Given what I am now, I can't go back anyway, so yeah, she was my girlfriend. End of story. Ouch, Grace said, and I regretted my harsh tone. She was about to say something else when the door to the room opened, and a girl with dark brown hair and grayish eyes poked her head in. Grace's hand found mine, and I squeezed it to reassure her. The girl gave us a warm smile upon finding us awake.
"Breakfast is on. Anyone in the mood for Mrs. Carso's famous waffles?"
"Sounds good," I replied. I nudged Grace with my shoulder and she nodded.
"I'm Tay,"
the girl said.
"Another of the werewolves who live here."
"How many are there?" I asked, curious.
"Well, you met Jet and Jays. Mouse doesn't stay here, but he and Brock visit a lot to eat."
A smile touched her eyes.
"You'll see Brock the most, especially at dinner. Mouse is more of the silent type."
I noticed that. She tipped her head, thinking.
"Other than that, Nikki is Jays' girlfriend, but she's human. Megan Rogers' daughter."
Grace's fingers tightened at their names, but she didn't say anything.
"Chet's another werewolf, but you probably won't see him for a while."
"Why's that?" I pressed.
"He's the alpha of the school pack. He and Jays keep tabs on each other, but he doesn't interfere, most of the time."
Her eyes glittered darkly when she said that, but she continued.
"Then you have Jays' mom, who's not a werewolf, but manages to keep us all in line. She's the nicest person you'll ever meet."
My heart turned over at her statement. It was the way my dad always introduced my mom.
"Anyway,"
Tay concluded,
"breakfast is on, and there are places at the table for both of you."
I thanked her, and she disappeared, leaving the door open a crack.
"I think this was her room,"
Grace said quietly, her voice soft but steady. "How can you tell?" I asked in surprise.
"Her scent."
She took a breath.
"You're a werewolf now. You need to learn to use your nose. You'd be surprised how much you can learn by someone's scent."
I took a deep breath and my eyes widened at Tay's scent on the blankets and carpet. I wondered how I had missed it. I also smelled Jet, Jays, his mother, and a very faint scent of someone else who must have inhabited the house before them. "That's almost creepy," I whispered.
"It's handy if you're on the lookout for hunters,"
Grace whispered back. "Do they smell different than humans? I hadn't noticed." She shook her head.
"They are humans, but you can usually smell a large amount of silver on them. You know, for their weapons."
"Oh." I paused, then smiled and whispered. "Why are we whispering?"
"I don't know," she whispered back. "You started it."
I laughed and pulled her to her feet. "Come on, I can't remember the last time we ate, and either my metabolism's messed up or the wolf inside me is going to start eating me from the inside out."
"It's always nice to have new faces at the table,"
Mrs. Carso said as she set another plate of fresh waffles on a hot pad.
"Are you bored of our faces, Mom?"
Jays asked with a gleam of humor in his eyes. Mrs. Carso's mouth fell open. Then she laughed and hit him with the dish rag she carried.
"A full table is a happy one."
My heart slowed.
"Is something wrong, Kaynan?"
Nikki asked. I glanced at her, then studied the table. It's just something my mom always said when our family was together, that's all. Where is your family? Jays asked in a neutral tone. Northern California, near the coast. Brock, the human with spiky hair from the car ride, glanced at me, his mouth full. A long way from home. I nodded and finished cutting up Grace's waffle, then slid the plate in front of her. I put strawberry jelly on it, less messy than syrup. She gave me an appreciative smile, then began to eat slowly, sliding her fork across the plate to find the next piece. How about you, Grace? Where are you from? Brock asked as he drizzled syrup over a waffle, then folded it up and shoved it in his mouth.
Originally from Washington, she said quietly. But my pack moved when hunters found us.
Everyone fell silent at her statement. Jace glanced at Nikki, and I wished Grace could see the understanding in her eyes.
You met my parents last night, she said. They used to be the kind of hunters you're talking about.
Grace stopped eating, but she listened.
Jace helped them understand that not all werewolves are bad. Now the hunters work together with the packs to keep humans safe. How long ago was that?
Grace asked, her voice even.
Not long ago.
Nikki glanced at Jace.
Just under half a year?
Jace nodded in agreement. A pained look swept across Grace's face.
My uncle used to lead our pack, but he was killed a year ago by hunters. My dad said he had it traced back to a werewolf, but he was killed too, before he could figure out who did it.
Jace's face paled as Grace continued with a tear tracing down her face.
My brother took over as Alpha until a true Alpha came along. We were running when the men in suits found us and captured my fiancé Gabe and I. They killed him in the lab.
They stared from me to Grace, expressions warring between disbelief to shock.
Oh, sweetheart,
Mrs. Carso said. She touched Grace's shoulder and Grace turned toward her. Mrs. Carso gave her a hug and Grace sobbed on her shoulder. I promised her I would help find her pack, I said, my throat tight. But I don't know where to start. The hunters can help us, Jace said. They have better tabs than we do on the different packs across the country.
It's a wonder they didn't kill all the werewolves when they had the chance,
Brock said. Jace winced at his horrible timing. They tried, thanks to Mason, but we're a team now with the same goal. He turned back to Grace. They'll help us find your pack and get you home. She nodded and wiped the tears from her cheeks.
Thank you.
She drifted her fork over her plate, and I realized it was empty. Would you like some more? I asked quietly. She shook her head.
No, but that was delicious. Thank you. You're welcome, darling,
Mrs. Carso replied, taking her plate.
Let me know if you'd like a snack later.
I smiled at the warmth in her voice and turned back to my barely touched food. How about you? Jays asked. Do you plan to return to your pack? My stomach tightened, and I set down my fork. I don't have a pack, I said quietly.
Are you a lone wolf?
Brock asked eagerly.
Mouse was a lone wolf until Jays came along. I guess he was just looking for the right alpha.
I shook my head and glanced at him. He quelled slightly under my red gaze, reminding me that even in my human form, I wasn't normal. I wasn't a werewolf before I woke up in the lab. Brock's fork dropped and the others stared at me. They made you? Jet asked, his normally level tone colored with dismay. I nodded. They were using werewolf blood to try to turn humans.
Making werewolves,
Nikki said, exchanging a look of shock with Mrs. Carso.
What are they thinking?
The perfect soldier. Everyone turned to see Mouse standing in the doorway. He dropped his eyes and studied the floor at his feet, his cheeks turning red. He's right, Jet said from his place by the back door. Realization dawned in Jace's eyes. Soldiers who can phase into wolves, heal quickly, are stronger than humans, can see in the dark, and work in close-knit packs. they'd be unstoppable. Jet opened and closed his hands, creating fists so tight his knuckles turned white. With the right training, that is. Jay put a hand on his arm, and he took a calming breath. Jay stood up. We've got to stop them. Mrs. Carso cleared her throat.
Right now, you've got to go to school.
But Mom... She shook her head.
As far as we know, Kaynan is the only one they've turned. Until you find out more of what's going on, rushing into things head first without any knowledge of what you're chasing will only create more confusion. You'll have time after school to worry about it.
She smiled at Mouse.
Good morning, dear. Would you like some waffles?
I fought back a smile at the same reasoning my mother used that made so much sense. It drove everyone nuts. Jay's looked like he wanted to argue. Then he sighed and grabbed his backpack from the kitchen floor.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Mouse answered her question in a voice barely above a whisper. He met my eyes for a brief second, then looked away quickly and fumbled with the zipper on his backpack. They left a few minutes later, leaving only Grace, Mrs. Carso, and I. The house felt empty and smaller without them.
Well,
Mrs. Carso said in a motherly tone.
How did you sleep? Was the room all right? It was very comfortable, thank you,
Grace said with a warm smile.
You're so kind to open your home to us. It's what we do,
Jay's mother replied. She gave another smile, but it was tinged with sadness.
My husband was killed by hunters, so I know how hard it is to trust them. But I would trust Meg and Roger with my life. They've saved both Jay's and Jet.
Grace nodded and tipped her head toward her hands in her lap.
It'd be easier if I could see,
she said softly.
The whole world feels like it's out to get me.
Mrs. Carso touched her arm.
You've been very brave. Not many would hold up so well after what you've been through.
She turned to me.
And I think we have you to thank for that.
I fought back the urge to laugh at the irony. I need a drink, I said without thinking. Mrs. Carso looked at me for a moment, then slid into the seat next to Grace and sighed.
I can understand how you feel. I'd be lying if I didn't say I indulged a bit after Jason was killed.
She gave me a chiding look that was softened by the smile on her lips.
But I guess you're underage and there's a law against werewolves consuming alcohol.
I dropped my eyes to the table. Drinking's what got me here in the first place.
How so?
Mrs. Carso asked softly. A car accident. I was driving. I died, but here I am. I swept a hand across the table, then noticed the slight marks across the back. I looked at it closer and traced the burn marks along the backs of my fingers and the scars across my knuckles.
Kaynan!
Colleen's voice screamed in agony in the back of my mind. I closed my eyes and tried to block out her voice, but my heart bled at her pain.
I have a fresh change of clothes for both of you,
Mrs. Carso said in a gentle voice. I opened my eyes, and she met my gaze with a knowing, sad look.
Why don't you shower down here while I help Grace?
I touched Grace's fingers. Is that okay? She nodded.
A shower would be great.
For me or you? I teased.
Oh, definitely you,
she replied.
No wonder you can't smell anything else.
Hey! I pushed her shoulder and she laughed. Mrs. Carso helped her up from the table, and I watched them leave the kitchen and start up the stairs. My heart pulled at the way Grace's foot felt for each step, and I hated the men at the lab for what they had done to her. Chapter 7. The shower was definitely what I needed. I let the hot water beat down my shoulders and ease the strain of the last few days from my mind. The ache in my calf had lessened considerably, and I began to appreciate a werewolf's healing ability. I stepped out of the shower, feeling better than I had in days, until I glanced at my reflection in the mirror. Dark red eyes stared back at me from a face that looked older and more haggard than the one I remembered. My hair, which had originally been black like my father's, had a sheen of deep red among the black in the bathroom light. I touched my face and stared at my irises. What had they done to me? It felt like I stared at a stranger who looked like a beastly version of my old self. But there was no separation between the two. My features melded smoothly into that of the stranger. The anger and betrayal I felt stared out of my eyes, and I had to look away. I pulled on the clothes Mrs. Carso had set out, a pair of loose-fitting jeans and a white t-shirt, along with some comfortable socks and new underwear. I glared at the mirror, then turned off the light. It was easier to look at myself in the darkness. The grays and blacks of werewolf vision softened the stark contrast of my eyes. The irony wasn't lost on me. I ran a hand across my eyes, then left the bathroom. That evening, Jays and the others took me to the mall, because they correctly assumed I was feeling pent up at the house. Grace didn't mind, because she said Mrs. Carso was going to teach her how to crochet, something she desperately needed because all the other pastimes she used to love, reading, running, and cooking, would require a great deal of patience to learn to do again without sight. I appreciated Mrs. Carso's understanding and willingness to give her an outlet. We walked through several stores and grabbed some tacos at the food court, something that Jet, the quiet, black-haired alpha, seemed to enjoy with unusual passion. I liked his calm demeanor with the barely concealed edge of steel. He was dangerous, alert, and always seemed to be on the lookout for some sort of an attack. When he caught me watching him while we walked, he glanced at my extra taco. "You want it?" I asked. He accepted it almost reverently and unwrapped it, then folded up the wrapper and put it in his pocket. Tay slipped her arm through his fondly, and they followed Jays and Nikki down the hall. Brock hurried past them and fumbled with a candy machine against the wall. I missed Grace's company, and the way I felt like I fit in when I was with her. I trailed slowly behind, feeling more like a fifth wheel and even less like I belonged as I caught the stares of several passerby. One boy even tugged on his mother's sleeve and pointed at me. Jace?" He turned and I tipped my head toward the boy's mother, who now hurried her son past while avoiding my gaze. Jace's face lit up with understanding, and he fought back a smile. "We need to get you some sunglasses. I can't believe I forgot." Brock's brows rose as he popped a few jelly beans into his mouth.
Your eyes seem almost normal to me now. A few days ago, they probably would have freaked me out.
I fought back a wry grin. "Thanks." Jays laughed. "What he means is you can get used to them, but we probably should get you some shades so you're not apprehended for suspected drug use or something. It's the white part that turns red when you use drugs, not the irises," I said, then kicked myself mentally for the comment. Jays lifted an eyebrow but didn't say anything. I refused to let him spend a fortune on a pair of designer glasses, so we left the mall and walked to a nearby gas station where we found a knockoff that was serviceable.
"Maybe we should all get some,"
Nikki said, slipping on a bright pink pair with red tiger stripes. "Definitely," Jace agreed. He put on a pair with huge yellow lenses that made him look like some kind of bug. It might be a good idea to invest in some non-prescription contacts to hide the color, he said as an afterthought. "That's not a bad idea," I agreed, trying to take him seriously despite the glasses. "Glasses will do for now, but it'd be nice to have a long-term solution." Tay found a pair with one lens straight across like a futuristic robot and tried to make Jet wear glasses lined with green fuzz, but he politely refused, his attention on the food warmer.
"You're always hungry,"
Tay said with a laugh. Jet shook his head. "I'm always interested in trying something new." Brock shoveled several variety-flavored hot dogs into a paper liner. He paid for them at the checkout, along with my glasses, while heartily refusing any offer to pay him back as soon as I got a job.
Like I told Jet a few months ago,
Brock said, biting off a hearty chunk of hot dog, then handing the rest of the bag to Jet.
I keep werewolves fed. They keep other werewolves from killing me. It's a win-win situation.
Jet gave him a rare smile. Works out for both of us.
That it does,
Brock replied. He held up his hot dog with a flourish.
A fed wolf is a happy one.
In that case, Jet said. He swiped the hot dog from Brock and took a big bite. Brock opened his mouth to protest, then took another hot dog from Jet's pack. He pushed open the door and we followed him outside. An SUV rushed past us in the parking lot, turned to 180 with screeching tires and the smell of burning rubber, then barreled back in our direction. Adrenaline surged through my veins, and I fought back the urge to phase with a rush of disgust at my base instincts. Get back, Jet commanded, moving Tay behind him and shielding her with his body. Jays did the same thing with Nikki. Mouse and Brock also fell back to leave the alphas in front. The SUV stopped a few yards away and my heart started to pound. 6 men in black uniforms exited the vehicle, leaving only the driver inside. Give us Kaynan and we'll let the rest of you go, a tall, thick man with a shaved head and black tattooed armband said. He motioned at me with a dark object that reflected the light when it moved. It was a gun, no doubt loaded with silver bullets. 2 men filling up their cars at the gas station looked at each other with matching expressions of fear. My heart clenched and muscles tightened. The adrenaline in my veins boiled through my system, threatening to take away my will and turn me into a mindless killing beast. Drive away, and we'll let you live. Jet's tone left little question that he would carry out the threat if they refused to listen. The man who spoke gave a short bark that passed for a laugh. Kid, you're unarmed and outnumbered. Leave while you can. Jet glanced at Jays and something passed between them. The numbers are even, Jet told the man. That is, if your driver wants to get in on the action. I saw Jays step slightly to the right, out of the corner of my eye. I took a calming breath, then slid slowly to the left. The hiss of metal on leather met my ears, and silver blades glinted in the streetlights. The 5 men behind the speaker suddenly looked like walking Swiss Army knives. The 2 drivers at the gas station hung up the hoses and drove away without paying, tires screeching on the black asphalt. You don't know what you're dealing with, the first man said. I like a challenge, Jet replied, a dangerous edge to his voice. Jays began to flank them. Nikki fell back to stand by Brock, her face pale and eyes on Jays. Jet took a step toward the man with the gun. I moved to flank the other side, letting my instincts take over when common sense failed to give me an out. This is ridiculous, the man with the gun said, his eyes widening. You're teenagers. Jet shrugged, and an engine roared at the same time. Mouse drove Jays' gray SUV into the side of their vehicle. Glass shattered, and the sound of metal on metal echoed loudly in the night. The driver yelled, and the uniformed men scrambled to regroup. Jet and Jays used the distraction to attack. I froze, rooted to the spot, while Jet efficiently dispatched 2 men with their own knives, then turned on the one with the gun. He flowed behind the man with a lethal grace and removed the man's gun before taking him down with 2 discreet slices of a knife. Jays disarmed one and used his knife to hamstring another one, then turned in time to see the last man lunging for Jet's back. He threw the knife and it sunk deep into the man's thigh, tearing a yell of pain from his throat. Jet turned and swept the man's legs out from under him, then slammed a haymaker against his jaw that knocked him unconscious. I let out a short sigh of relief, but it was cut off by the sound of more tires. Another black vehicle slid to a stop a few feet from the first, and more men filed out. "You'd think they'd get bored of black," Brock said to Tay, his voice tight.
"It's not like it makes them any stealthier,"
Tay agreed.
"Look out, Jet,"
she shouted. 2 men, each with a set of silver knives, ran at the Alpha. My feet finally responded to my will, and I grabbed a knife from the nearest fallen man, jumped over another body, and slammed it into the leg of one of Jet's attackers. Jet spun and took down the other with a slash across the throat. He gave me a quick, surprisingly happy grin, as though he was in his element, then turned and sunk his knife into the heart of a third man. 4 more attackers were upon us, and I bit back the terror that rose in my throat with a thick, bitter taste. I caught up a blood-covered knife that was abandoned on the ground, then sliced a man across the stomach before he could reach me with his blade. Adrenaline surged through my body at the attack. I wanted to chase them down, to tear them apart and protect those I cared about. I wanted to phase so badly I had to stop moving and clench my fists to center my control. The handle of the knife bit into my hand and I held on to the pain, hoping it would keep me from phasing. Another man attacked me with a club. My instincts took over and I ducked under it, then stabbed him in the eye. I stared in horror as he toppled to the ground. I wanted to fall to my knees and hide my face in my hands, but a grunt of pain from my right stopped me. I turned in time to see Jet rip a knife from his shoulder, use it to cut down the one who had hit him, then throw it at a man who ran for Tay and Nikki. Jet then leaped at another attacker with a grace that would have been the envy of any leopard. My gaze slid to a man by the destroyed SUV. I recognized him as the first man who had spoken. He lifted his hand, and the gun glinted in the dim light. "Jays, look out!" I shouted the same time that Nikki did, but Jays was busy fighting 2 other attackers. He stabbed a knife into one man's thigh, swung a haymaker at the second man's jaw that connected with the force of a wrecking ball. Then he dropped and swept the first man's legs with a spin kick. He rose and glanced at the man with the gun. His eyes widened as the man's finger tightened on the trigger. I reached Jay's and shoved him out of the way just as the report of the gun cracked across the pavement. A fiery red pain tore through my side. I turned to attack the man before he fired another shot, but Jet beat me to it. He chopped the man's arm hard enough that I heard the bones crack, punched him in the stomach, and then elbowed him in the back when he doubled over. The man fell to the pavement with a moan of pain. I turned back to Jace. The Alpha stared at me, his eyes wide and face pale. "Why did you do that?" I forced a pained smile. I overheard Meg say that silver bullets wouldn't hurt me like they did a normal werewolf. I grimaced and held my throbbing side. She lied. Jace's brow creased with concern. "They're still bullets, silver or not." "The silver would kill you a lot faster than me," I replied. "You can still bleed to death before you heal." "I'll remember that next time," I said. I sank to my knees on the asphalt and stared at the bodies around us, my mind numb. A rush of commotion swirled around me, but I was oblivious to everything but the whisper of the night wind in my ears and the bite of the rocks under my knees. Lifeless eyes stared at me from the man I had stabbed in the stomach. "I've got you," Jet said. He grabbed my arm and slung it around his neck, then hoisted me to my feet. My rubbery legs were little help as he and Jays lifted me into the front seat. Tay packed a bandage against my side and instructed me to keep pressure on the wound.
"Meg'll get you fixed up, and soon you'll be good as new," she said. "Mom's great at patching people up,"
Nikki agreed. Her voice trembled slightly, and I glanced over in time to see her wipe away a tear. She hesitated, then threw her arms around my neck.
"Thank you,"
she whispered quickly before she shut the door and climbed in the back. Jay said something quietly to Mouse, and the scrawny werewolf slipped out of the SUV and disappeared. He came back a few minutes later with the surveillance tape and tossed it on the floor, then started the engine and steered us silently to the freeway. He reached for the CD player and his hand shook slightly, before angry lyrics and singing guitars wailed from the speakers. "The singer's a werewolf," he said, his voice soft. I glanced at him. "How do you know?" Pain coursed through my side and I winced. "He's my cousin." A smile touched the werewolf's lips, then vanished as quickly as it appeared. I sat in the back seat and listened to lyrics about a man who found himself but lost everything in the same moment. Another jolt of pain stabbed my side and I closed my eyes. I worried about Grace and hoped the same men hadn't found Jay's house. She was so vulnerable, and the protectiveness that welled in my chest when I thought of her was unfamiliar, yet so powerful that I hated leaving her. My thoughts tangled with exhaustion, pain, and the memory of the soft, trusting touch of Grace's fingers in mine. Chapter 8. "We're home," a voice said by my ear. I felt a rush of fresh air pass my face before I opened my eyes to see the door open and Jay standing next to it. "Do you need help to Meg's?" "Is Grace all right?" I asked quietly. Jay's nodded, concern in his eyes at my condition. "They didn't come here. I'm sure she's anxious to see you, but we better get you patched up first." I wanted to go straight to Grace and make sure she was all right before I went to Meg's, but Jay's was right. Showing up the way I felt would probably just worry her more. I tried to push myself up, but a wave of nausea and dizziness rushed through me at the loss of blood and the memory of killing people. I closed my eyes against the tilting world and nodded. "A little help would be good," I said quietly. Jays and Jet helped me from the SUV and practically carried me across the lawn and into Meg and Roger's house. Nikki had run ahead, and both of her parents were waiting in the sterile room when we walked in.
"You must like it here,"
Meg said dryly. "Nothing like having a bullet removed to remind you that you're alive," I replied in a tight voice as Tay removed the bandages and Jays helped me lie down on the table. Meg turned her attention to the wound and didn't reply, though the corners of her lips pulled into a begrudging smile. I gritted my teeth at the prodding of cold instruments against tender skin and turned my head away while she worked. Jet sat on a metal chair close to the wall while Tay scrubbed the knife wound in his shoulder and began to stitch it up. His shirt was off, and for the first time, I saw a patchwork of scars across his body. Or, to be more accurate, a patchwork of body between the innumerable scars. I couldn't help but stare at a series of slashes across his chest and stomach and followed one up his neck only to find him watching me. His gaze was hard and unreadable. I dropped my eyes and concentrated on the floor instead. An unexpectedly sharp probe made me grab at the table. Then Meg let out a breath and held up something between what looked like thin serving tongs.
"Got it,"
she said triumphantly.
"I'm getting faster at that."
"You sure are, honey," Roger replied with a proud grin. He held out a sandwich bag and Meg dropped the bullet into it.
"Silver,"
she said with a sigh. She met my eyes.
"Good thing you seem to be immune to it, at least as far as the metal's concerned. You'll be almost as good as new tomorrow."
Roger set bandages on the wound, wrapped several strips around my stomach to hold them in place, then handed me a plastic bag with several more inside. "Change the bandage when you wake up. If it hasn't stopped bleeding by morning, let us know, but I don't think you'll have any of the trouble the others do when it's a silver wound." I thanked them both and tried to rise, but Meg held me down with a hand on my shoulder.
"Rest for a few minutes. You lost a lot of blood and the last thing you need is to pass out and hit your head on something. Then need stitches there as well."
The others left the room with Meg and Roger. I thought you wasn't a trained fighter. Jace's voice came quietly through the closed door. He's not, Jet replied. He got lucky, but he's going to need some real training if those men come back. Jace's voice rose with a hint of surprise. You're planning on training him? Jet grunted. Yeah, if he wants. He has potential. He saved my life. Jace's voice was solemn. I didn't expect that. I sat up slowly and held my side against the throb of pain that answered the movement. The gray room felt cold and sterile. The scent of blood sent a shiver through my skin. I wanted more than anything to be at Grace's side, to feel safe again and away from the chaos my life had turned into. I rose and pushed off the table. The door opened and Jace's eyebrows lifted on seeing me up. Want to go home? The question sent a pang of longing through me, but I nodded. He lifted my arm over his shoulder. Jet fell in behind us, and we made our way down the hall and into the living room. Meg and Roger sat together on the couch reading a book. It was a cozy scene that reminded me of my parents until I saw the title of the book, 101 Ways to Flay a Werewolf. Meg caught my look and gave a chagrined smile.
You'd be surprised how much you can learn about werewolf anatomy from these old hunter books. They were recalled during the reform, but we hung on to a few for research.
Roger closed the book. Actually, we were searching for any reference of werewolves who are immune to the effects of silver like you. Any luck? Jace asked. He shook his head with a sigh and set the book on the arm of the couch. Unfortunately, no. There's also no mention of wolves being genetically created like you mentioned. Jace nodded. I figured as much. Grace said that Kaynan was the only one who survived the experiment. But it'd be nice to know why.
What'd be nice,
Meg cut in, her tone curt,
is to stop them from creating their own werewolves in the first place.
Roger set a hand on her shoulder. We're working on it, honey. But first we have to find them. He threw me a worried look. We found the facility in Utah. Unfortunately, it's been abandoned. We have hunters combing every inch of it for a lead on where they'll turn up next. It was abandoned? A pang of loss filled my chest. Everything about what I was and why I was at the labs. Did they leave anything behind? Roger shook his head. Unfortunately, no. The computers, files, and everything were taken before we got there. I nodded, feeling numb and completely worn out. What do we know about our attackers tonight? I forced myself to ask. Not much, Jace admitted, frustration clear in his voice. But we left quite a mess. The FBI should be on our tail before long. We should have been more careful.
We've been watching the news,
Meg said, her tone curious. What did they say about the bodies? Jace asked. She shook her head.
Nothing. Not a darn thing.
The disbelief on her face was echoed on Roger's.
You'd think something like a shooting at a gas station with,
she glanced at Jet,
at least several dead would call for some sort of story.
Unless they're covering it up, Roger concluded. Which means your friends have got some powerful allies, Jace said to me, his eyes tight with concern. My muscles tightened. I wanted more than anything to lie down and think of something besides werewolves. Jace must have read my expression. Let's go. I know Grace is anxious to see you. I thanked Meg and Roger. Then Jace helped me out the door and across the lawn. The midnight sky had lightened at the western edge, and the moon hovered close to the horizon behind us. I turned toward it, and Jace stopped. Feels good, doesn't it? He said quietly. I closed my eyes and filled my lungs with the humid night air, while moonlight bathed my face with an almost palpable caress. I nodded. Why? A smile touched Jace's voice. The moon is our mistress. Or It's the other way around. It calls to us the same way sunflowers turn their faces to the path of the sun. It's in our blood. I nodded because even though it didn't make sense, I felt the call of the moon through my veins. My bones throbbed to answer the call, and I fought a brief urge to phase. Like endless acceptance, Jet said quietly behind me. My heart surged in answer to his words. It felt like to the moon I was the most important thing in the world, as if each breath I took here was answered in the haunting moonlight. I took another deep breath, then turned back to Jay's house.
Kaynan!
Nikki, Tay, and Grace rose from the couch when we entered. The girls led Grace over, and she threw her arms around my neck.
Never, ever do that again,
she said with tears in her eyes. Which part? Going to the mall, fighting off attackers, or taking a bullet so I could get a break? She grimaced.
All three.
Nikki gave me a hug.
My mom says you're pretty tough. I told Grace I doubted a bullet would slow you down.
Not by much, Jace said from behind me. Nikki's arms tightened.
Thank you for saving him,
she said. She gave me a warm smile and stepped back. Tay gave me a hug as well.
You werewolves and your need to endure as much pain as possible.
She let go and shook her head at all three of us.
Next time, call the cops.
And tell them what? We're werewolves being attacked by humans who want to take us back to their lab so they can perform experiments on us? Jays asked, his smile wry. Tay sighed and went back to sit on the floor by the couch. Nikki joined her as Mrs. Carso entered the room.
Oh, Kaynan,
Jays' mom said, her voice filled with both relief and anxiety.
Thank goodness you were there.
She gave me a motherly hug, then stepped back to give me a critical once-over.
You better sit down before you fall over,
she said, motioning to the empty cushions. I settled slowly on the couch, and Grace sat down next to me. It's not like I was waiting to be shot or anything, Mom, Jace said, chagrined.
Just the same,
Mrs. Carso replied.
You boys need to figure out what's going on before they find us here, and you don't get off as easily next time. That was easy?
Brock asked, coming from the kitchen with a plate of heated pizza rolls. Easier than if they bring backup, which they will from here on out. Jace glanced at me. We have to figure out how they tracked you to the mall. They didn't just get lucky. A throat cleared quietly, and I noticed Mouse standing in the corner by the door. He definitely lived up to his name. A microchip, he said, not looking at anyone. Jays had taken a seat on the floor next to Nikki, with his head lolling back on the cushion behind him. Now he lifted his head to look at the werewolf. I'll bet you're right. His eyebrows rose. He was probably embedded with a tracking chip. Now we just have to find it. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then Mouse said, What about a vet? They locate microchips in dogs. Maybe they could find one in Kaynan. He glanced at me with a small smile, then dropped his eyes again. Jet leaned against the wall near the door. He was quiet for a minute, then looked at Jace. My dad has a friend who's a vet. He could locate it for us. It's just... What? Jace pressed. Jet shrugged uncomfortably. He doesn't know about werewolves. My heart fell until Tay turned to us with a smile.
He doesn't have to know Kaynan's a werewolf. He could just go as a large dog.
I shook my head. My fur's as red as my eyes. I looked away from their surprised gazes. There's never been a dog that color.
We could dye your fur,
Nikki said. Mrs. Carso laughed.
That'd be a lot of dye. Are you sure it would work? Sure.
Nikki sat up and glanced at Jace, a blush coloring her cheeks.
I tried to dye Jace's fur orange once when I was bored.
Mrs. Carso's eyebrows lifted and she laughed.
Trust me, we were really bored. But it worked?
Grace asked. Nikki nodded, then looked at me.
But make sure you phase in the shower afterwards because it's a mess to clean up.
That's why there's an orange footprint by the bathroom, Mrs. Carso said, her eyes twinkling.
I wondered how that got there.
Sorry, Jays and Nikki said at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed. Your dad won't mind getting us in touch with his friend? Jays asked. Jet shook his head. He'd do anything for you guys. A rare smile touched his lips. Tomorrow is Alex and Cassie's 7th birthday, and they'd like everyone to be there.
Congratulations,
Tay said, her eyes bright, while Jay said, That will be awesome.
That's so neat,
Grace echoed. I glanced at her and saw the enthusiasm on her face. Birthdays are great and all, but is this special for some reason? I asked, looking around. Grace nodded and traced her fingers on the back of my hand in a way that was probably just casual, but sent a rush of heat down my spine.
Werewolves are able to phase after they turn 7. Tomorrow night's the full moon, so they might be able to phase for the first time. It's so neat to see the young ones as wolves. They're so much fun.
Her voice took on a wistful tone.
I wish I could see it.
I remembered the pull of the moon when we were outside and wondered if it would affect me the same way it did the others. You can see it, I said quietly. Faces turned to me, but I watched Grace. Her brow creased, and I could see the battle she fought between wishing to see again and fear that it wouldn't work. It couldn't hurt to try, I pushed softly.
Try what?
Mrs. Carso asked. I frowned and tried to think of how to phrase it when Grace spoke.
Kaynan helped me to see the night we were chased in Utah. He was somehow able to project the images he saw into my mind so that we could run together.
Her voice caught.
It felt like having my sight back.
It'll work again. There's no reason why it wouldn't.
We don't know why it worked at all,
Grace said.
Does it only work when you're in wolf form?
Tay asked. I nodded, and we have to be touching. It passes through contact somehow.
Can she send images back to you?
Nikki asked, curious. It seems to work only one way, but it works, I said, turning my attention back to Grace. You've been in the house since we got here. It would be good for you to get out. Her lip quivered slightly, and I covered her hand with my own. I'll keep you safe, I promise.
What if they find us?
She whispered. Then we have the best group of fighters I've ever seen, I said, meeting the gazes of the others, who smiled and nodded. And then there's me. But Jet said he'd teach me something, so I can do more than be a shield for bullets. I tried to find a comfortable position on the couch, but moving sent another jolt of pain through my side, so I sighed and gave up. Mrs. Carso touched my shoulder.
Is there anything I can get you?
The concern in her voice reminded me that the bullet had been meant for her son. I shook my head. It's healing, thanks. I'll be feeling great tomorrow.
Want some pizza rolls?
Brock asked, with his mouth full. My stomach turned over at the thought of food, and I shook my head. He shrugged and offered the plate to Jet, who took one, hesitated, then took 2 more. Brock's eyes widened, but the others laughed at him. Still getting used to the fact that someone else can match your appetite? Jays asked. Brock grumbled on his way back to the kitchen to refill his plate, while Jet ate the pizza rolls he held.
Well, you've got a long day tomorrow if you're going to school and a birthday party at night,
Mrs. Carso reminded everyone.
It might be a good time to turn in for a few quick hours at least.
Brock returned with a full plate and held it high so he could pick up his shoes from the floor. Jet quickly relieved him of half the pizza rolls and handed them to Tay, who hid them behind her back. They turned away when Brock stood up. He glanced at the plate, and his eyes widened. He looked at the floor to see if he had dropped any, glared suspiciously at Jet, then grumbled something about vanishing frozen food as he made his way back to the kitchen. Jet grinned and tossed Jays and Nikki a roll. When Brock returned, everyone was eating them. "Hey!" he said indignantly. Everyone laughed. "Ready for bed?" Jays asked. He held out a hand. I grabbed it, and he hauled me carefully to my feet. Grace rose, and we made our way with the others up the stairs. Nikki led Grace to her bed, while Jays helped me to the mattress on the floor.
"Are you okay in here together?"
Nikki asked, in a tone that was careful not to cross any boundaries, but also gave us an out if the situation was uncomfortable. Grace nodded.
"I don't know if I could sleep without Kaynan here. Everything is still so new."
Nikki looked at me and smiled when I nodded.
"Okay, let me know if there's anything you need."
She held out her hand to Jays, and they left the room, talking softly.
"They're a neat couple,"
Grace said, after the door shut and their footsteps faded away. "They're amazing," I agreed. I thought of Renee and let out a heavy breath.
"Thinking of Renee?"
Grace gasped softly. I was surprised she remembered the name and rolled gingerly to face her bed from my mattress. "Yeah."
"You should go to her,"
Grace said. I caught the wistful pain note in her voice and remembered Gabe.
"She probably misses you a great deal."
"She thinks I'm dead," I replied. I tried to keep the pain out of my voice and failed. That's not a bad thing at this point.
"It's not like you're a mindless monster,"
Grace argued.
"You're a werewolf, one of a couple thousand in society as far as we know. Unless the labs succeed and create an entire army of them, you still have a heart and soul."
"Do I?" I asked softly. Her jaw tightened, and she nodded.
"Of course you do,"
she said firmly. I shook my head. "I'm not so sure." I took a shallow breath and winced at the pain in my side. I died, Grace. I was dead. Who knows what they did to bring me back? My throat tightened and my voice dropped. Maybe I lost my soul in the process. She fell silent for a moment, then reached out a hand. I took it and felt relief at the touch of someone so pure and sweet, someone who gave me far more leeway than I deserved. I pushed away the burden of my guilt and fell asleep with her hand in mine. Chapter 9. I awoke late in the day with sore muscles and a tender side, but the bullet wound had healed for the most part. I felt restless and wild, like the wolf side of me ached to take over and run for the tree-lined horizon. I shoved the feelings away with a rush of loathing for my werewolf blood and the beast I carried. I rose from the bed, pulled on a clean shirt, and went downstairs to find Grace and Mrs. Carso in the living room talking while they crocheted. Grace turned in my direction before I reached the bottom step, and Mrs. Carso looked up to see what had caught her attention. "Good morning, ladies."
"Good morning, Kaynan. You look like you're feeling much better today,"
Mrs. Carso said with a warm smile. "I am," I replied. "I can't believe I slept so long." I leaned down to give Grace a hug. Her fingers brushed along my arm and I caught them up and gave them a quick kiss. She grinned and I followed my stomach to the kitchen.
"There are crepes in the fridge with eggs and sausage if you'd like,"
Mrs. Carso called out.
"It was hard, but I got Brock and Jet to save you some."
I laughed and pulled out the plastic container of thin crepes wrapped in paper towels. Even cold, the scent made my stomach growl and put a smile of anticipation on my face. If healing took a lot out of me, recovery made everything taste that much better. Mrs. Carso asked if I wanted to go shopping to help pass the time until the others returned home. But shopping had never been my thing, and I was still recovering from the bullet. Grace was obviously anxious to go, and Mrs. Carso reassured me that they would stay in public places, and she would call me on the house phone if anything seemed suspicious. Grace was nervous to go without me at first, but eventually left for the much-needed outing. I hated doing nothing, even before the accident. I could never just sit around. Jays, Jet, and Mouse were busy trying to track down the lab, and said there was nothing I could do until they had a lead. I tried to rest, but my mind whirled at 1,000 miles a second, trying to guess what Kaynan would do next. I was grateful Grace got out of the house with Mrs. Carso, but I missed her smile, her laugh, and the connection I felt with her as I had with no other person, even before the accident. Later, when she returned laughing and joking with Jay's mom, I saw a shred of the confident, self-reliant girl that was scarred when she lost her eyesight.
We found the cutest stuffed animal kitty for Cassie and a dinosaur for Alex,
Grace said, her face all smiles. Then her expression fell a little, and she turned toward Mrs. Carso.
At least they felt soft and snuggly.
Mrs. Carso gave her shoulder an affectionate squeeze.
They're adorable, darling. The kids are going to love them.
You'll see them soon, don't worry, I reassured her, despite an ache that formed in my stomach at the thought of phasing again. The pull of the coming night had grown stronger throughout the day, and I could barely think of the moon without wanting to phase and lose myself in its light. I hated that it had so much control over me.
Thank you, Kaynan. Thank you so much.
Grace gushed, oblivious of the dark turn my thoughts had taken. She felt for my arm, gave me a hug, then turned with a hand on the kitchen wall.
I've got to get ready. Do you need any help?
Mrs. Carso asked with a touch of motherly concern in her voice.
I think I've got it,
Grace called over her shoulder.
I'll holler if I get lost somewhere.
She left through the door, and I couldn't help but smile at the brightness of her voice.
It's a good thing you're doing,
Mrs. Carso said quietly after she left. I let out a small breath of air. She deserves to see. It's horrible what they did to her there.
It's horrible what they did to both of you,
Mrs. Carso replied, watching me.
I can tell you don't like to phase. It's nice of you to do that for her.
I pushed the thought aside. Does it bother you to not be able to phase when everyone else does? She gave a small smile.
It used to, when my husband was still alive. I wanted more than anything to run with them on full moon nights.
Her smile took on a touch of sadness.
But I'm just grateful for a son who is so responsible and cares so much about others. He's like his father that way.
I smiled. And you. You're both amazing. I don't know where we'd be if it wasn't for you opening your home to us. She gave me a warm smile.
It's something to do. Jason took out a life insurance policy before he died, so we're well cared for. I used to work because it was the only thing I could think of to do to keep my mind from dwelling on everything, but I really enjoy staying home even more. Cooking is my pleasure, and here there are plenty of mouths to feed.
You can say that again, I said, thinking of Brock and Jet. Jays and the others met at the house after school, eager to go to the birthday party. We piled into the gray SUV and set out for the countryside.
I still can't believe your dad gave this car to Jay's,
Mrs. Carso said, turning to look at Jet from the passenger seat.
It's an amazing gift.
He said it was worth it to help other stolen children find their way home, Jet replied. His voice caught at the end, and he turned to look out the window. I studied his reflection in the glass, but it gave away nothing about the quiet alpha who was steel and fire underneath, yet held the tender affections of a beautiful girl who looked at him as though he was her world.
Good thing you got the grill on it, or Mouse would have smashed it to pieces against that other SUV,
Brock said.
Good thing,
Mouse agreed quietly from the back seat. The thought of the attack made my stomach turn. Are you sure I should be going to this? I asked for the third time. What if they track us there?
We'll attack them until no one is left standing. Then we'll find out where they're hiding, call in the hunters, and take the whole organization down. Right, Jet?
Brock asked eagerly. Jet nodded, his gaze still somewhere far beyond the darkening countryside that flew past the window. I'm guessing they have to regroup after last night, Jay said rationally from the driver's seat. I don't think they expected such a fight when they tracked you down. He met my eyes in the rearview mirror. They'll get the same fight every time they show up, he promised. I nodded, and Grace squeezed my fingers, her hand resting softly in mine. Chapter 10. We stopped at a small cottage at the end of a long road of alfalfa fields. The unfamiliar scent of the growing hay, grazing cows in a newly irrigated field, tickled my nose. I fought the urge to investigate further like an eager farmhound and led Grace toward the cheerily lit house. Light filtering past white curtains cast a warm glow against the soft yellow paint of the house. The door opened, and a black-haired man that resembled Jet in everything but his underlying edge of "mess with me and I will kill you" stepped out and gave a hearty wave. "Welcome," he called out. "The more the merrier." Two small children, a black-haired boy and a brown-haired girl, pushed past their father and leaped at Jet before he reached the house. He let them tackle him to the ground and then proceeded to tickle them with a big grin on his face. When their laughter filled the night sky, he took off toward the back of the house, and the twins followed close behind. Tay glanced at me and saw the surprised expression on my face.
"They bring out the childhood he was never allowed to have,"
she said by way of explanation. She smiled in the direction of more laughter behind the house.
"I love it when he comes here."
"Us too," Mr. Davies said, giving Tay an affectionate hug. "Welcome back."
"Thank you for inviting us,"
Mrs. Carso said.
"The children mean the world to our family." "And we come bearing gifts,"
Brock called from behind a bunch of party bags he and Mouse carried. At Tay's exasperated look, he shrugged.
"We don't like to wrap. Besides, bags serve for more than just carrying gifts."
He reached his hand into one and brought out a roll.
"They're extremely handy." "I thought I smelled bread before we left,"
Nikki exclaimed. Brock offered her one, but she turned it down with a roll of her eyes that made Brock laugh.
"Fine, more for me."
Jet ran back in our direction, the twins hot on his heels. He ran around the party once, sniffed, then darted at Brock and was off toward the back of the house again, with the roll bag in his hand and an astonished Brock holding nothing but gifts with his mouth open next to us. He shoved the roll he still held quickly into his mouth. "He's not getting this one," he said, spitting out bits of bread as he talked.
"Thank goodness,"
Tay replied. Mr. Davies took half of the bags from Brock and led the way up the steps. "Mrs. Davies is finishing up the potato salad. Hamburgers are barbecuing out back, as long as the boys don't find." Brock dropped the bags and vanished through the house before he could finish. Nikki sighed and picked up the bags to set them neatly on the table Mr. Davies indicated. "Well, that's one way to keep him busy," he said with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes.
"There are no hamburgers?"
Nikki asked. "There's no grill," Mr. Davies answered, and we all laughed. "I've been meaning to get one, but Mrs. Davies makes such a mean meatloaf, I can't resist." By the time Jet, the twins, and Brock came in, the food was on the table, and we ate with the gusto of double our number.
7. Wow, are you excited?
Nikki asked Alex and Cassie. Both of the twins nodded, their faces bright and eager. Mr. and Mrs. Davies exchanged proud glances while Jays reached out to high-five the children.
"Are you ready for the party?"
Tay asked. The kids nodded and threw anxious glances toward the table of presents.
"This is marvelous meatloaf,"
Brock said between mouthfuls.
"Far better than any hamburger."
Mrs. Davies and Mrs. Carso looked at each other.
"Now that's a compliment,"
Mrs. Carso said, and they both started laughing. I couldn't help glancing out the window again as the shadows of night overtook the last hold of day. My skin ached to phase and my bones trembled with the remembered knowledge of my wolf shape. Toward the end of the meal, I found myself by the dining room window without knowing how I got there. I started in surprise and glanced at the table. The others were quiet, watching me. "Sorry," I said, sitting back down. Jays gave an understanding smile and tipped his head at me. "This is his first full moon," he explained to the Davies. "He's never felt the pull before." Mr. Davies looked at me expectantly. "I knew there was something different about you, but I didn't want to be nosy. You smell different, you know." "So I've been told," I replied in an even tone. "What's your story?" Mr. Davies pressed. His wife squeezed his hand and he smiled apologetically. "That is, if you want to talk about it." I glanced at the children. They had drifted to the presents and now poked the bags eagerly, guessing what was inside. Jet and Brock guessed with them, throwing them off and distracting them from our conversation. "I was killed in a car accident, then woke up a werewolf in a lab. Grace and I escaped, and Jace found us," I said quietly. Mr. Davies' brow wrinkled. "You were turned into a werewolf after you died? I've never heard of such a thing."
"That's horrible,"
Mrs. Davies breathed, a hand to her mouth.
"How could they do that?"
Mrs. Carso touched my shoulder.
"We're just grateful he was there to help Grace escape. Without him, she'd still be trapped in that horrible place."
Grace nodded, her lip between her teeth. "So you've never phased before?" Mr. Davies asked, striving for a lighter topic. "Not because of a full moon," I replied. He grinned. "Then we might have 3 new wolves out tonight. What a treat." He looked at his children, who searched eagerly through the gifts. "Speaking of treats, should we have the cake and ice cream before they figure out every present?" Mrs. Davies and Mrs. Carso cleared away the plates with the help of the girls. Then Jet carried over a cake shaped like the moon. The children blew out their candles, and tears shone bright in both of the parent Davies' eyes as Jet helped them take out the candles and cut the cake. They held each other close and watched their children like someone who had been given something precious and would never take it for granted. "What happened to them?" I asked Mrs. Carso quietly while the children opened their presents. She smiled at Jays, who stood next to us.
"You want to answer that one?"
He nodded. "Jet was raised a fighting werewolf, like a pit bull, in illegal arena battles. He'd been kidnapped when he was only an infant, and though the Davies never stopped searching, they couldn't find him. By the time we heard of the battles, Jet was 16 and was about to be put to death because he won a fight he was supposed to have lost." Something dark crossed Jace's expression and then vanished. "Luckily, he found his family after coming home with us and was reunited with them."
"How long has he been home?"
Grace asked. "Only a couple of months. I think it's still hard for any of them to believe this is permanent," Jay said softly. I watched the way Jet ruffled Alex's hair, then bent down to whisper something in Cassie's ear. She ran and tickled Brock with a pink dress-up feather boa from one of the bags and took off giggling around the table. Jet watched them with such awe, every touch gentle, as though he was afraid he would break them. Once in a while, he glanced at his parents, and the expression of love in their eyes seemed to cut him to the core with both happiness and pain. When he paused and looked like he wanted to bolt from the room, Tay's soft touch on his arm brought him back to himself. The longing for my own family rose in my chest with such intensity, I could barely breathe.
"Your parents need you,"
Mrs. Davies said. I met her eyes in surprise and she gave me a knowing look.
"Parents are nothing without the children that are their world."
I shook my head. "It's not that easy."
"They love you no matter what, Kaynan. Go home to them, if just to let them know you were alive."
She looked back at Jet.
"When we met Will,"
she smiled.
"I mean Jet, after Jays rescued him from the fighting ring, It almost killed me to let him out of my sight again. It took almost losing him for the second time to accept that every moment together was a gift, and I shouldn't try to control each situation. Having him back after thinking him dead, or worse, is like breathing again after drowning. Your parents are drowning without you.
They think I'm dead, I said softly. A look of pain touched her eyes.
Then give them their son back.
I wanted to tell her that I would rather give them their daughter instead, but the words caught in my throat. I clenched my hands to keep tears from falling and turned back to watch the children unwrap the rest of the packages. It's close to nightfall, Mr. Davies said with an expectant look in his eyes. He took Mrs. Davies' hand and squeezed it, making her smile. A pit of nerves seethed in my stomach. I knew I needed to face so that Grace could see the children's first full moon, but I worried that it wouldn't work like it did before. I worried about disappointing Grace, and also about how the others would look at me after they saw my crimson fur. Maybe they would finally realize what an abomination I really was. I touched Grace's shoulder and whispered to her that I was going into the next room for a minute. She gave me an understanding smile and turned her head to listen to me leave. The conversations around us faltered slightly, then started again, as though they hadn't noticed my departure. It felt like the whole room expected some sort of miracle that I wouldn't be able to give. I shut the door to the Davies guest bedroom until only a crack remained, then took off my clothes and closed my eyes to wait for the change. When nothing happened, I opened one eye and looked around. Light from the lamp outside trickled through the yellow curtains and made swirled patterns on the dark blue carpeted floor. My bones ached and muscles trembled, but I didn't know how to start the phase. After a few futile minutes of trying, I remembered Grace's words about phasing back into human form. I put my hand in the light from the window and let it play across the back of my fingers, pretending it was the soft caress of moonlight my soul remembered from the night before. A slight breeze brushed across the window pane, and I remembered the way smells were heightened to the point of perfect clarity, the way my mind categorized them and stored every minuscule detail in case I needed it later. I thought of the scent of the dried sage and sandy earth from our walk in Utah, the feeling of the dirt beneath my paws, and the way it touched my nose with the memory of snow and winter's chill, even though we walked through the last days of summer. My bones quivered when I remembered the scent of the rabbit, the way my muscles tensed and instinct bade me to give chase, to forget the human world and lose myself in the promise of the wild. Something touched my memory. We had visited the zoo many times when I was younger. My father had a friend who worked there, and on one particular occasion, the zoo was open for night access to workers and patrons. I ditched my family when we got inside like I always did, and found myself wandering through the forest exhibits. Barn owls blinked at me from their tree perches, while mice scurried across the path in search of food from the day's tourists. I was standing by a cougar exhibit when a sound reverberated through the air. The haunting song caught at my soul, even though I didn't know what made it. I followed the sound to its source and saw a wolf in an enclosure on the hill, sitting in the security of the trees and howling. The howl was so mournful and lonely, it threatened to break my heart. And when there was no answering cry, the look in the eyes of the wolf haunted my memory for days. After that, I often felt like the wolf, howling to reach someone who understood, and having no one answer. The irony of truly being a wolf brought a small smile to my face, even as my nose and mouth elongated, fangs lengthened, and the dark red fur ran up my arms and down my legs. My joints shifted, bones changed length and shape, and my ears became pointed and moved to prick forward on my head. The nausea I had felt at the thought of becoming the wolf again faded, leaving only a growing joy at the freedom of leaving my haunted memories to my human side. Chapter 11. I stretched, yawned, and shook my fur to get used to the wolf form, then nosed the door open and padded quietly down the carpeted hall. I kept my eyes on Grace when I entered the room, but my sharp ears caught the small intakes of breath at my dark red coat. I glanced at Jay's and took a small breath of relief at the lack of judgment on his face. His eyes met mine, and he merely nodded. I went to Grace's side. She still sat on the couch, one hand hanging casually over the side. I touched her hand with my nose and sent her the image I saw of the room. She gasped, straightened up, then bent and put her arms around my neck.
"It's so nice to see again,"
she said softly, her voice catching. "So it really works?" Mr. Davies asked, his voice a touch tighter than before. Grace nodded.
"It's amazing. He can show me everything he's seeing. It's like a miracle."
Her voice trembled when I lifted my gaze and looked slowly around the room. I met Jace's eyes once more, then looked at Nikki, Tay, Jet, Brock, Mouse, Mrs. Carso, and the Davies.
"I can finally see you,"
she whispered. Something soft splashed on top of my head.
"Oh, honey,"
Mrs. Carso said. She gave Grace a big hug, then let her go and dropped to her knees in front of me.
"I don't know how you do it,"
she said, her eyes bright,
"but I'm glad it works."
She gave me a hug as well, and ruffled my fur in a way that would be demeaning as a human, but that, as a wolf, I actually enjoyed. I decided to take a chance and sent her what I saw. She gasped and sat back quickly on her heels.
"He showed me,"
she said, her voice higher than usual.
"I saw what he was looking at."
"Can I see?" Jays asked. When I nodded, he put a hand on my shoulder. I sent him my view of the room. He dropped his hand and stared at me. "It really works." The others crowded around me, and I sent them all the same image. I felt embarrassed by the sudden attention, but glad they didn't see me as an outcast. When each of them saw what I sent, their responses were the same. They dropped their hands and stared at me, a look of surprise and respect in their eyes.
"That's amazing,"
Nikki said.
"Really neat,"
Tay agreed.
"We gotta get you in a girl's locker room,"
Brock said. Jay shoved his shoulder. "It doesn't work like that," he said, rolling his eyes. "You'd have to be there with him, because it only seems to work on contact."
"It was just a thought,"
Brock replied, chagrined.
"He's red."
Cassie's small voice came from behind Jet.
"Is that okay?"
"Definitely," Jet replied. He knelt and pulled her to stand in front of him. She clung to his shirt, her little hands white. "Hold out your hand. It's just Kaynan. He's nice, remember?" She held out her little fingers, and I stuck out my nose. She felt my muzzle, then giggled when I licked her hand.
"He's cool,"
Alex exclaimed, leaving his dad's side to put his face in my fur. His breath tickled the rough guard hairs and sent a rush of warmth through me at the trust of their parents.
"Shall we join him?"
Tay asked. Jet, Jays, and Mouse phased quickly in the spare bedroom and came back into the living room. The two alphas' black coats made them look more menacing than Mouse's gray pelt. Jet had a strange symbol that looked like a 7 on his shoulder and white fur. He caught me staring at it and held my gaze until I looked away. Tay and Grace returned a few minutes later. Tay looked beautiful with her pure white coat and blue-gray eyes, but Grace's light gray fur and lithe body reminded me of our run from the laboratories. She walked with her shoulder next to Tay for guidance, her ears twitching back and forth as she blinked her sightless blue eyes. I wanted to protect her from everything. to keep her safe and sheltered. I settled for trotting to meet her and leaned against her to show her what I saw. She sat next to me and sighed, clearly enjoying being able to see again, if only by proxy. "Why don't you guys go out and enjoy the night?" Mr. Davies invited. "If the children phase, we'll call you back. Otherwise, Mrs. Carso, Nikki, and Brock have offered to keep them company while we go for a run. Have fun and we'll catch up." He gave Mrs. Carso a grateful smile. Mrs. Davies opened the door and let us out, telling us to be safe and to stay away from the cows. Grace gave a snort of laughter that I echoed. Staying away from cows was certainly something I had never been told before. Moonlight spilled around us, putting to shame the puny lamp that stood near the Davies' front porch. I took a deep breath of the night air, and the scents of the country filled me with anticipation. Jays gave a bark of invitation and loped off through an alfalfa field, with Mouse close behind. We kept pace with them, but stayed behind. Grace's paws fell in time with mine, as though we had run shoulder to shoulder our whole lives. It felt so natural to have her next to me, and I felt a pang of longing for Renee and the way we completed each other. We had been together since our first class in high school. We knew each other's secrets, hopes, dreams, and fears, and we had planned to enroll in the same college next year so that we could major together. Thoughts of Renee's blonde hair and sparkling blue eyes made my heart clench and my pace slowed. Grace slowed with me until we were walking through long grass that reached almost to our shoulders and waved gently in the midnight breeze. Her expression matched the ache in my heart, and I wondered if she was thinking about Gabe. I climbed a small rise and we sat and watched the land below come alive with the moonlight. A brook behind us danced with laughter as the water made its way over rocks and under bridges. An owl asked its ageless question from a tree to our right, while mice scurried through the underbrush in the hopes of staying out of its sight. A fox barked, and birds startled from sleep rose into the air, crying their outrage until they disappeared into a new stand of trees. The breeze tickled my fur. I closed my eyes to fully feel the soft touch of moonlight along my back and shoulders. I took a deep breath and held it, then let it out slowly. Everything felt so new, so fresh and alive. Smells, my vision, and sounds were crisp and crystal clear, as though I had been walking around with blinders until the accident, and never knew it. It felt as though the moonlight soaked through my skin and muscles. The scent of the clean water in the brook mixed with the green reeds that pulled at the breeze and made it whistle. I glanced at Grace, and the ache of Renee's absence faded when I saw Grace's eyes close and face turn to the moonlight, as though she felt it as deeply as I did. She opened her eyes and leaned back against me. I rose to continue our run when a howl sounded. My ears pricked at the joy and welcome of the sound. A lighter voice joined it, and then 2 high-pitched voices echoed the first. Grace gave a short yip of answer, and we loped down the hill at top speed. It amazed me at how effortless it was for us to run together now, how seamless my sight and Grace's pace matched. She truly lived up to her name in wolf form. Tay met us near the house, her eyes bright and tail wagging. She led us to the back field where 2 alphas, Jet and Mr. Davies, rolled around with a small dark gray cub and a small light gray one. Mrs. Davies, now an elegant white wolf, looked on proudly from the edge of the field. We joined them, and I could practically feel Grace's excitement radiating from her. Her paws danced as she sat, and I could feel her longing to join the twins and play. Jays and Mouse stopped near us, and the twins bounced over with all the enthusiasm of 20 puppies. They tackled Grace, then pounced on me, no longer afraid of my red fur and eyes. I nipped softly at their paws, and they attacked with mock growls of anger and tiny needle-sharp teeth. Jet bounced in, acting like a puppy himself, and saved me from his young siblings. We played tag and raced through the field until the early hours of the morning stole away the power of the moon. I felt the need to be a wolf fade until we stayed in our wolf forms out of choice. I was exhausted by the time we filed into the house, but my heart still ran in the fields with Cassie and Alex chasing me, and my soul soared with the freedom of the wolf. I led Grace to the room and waited courteously while she and Tay phased and changed into their clothes. It was my turn to phase after them, but a reluctance to take on my human form again ran so sharply through my body that it was hard to push away the pause and the simplified animal thoughts and take on my now gangly feeling form and never-ending guilt. I sighed and pulled on my clothes, tying shoes over feet that yearned for long grass and soft earth.
Newly phased cubs have to be the cutest thing in the world,
Tay was exclaiming when I came into the room.
They're amazing,
Grace agreed. Mrs. Davies gave them both a warm smile.
Thank you. We are honored that you were here for it.
Mrs. Carso came from the kitchen, carrying a plate of cookies. Brock and Nikki followed close behind with cups of milk.
Eat up,
Mrs. Carso invited, offering a cookie to me before setting the plate on the coffee table.
Phasing always makes wolves hungry.
I couldn't argue against the answering pangs in my stomach, and made sure Grace had a cup and a cookie before devouring my own. Jet entered the room in his human form, followed a few minutes later by Jays and then Mouse. They're perfect, Jet said quietly. Mr. Davies nodded. I couldn't be prouder of all of my children. He smiled at Jet, and the werewolf dropped his eyes, his cheeks touched with red. Mrs. Davies handed him a cookie, and he took it without saying anything. Tay hooked her arm in his.
Where's Cassie and Alex?
She asked. Fast asleep, Mr. Davies replied with a laugh. They were pretty worn out. The Davies exchanged fond looks, and I couldn't help but wonder how they made being werewolves look so easy. The acceptance, understanding, and the way they embraced being a family of werewolves felt so natural. I wondered if it would ever feel the same way for me. My heart throbbed at the thought of my family, of Renee, and of my sister. Chapter 12. Jays drove us home with the sunrise. The Davies had invited everyone to stay longer, but Mrs. Carso felt it would be better to give them their house back. It felt good to return to Jays's. We walked through the door exhausted, but happy. Mrs. Carso said she would call everyone in sick for the day at school to give them some rest, then bid everyone a good night and left to her room. Jays walked Nikki home, then went to bed himself. Tay gave Jet a light kiss on the cheek, then excused both herself and Grace. Grace accepted gladly, her expression as tired and worn as I felt. I wanted to go to bed, but my mind was still racing from the night. I settled on the couch, and after a minute, Jet relaxed from his regular position, leaning by the door to take the armchair across from me. I glanced at him. You trust me? I asked, surprised. He threw me an unreadable look. I don't get you, but you're not an alpha, so I don't have to fight the urge to kill you. I tipped my head back on the couch, unsettled by his answer. He gave a slight sigh. Sorry. Can't help myself sometimes. I rubbed my forehead. You don't have to apologize. My past isn't exactly spotless. Something occurred to me, and I turned to look at him. I noticed your mom called you Will, but everyone else calls you Jet. Is that a question? He asked. His tone was reluctant, as though he was stalling instead of answering what I implied. At my nod, his eyes shifted to the front door. He opened and closed his hands slowly. I was kidnapped when I was little and grew up in a fighting ring. I didn't even know my name was Will until I found my family again a few months ago." He frowned at the door, his eyes distant. "The killer inside me only knows the name Jet. Until I can get past the urge to destroy everything in my life, I can't accept the name Will, even though I want to." He met my eyes, daring me to judge him for his past and what he was. I met his gaze calmly, though my heart pounded with the trust he gave me. "I like Jet. It's a good name." Darkness swept through his eyes. "Will's better." I shrugged. "Perhaps someday, but I don't see anything wrong with Jet." He held my eyes for a moment, his own narrow. Then a shadow of a smile touched his lips, and he nodded. He rose from the chair. "You're good to have around." "Why? Because people come out of nowhere to attack me, putting everyone else in danger?" The self-loathing in my tone surprised me. Not that I felt it, but that I let it show. Jet gave a shrug similar to mine. "I like a good reason to fight. It calms me down." His dark blue eyes lightened. "But it's the way you help Grace. There's something special about her. Like Tay. She's innocent and doesn't deserve what was done to her." "I can't let them find her," I replied. He nodded. "Everyone here will fight to keep both of you safe." I sighed. "I just wish us being here didn't put everyone else in danger." He gave another small smile, his eyes dark. "Being a werewolf is dangerous."
"I think you bought more than enough,"
Nikki laughed, looking through the grocery bags of black hair dye.
"I wanted to be sure,"
Mrs. Carso said with an answering chuckle.
"I've never dyed a wolf before." "Me either,"
Tay agreed. She pulled on a pair of plastic gloves and began sorting the contents of each box. Grace touched my shoulder.
"Better go phase. We have the appointment at Mr. Davies' vet this afternoon, and who knows how long this'll take."
Chase laughed at the look of dread on my face. "Don't worry," he said, his expression sympathetic. "It'll go away tonight after you phased back." "That's not what I'm worried about," I said, eyeing Mrs. Carso, Nikki, Tay, and Grace. "I'm not sure about giving so many girls free range over me." Everyone laughed and Jace grinned. "I wouldn't be so sure either, but you don't have much of a choice."
"Yeah,"
Brock echoed.
"Or you could leave it to us."
I looked at the partially eaten sandwich in his hand, made up of as many meats and cheeses one could possibly cram between two pieces of bread, combined with pickles, olives, chips, and cheese whiz, and shook my head. "I'll take my chances with the girls."
"Lucky us,"
Nikki replied with a dramatic eye roll, and the girls laughed again.
"Oh, go phase,"
Grace said, pushing me toward the stairs. I sighed and obeyed. I phased in Tay's old room that we had taken over and stalked back down the stairs.
"At least as a wolf you can't protest,"
Tay said with a teasing wink when I padded back into the kitchen. It was my turn to roll my eyes, and the girls laughed. "We'll leave you to your fate," Jace said. Rock, Mouse, and Jet followed him from the room.
"You boys should go to school if you're not planning to help out,"
Mrs. Carso called after them. Jace poked his head back through the door. "We're investigating the labs and looking for Grace's pack with Roger. It's more important than school." He gave her a winning smile and disappeared back through the door. Mrs. Carso turned to the girls with a sigh and a resigned shake of her head.
"Boys." "Get over here, Kaynan. You're not getting away that easily,"
Nikki said. I returned slowly through the door and sat down on the floor in front of them. Mrs. Carso gave me a stern look over, then eyed the back of the hair dye box.
"We might need more dye."
she said after a moment. Nikki, Tay, and Grace broke into laughter.
You're driving too fast,
Colleen said from the passenger seat. My mind raced, anticipating something horrible, but I couldn't change anything. We're fine, I replied. My voice slurred, and Colleen's friend Deborah giggled in the back seat. I had heard that giggle before. I was sure of it, but I couldn't fight through the fog. I stepped on the gas to emphasize that I was in control, when in fact, headlights and reflectors blurred together on the freeway until they looked like solid lines, and I couldn't tell which was which.
You're going to get pulled over,
Colleen said, a touch of panic in her voice as I swerved toward what I guessed to be the reflectors. Calm down, I told my sister as if I had said it 100 times. I promised Dad we'd be home before midnight, and I'm gonna keep my promise. I squinted at the glaring lights and felt patterned thuds under the tires. A warning signal went off in the back of my head. I ignored it and pressed the gas harder, intent on a set of bright lights heading toward us.
Kaynan, look out!
Colleen shouted. Deborah screamed. The lights towered above us a second before the semi slammed into the front of the car. Our vehicle rolled and glass shattered close to my head. The girls kept screaming, and I locked eyes for one brief second with Colleen. Her soft blue eyes filled with tears. Then the car started to flip. Each roll, and then the jarring force of another vehicle hitting the car racked my body with the knowledge that I had done this to us. I flew through the windshield and landed on the grass on my back. The stars winked down at me with condemnation for what I had done. Moonlight covered my body, promising retaliation for my actions. I wiped the blood out of my eyes and rolled onto my knees, then stared at the burning car. The thought of Colleen inside spurred me to action. I dove through the asphalt and pounded on the passenger window. My hands burned, but I couldn't feel them past the panic that flooded adrenaline through my veins. I grabbed a rock and drove it through the glass. "Colleen!" I yelled. I was responsible. I had been driving despite the alcohol Greg and I had consumed before I picked her up from the party. Sobriety rushed through me in a wave as I peered through the smoke and yelled, "Colleen! Take my hand!" I pushed through the window, and heat from the fire felt like it was melting the skin from my face. I shouted, "Colleen! Talk to me! Colleen!" I reached her body, and my heart leaped with joy that I knew deep down was in vain. Blood covered my fingers, and a yell tore from my throat at the fire that burned along the tops of the seats above us, consuming the fabric like it would soon consume our bodies. Colleen's face turned toward me. Her beautiful blue eyes, the color of the summer sky at noon, met mine and filled with tears of pain and fear that I had caused. She said my name, and my heart clenched at the fact that her tone was not one of condemnation or anger, but of pain and love. "I'm here, Colleen. You'll be okay. I'll get you out of here, I promise," I said, though my heart shattered with the knowledge that neither of us would get out of there alive. Hands grabbed my legs and began to pull me back out of the window. "No!" I screamed. "I can't leave her!" I kicked out, but they wouldn't let go. The broken window cut at my stomach. "I won't leave her!" I kicked free of their hands and grabbed onto her. Her eyes closed and breathing stopped, but I wouldn't let go. I sucked in the smoke, willing myself to die of asphyxiation instead of live without my sister. Memories of the old health classes we had taken together rushed to my mind, and I breathed into her mouth, willing her to take what good there was left of the air. Her face was pale, ashen, and without the life and spark that made her who she was. "No!" I yelled with my final breath. I glared at the flames that writhed above us and curled my body over Colleen's to shield her from the fire. Smoke filled my lungs, and I coughed. Each breath was empty of air and full of searing smoke. I closed my eyes, and warm tears ran down to Colleen's face. Chapter 13.
Kaynan, wake up. Please wake up.
I opened my eyes and found that I was still in wolf form, sleeping on the kitchen floor while the girls worked to dye my hair. Only they had stopped dyeing, and all of them stared at me. Tears showed on all of their cheeks, and Mrs. Carso held a dish rag to her face. Grace's gloved hand caressed my fur through the black dyes. Something wet fell down my muzzle.
Wolves don't normally cry,
Tay said quietly. She removed her glove and wiped the tears from my fur. I realized that they had seen the dream, or the reality that had come back to haunt me in my dreams. Tay saw the understanding in my eyes, and she nodded.
We saw what happened. No one should have to go through that,
Mrs. Carso said, dabbing at her eyes with the dish rag.
It's not your fault,
Nikki said.
You didn't know that would happen.
But I couldn't hide the self-reproach I felt, and I turned away, wishing I could crawl somewhere and die with the knowledge that Colleen would never lighten the world again with her ideas and her thirst for knowledge that she always tried in vain to instill in me.
You loved your sister very much,
Grace said in a whisper. I nodded, unable to even ask her to let me be alone with my despair.
How about your parents? Do you love them?
She asked. I thought of all the ways I had stabbed them in the back, the money I had stolen, the car keys, sneaking in and out of the house at any hour of the night, no matter how much worry I saw in their eyes, my razor-sharp responses to their questions, and the hurt I caused. But through it all, there had always been one constant, one thing that never changed, no matter what I said or how rebellious I acted. I think it was the one thing I tried to prove, that if I went far enough, they would finally have enough of me, but they never did. Through everything, they always loved me, and no matter what I did or how far I went, I always loved them. I gave a small nod and hated myself for it even more.
Then let them know you're alive,
Mrs. Carso said quietly.
They deserve to know.
I couldn't meet her eyes. Grace ran her hand through my ruff.
Go home to Renee, she said softly. If it was Gabe, I'd want him to come home to me.
I looked at her for a moment, her gentle expression, and the distant sadness on her face as she thought about her deceased fiancé, and I had to nod.
You'll go?
She asked. I nodded again, her hand on my head, and she put her arms around my neck for a hug I wanted more than I could admit.
Wait,
Nikki said.
The dye.
Grace froze, then started laughing.
To think I could look like you,
she said, her face close to mine. I gave a wolfish huff, and they closed in to finish the job. Mr. Davies led me into the patient room, with Grace, Jet, and Jays close behind. The room was too small for the 5 of us, but no one wanted to be left out. I worried about the danger of bringing Grace, but it was comforting to have her there, knowing I would probably be under anesthesia, and she insisted on being brought along to make sure that everything went all right. The scent of dogs, cats, birds, and various reptiles filled my nose, along with an overwhelming mixture of urine and antiseptic. The veterinarian, a skinny man with bright red hair and glasses, entered a few minutes later. His eyes widened when he saw me. Then he glanced at Mr. Davies. "Good morning, William," he said with a jovial smile and a disarming manner. "What have we here?" Mr. Davies smiled back and gave him a firm handshake. "Hey, Charles, good to see you again." He glanced at me. "We just adopted this, dog, and we need to see if he has a tracking chip. He used to be trained as a seeing eye dog," he said with a quick glance at Grace. Charles studied me up and down, looked at Grace, then nodded and disappeared out the other door of the small room. The sound of dogs barking beyond rose briefly. Then he returned with a small handheld device that looked straight from a sci-fi movie. He motioned for the others to back up, then knelt by me and began to run the scanner over my body. He started at the back of my neck, ran down my spine to my tail, frowned, then began to scan my legs. The scanner beeped on my right forearm. Charles glanced at Mr. Davies, performed the scan again, then sat back on his heels and gave me a straight look I had never seen anyone give a dog. "Can I be perfectly honest here, William?" the veterinarian asked, looking from me to Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies nodded. "I wish you would." Charles took a stealing breath and met my gaze. "I know this isn't an ordinary dog." I dropped my eyes, but felt him watching me. "Well, Mr. Davies searched for words. "I was told when we adopted him that he might be part wolf." Charles looked up at Mr. Davies, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. His gaze shifted to Jay's, Grace, Jet, then back to me. "Part, huh?" "Yeah," Mr. Davies said. Charles sat on the floor with his back to the wall. "I had a best friend when I was younger who was also part wolf." He looked back at Mr. Davies, and my heart clenched, despite his calm demeanor. "He was a werewolf." Grace touched my back, her fingers entwining in my fur. Why do you, werewolf?" Mr. Davies sputtered. "He's why I became a vet," Charles said with a nod. "But he was killed last year." Sadness swept through his features. "Alphas everywhere were being killed. He tried to hide, but he was tracked down." Mr. Davies' voice dropped. "So you know?" he asked, his tone thick with trepidation. Charles nodded. "I've known since the first day I met you. You showed up new to the area, family in tow. Soon after, werewolves started to disappear. I had my suspicions, and Jack confirmed it. He tracked you for a while and said you were trustworthy." He smiled. "I really have valued your friendship, and I thought that deep down you knew that I knew." Mr. Davies shook his head, his eyes wide. "I never did. Honest. I was just trying to keep my family safe." "I know," Charles replied. "That's why I never said anything. Jack lost so many loved ones, and he told me about packs breaking apart for protection. I couldn't blame you for going into hiding with your family." He squinted behind his glasses and looked at me. "And now for a twist." "What twist?" Jace pressed. Charles's eyebrows rose. "This one's different." He ran a hand through my fur and pulled loose a few strands. He fought back a smile. "Nice dye job." I snorted and he held up a hand. It was a nice effort and probably fooled my staff, which is a good thing, believe me. His mouth twitched. "How much dye did you use?" I stood up, offended that he thought we had gone through all of this as a joke. But he rose back to his knees, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry. You obviously have a good reason to hide who you are." He glanced at Mr. Davies. "What about the chip?" "What do you mean?" "It's no ordinary chip," Charles explained. He held up the scanner. "If I may?" I nodded and sat back down. He proceeded to run the tracker back over my spine. "Most dogs and cats are implanted here, at the base of the neck. A few are microchipped here." He ran it across the base of my tail. "Or here." He scanned the sides of my neck and shoulders, but the machine stayed silent. "But your pet," he said with a wink at me, "was implanted in the forearm." He waved the device over the front of my leg again and it beeped. "Not only that, but it's not showing me a number." He held up the device and showed it to me, then to the others. What does that mean? Jays asked. Probably what you knew it would. This isn't a normal pet microchip with a number linked to an owner. He glanced at me. My guess is it's a GPS chip, designed to show exactly where our wolf friend here is at all times. At our exchanged glances, Charles gave a small smile. Can I assume you want it removed? Mr. Davies' eyebrows rose. Can you do that? The vet nodded. I assume that anyone's reason for tracking a werewolf can't be good. I made a pact a long time ago with Jack that I would do what I could to protect werewolves, and if removing this chip will keep your friends safe, I'll do it. Mr. Davies let out a short sigh of relief. You don't know what this means to me, Charles. I'm in your debt. The veterinarian shook his head. I'm in Jack's debt. He saved my life once, and I never got the chance to repay him before he was killed. He met my eyes. I'll do what I can. I nodded, and he smiled. Right then. First off, we'll take an X-ray to pinpoint the chip's exact location. Then we'll operate. I winced at the word, and he gave me a sympathetic smile. Don't worry. Regular chips are usually about the size of a grain of rice. If this one's similar, we'll have it out in no time. His lips pursed. Can you act like you have a broken leg? I lifted my paw like it hurt. Jays laughed, and Mr. Davies cuffed him on the shoulder good-naturedly. Would it be easier to remove if he was in human form? Mr. Davies asked in a hushed voice. Charles shook his head. I went to vet school, not med school. Besides, I don't know how I'd explain operating on a human at my clinic. Mr. Davies bit back a smile. Of course. Follow me, if you will. He paused. Kaynan, Mr. Davies supplied. Charles's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Not a very animalish name, right, Toby? He asked, looking at me. I rolled my eyes, while Jays and Mr. Davies burst into laughter. Grace smiled, and Jake gave me a sympathetic look, shrugging as if to say I might as well go along with it. I sighed and followed Charles through the back door, like an obedient limping dog. Trisha, help me get Toby here onto the X-ray table, will you? An assistant with short blonde hair, streaked with pink and wearing green scrubs, came over. Her eyes widened when she saw me.
Are you sure that's a dog?
She asked. She bent down cautiously. I sniffed the hand that she held out and fought back the urge to lick the remains of sweet-smelling sugar particles from whatever candy she had been eating from her fingers. He's Bart Malamute, the veterinarian explained in a forced, casual tone. He bent down and they picked me up in a manner most unfitting for a werewolf. I winced when they set me on the table, and Charles gave me an appreciative glance.
He hurt his paw?
Trisha asked, taking it gently in her hand. I wondered where she had received her assisting training, because many other big dogs would have bit her fingers off if she tried to handle a broken limb. Charles must have agreed. I believe it's broken, and you're lucky he's mild-mannered because a move like that with a dog this size could put you in the hospital, he said sternly. Trisha dropped my paw with another thoughtless gesture, her eyes wide.
I'm sorry, Dr. Green. I didn't think. Please give me another chance. I promise I'll do better.
Charles sighed. Go take care of the kennels. Cindy can show you what to do.
Yes, Dr. Green, she said quickly. I'll get them done right away.
She bent over and gave me a big hug.
Get better, big guy.
She hurried down the hall, pink sneakers squeaking on the linoleum floor. Charles and I both stared after her. When she turned the corner, he shook his head and looked back at me. She's new. Maybe I should have told you to be more aggressive. She could have learned something without getting hurt. I snorted in agreement, and he smiled. Maybe next time. At my look, he chuckled. Not that I hope to be doing this again anytime soon for your sake, but it would be a great way to train my staff without hospital bills. He positioned the machine, shot a film, then led me back into the room to wait while it developed. Mr. Davies looked shell-shocked, but glad to see me. Grace's fingers traced through my fur, and I took comfort in the feeling. We sat in silence until the vet returned and slid the film onto a viewer. He pointed to a tiny capsule between the bones of my forearm. "There's our tracker." "Can you remove it?" Jays asked. Charles nodded. "Shouldn't be hard. The position's good and it'll only be a minor surgery." "What will you tell your nurses?" Mr. Davies asked. Charles shrugged. "That some idiot put a microchip in the wrong place and it's starting to cause nerve impingement." He looked at me. "They'll believe anything, as you can tell." I gave him a wolfish grin, and he touched a tooth. "We can clean those while you're out." I lowered my ears and he backed away with his hands up. "Just a joke, mostly. All dogs can use a cleaning now and then." The thought of going under bothered me, but Charles couldn't justify doing a procedure like that on a dog who was awake. I finally gave in and let them place a gas mask over my muzzle. The faces around me grew fuzzy until I could no longer make them out. Chapter 14.
"Come on, Kay. It's not far,"
Colleen said, her little hand held mine tight with eagerness. I followed her through the tall grass behind our house, between the orange trees, and to the old shed against the back fence that had holes in the roof and was starting to fall down. Dad often warned us not to play around it, worried that it would collapse if we bothered it too much. But Colleen pulled me inside. She ducked under a wooden beam that slanted from the dirt floor to the roof and knelt next to a mound in the far corner. Beams of orange-hued light from the setting sun trickled down between the slats, and motes of dust danced like tiny ballerinas to the dusty floor. I held my hand up to the light and watched the way it flitted between my fingers, casting larger-than-life shadows on the floor.
"Are you coming, Kay?"
Colleen asked, her voice hushed now with wonder. I continued to the corner and knelt down next to her. The mound against the wall was an old sweatshirt of Dad's that had been in the discard box. Now little fuzzy balls were curled up inside. "What are—"
"Shh!"
Colleen cut me off.
"You'll scare them."
Just then, a tiny, fuzzy black and white head poked up and mewed. Its tongue showed bright pink against a furry white muzzle. "Kittens," I said, and a smile stole across my face.
"Aren't they amazing?"
Colleen asked. Her eyes shone up at me, filled with the wonder and happiness only a child on the edge of discovery can have. "Definitely," I said. She smiled, and I knew that my answer meant the world to her. She was only a year younger than me, but it seemed like everything I did was special to her. I bent down and ran a finger softly over the top of the mewing kitten's head. He pushed back into my hand so I would keep rubbing. His bright blue eyes peered up at me with soft innocence.
"He likes you, Kay,"
Colleen said with a giggle. "I like him too," I admitted. I picked him up and held him to my cheek. He ran his soft forehead against my cheekbone, and it felt like the feathery down of a dandelion seed tickling my skin.
"Let's ask Mom and Dad if we can keep them,"
Colleen said. She jumped up and held out her hand. I put the kitten back with its siblings and walked out with her. Something inside of me softened at the memory. Most of my youth was made up of arguments with Mom and Dad, sneaking out of the house, and generally getting into as much trouble as I could muster for reasons I couldn't explain. Seeing Colleen at such a young age made my heart ache, and the gentler memories of when we were very young felt unreal, like a dream I didn't want to wake up from. But the anesthesia faded, and I awoke to the concerned faces of Jet, Jays, and Mr. Davies. "Can every werewolf do that?" Charles asked from my other side, his voice thick with awe. Mr. Davies shook his head. "Just Kaynan. Something from when he was changed." I looked at Jet, and his lips creased as though he held in a laugh. "We saw the kittens." I sighed and pushed slowly to my paws. "Whoa now," Charles cautioned with a hand on my back. "Take it easy. I usually keep patients overnight to make sure they don't have any bad effects from the anesthesia." "We need to destroy this thing," Jace said. He looked down at the object in his hand. I followed his gaze and saw a tiny piece of metal in a glass case. "But thank you for all that you've done." "Any time," Charles replied. He shook their hands. "Really, any time," he said seriously, meeting Mr. Davies' eyes. Mr. Davies gave his hand a firm shake and nodded. "Thank you very much. It means the world to have people we can trust, especially someone with your skills." Charles beamed and Mr. Davies took out his wallet. "Where do we pay?" The vet shook his head. "It's on the house." "I insist," Mr. Davies said sternly. "You need to be reimbursed for your time." Charles shook his head again. "From what you've told me, this may have saved Kaynan's life. Let me keep that thought to repay some of what I owe to Jack." Mr. Davies hesitated, then nodded. I tested my bandaged leg on the table, found that it held, then jumped down gingerly and followed Jays and Jet to the door. Grace walked by my side with her hand on my shoulder, and I showed her images of the room and the hallway beyond. Jet opened the door and let us all pass. Mr. Davies let out a sigh after we were seated in the SUV. "Wow, who would have thought? What a guy," he said with a smile and a shake of his head. He started the vehicle and entered the main road. "And kittens," Jace said, a smile in his voice. I growled, and he laughed out loud, holding up his hands. All right, I won't say anything else." "Kittens are quite adorable," Mr. Davies said from the driver's seat. "And fluffy," Jet said. I saw his eyes crease with a rare smile in his reflection on the window as he watched the scenery roll by. I let out a lower growl of frustration, and everyone laughed.
"Colleen was very sweet,"
Grace commented after a few minutes. Her fingers ran through the soft fur behind my ears, calming me. I licked her hand, and she rewarded me with a smile. We traveled in silence for a few minutes, and I stretched out across the back seat. I had just begun to doze off from the lingering effects of the anesthesia when something smashed into the SUV from behind, throwing me to the floor. Grace shrieked, fear tight in her voice. "What the?" Mr. Davies stared back in the rearview mirror, and his eyes widened. He floored the gas, and the vehicle sped up. "Guns!" Jace shouted. Grace unbuckled her seatbelt to cower on the floor. I shielded her with my body, and she wrapped her arms around me in fear. I peered over the back of the seat through the shattered window and saw the muzzles of guns aimed at us from the tinted windows of a black SUV, similar to those that had accosted us at the mall. Mr. Davies jerked the wheel to one side, then the other. When he couldn't shake them, he gunned our vehicle down an off-ramp. "The chip," Jet said in alarm. Jace's eyes widened, and he stared down at the microchip in his hand. He quickly unrolled the window and tossed the chip into the sunflowers that lined the side of the road. "Too bad they already know where we are," Mr. Davies forced out, fighting another jolt from behind. "We have to lose them," Jace said. He pointed down another road that dissected ours by 90 degrees. "That way." Mr. Davies turned onto it, our tires squealing as he fought to keep the vehicle centered. Then we raced toward the skyscrapers that made up the center of the city. We rushed into the bustle of traffic, and Mr. Davies dodged left, then right, then turned down a side street Jet suddenly pointed to. "Slow down here. Now turn," Jet directed. We pulled into an alley behind a pasta place and a pawn shop, and Mr. Davies shut off the vehicle. We docked, and a few seconds later, the pursuing SUV raced past. "Where are we?" Jace asked quietly. "Where I got shot after we first met," Jet replied. No one said anything for a few minutes. Then Jays gave a tight smile. "At least we know nobody'll mess with us around here." Jet cracked a smile, and Mr. Davy slowly backed up. I phased in the bathtub after Jay shut the door. Nikki was right about the mess. Black dye ran down my arms, legs, and chest to pool in a puddle at my feet. I turned on the shower and shut my eyes. Warm water tinged black flowed in rivulets down my face and back. My arm throbbed dully, but the pain from the surgery was almost gone. I leaned against the wall and enjoyed the water. The werewolf side of me wanted to categorize every smell. The soaps, cleaners, even the detergent used on the towels, along with everyone who had used the shower recently, while the human side of me pushed back memories of the accident, my family, and all that I had taken from myself and them by drinking and doing drugs. I hit my forehead against the wall softly several times in an effort to stamp away both drives. My thoughts suddenly turned surprisingly sharp, and by the time the water ran clear and my body was scrubbed clean of the black dye, I realized two things. I couldn't push away my werewolf instincts any more than I could forget to breathe, and I had the ability to make at least one thing right that I had destroyed. "You going home?" Jays asked. I looked up from the bed I was straightening and nodded. "You planning to run there or what?" he pressed, his eyes calculating. I shrugged. "If I have to." I hadn't really thought about it. "Well, I did," he said with a small smile. He tossed a folder down on the bed and I picked it up. Plane tickets, along with a fake driver's license, fell out. I stared at them. "How'd you get these?" He grinned. "Let's just say I figured you'd be going home after our trip to the Davies. You had that look in your eyes." I held up the very authentic-looking driver's license and glanced at him. He shrugged. "The hunters have some valuable skills." He nodded toward the tickets. "Those are round trip." I glanced from him to the plane tickets, and my heart throbbed painfully at the unexpected gesture. "Thank you. I don't know how I'll..." He shook his head. "Don't. You took a bullet for me, and you've been selfless in the way you've taken care of Grace. You deserve to let your family know you're all right." "Am I?" I asked quietly. He looked at me for a moment, then nodded, a smile touching his lips. "Yeah, you are." He left through the door before I could respond. I looked at the tickets and the driver's license again, and my heart gave another thump. I was going home. Chapter 15. My heart raced when I exited the taxi. I walked slowly across the darkening lawn to Renee's house. Anticipation at seeing her again began to race through my veins. I hadn't realized how very much I was holding inside, how much I was lying by telling myself I didn't need my family or Renee, that they would be better off without me, until I crossed the grass I had crossed a million times and stood on a porch as familiar to me as my own home. I lifted a hand to knock on Renee's door, my heart pounding. A voice spoke inside. My unemotional werewolf instincts labeled it as male and too young to be Renee's father. I reasoned that he must be a cousin I hadn't known about. But there wasn't a cousin I hadn't met in the 4 years we had been together. My heart slowed and I walked down the stairs and around the side of the house to the kitchen window. My breath caught in my throat at the sight of Renee. She stood against the kitchen counter, her blonde hair like a brilliant sunflower in the noonday sun, her bright eyes as blue as a robin's egg, crinkled into the special smile she always had saved for me. Only she wasn't smiling at me. Someone leaned on the table with his back to me, a pair of skinny shoulders covered in a jean jacket, brown hair curling under a faded red baseball cap, and his thumbs hooked in his belt loops in a way that was so familiar, I racked my brain to remember who it could be. Then he laughed, and my breath caught in my throat at the nasal tone of it. Chad Parker, a smart kid everyone had made fun of during high school, but who hit it off big with one of the major computer companies. He always had eyes for Renee. Now he had millions of dollars, and she had no boyfriend to stand in the way of his advances. I thought of punching the window and throwing him out of it, regardless of the mess he would make on the grass. But something about the look on Renee's face made me pause. I opened and shut my fists in a way that reminded me of Jet while I studied her face and the happiness I saw in it. There was a touch of sadness in her eyes. She didn't forget me. The tiny framed pictures of us that were scattered across the kitchen table attested to that. They had been gathered to cluster around a blue folded page that I realized was the funeral program for me, Colleen, and Deborah, Colleen's best friend. My sensitive eyesight took in the tear stains on the paper, now protected behind a glass frame with wildflowers around the edges. She always liked wildflowers. Even now her gaze flitted to the pictures briefly, and her smile lessened. But when she met Chad's eyes again, the smile deepened in sincerity. There was no doubt that having him there made her happy, and her special smile, reserved only for me for so many years, showed that she really had feelings for him. It hurt that I had only been gone a few months and she already found someone else. But the rational side of me said that I didn't know the situation, and I couldn't blame her for finding a shoulder to cry on. I owed it to Chad for being there for her. She thought I was dead and had already gone through the pain of losing me, with the laboratory men and who knows what else chasing me. There was no saying that she wouldn't have to go through it again. I looked down at my hands and remembered the way blood-red fur climbed up them as they phased into paws. I thought of my red eyes and the strange wildness that now filled me. I was a monster, and worse than that, a monster brought back from the dead. I wouldn't force her to deal with my fate the way that I couldn't. Renee laughed again, and I closed my eyes to capture the sound in my memory. I took a deep breath of night air, tinted with the lavender and brown sugar scent of Renee's house, my second home, and turned away into a night that welcomed me with the songs of crickets and the whisper of night air across the summer-warmed grass. The same rationale that made me leave Renee's without announcing my presence battled inside me as I made my way slowly through the half-mile of neighborhoods that separated our houses. I entered our yard from the side and stood near the orange trees by the back fence, watching the only other place in the world that held my heart. Mom and Dad, in the same positions they had occupied every evening I could remember of my childhood, sat on the couch in the partial kitchen with a gas fire in the fireplace, and their feet nestled together on the ottoman as they snuggled under the same tattered black and red checkered blanket they had used since before I was born. Dad read a newspaper, probably browsing the business and sports section, while Mom read one of her inspirational books she picked up from the nearby grocery store. Every once in a while, Mom would nudge Dad's shoulder and read him a passage from the book. He would nod, mumble something positive and incoherent, and go back to his newspaper. There was a larger couch in the living room, but they both preferred the love seat and the closeness it created. Eventually, Mom's head drooped against Dad's shoulder, and her book rested on her knee with one finger between the pages. Dad rose to his feet, tucked the blanket snugly around Mom, then went to the kitchen counter for one last refill of his customary hot tea before he helped her up to bed. He filled his cup from the kettle, dropped a tea bag inside, then looked out the window while he waited for it to steep. His eyes met mine and I froze. "Kaynan?" he mouthed, His eyebrows lifted with disbelief. He set the cup down on the counter and slid open the back door. I stepped back into the trees, my heart pounding, but he came down the steps and crossed the lawn toward me on bare feet. I could have jumped the fence and run, but the look I had seen in his eyes stopped me. He peered into the darkness of the trees, his face a mixture of despair and hope. "Kaynan, is it you?" His voice shook slightly, but it wasn't with fear. I forced my pounding heart to slow and stepped out into the faint light from the kitchen. "It's me," I said softly. Dad threw his arms around me and held me tight. He didn't say anything, but his shoulders shook with his sobs. I hesitated, then wrapped my arms around him. Tears flowed down my cheeks, breaking open the heart I had kept so carefully shielded since I woke up at the labs. When both our shirts were damp with tears and neither of us had any left, he pushed me gently back to arm's length and looked me up and down. "How is this possible? You died. We buried both of you. How can you be here?" he asked. Then he shook his head before I could speak. "It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're here." He tried to pull me in for another hug, but I shook my head. "No, Dad, it does matter." The truth of my words weighed heavily against me, bringing a knot to my throat. "It does matter. They changed me." "Who changed you?" he asked when I couldn't speak further. I swallowed and whispered. "They brought me back from the dead and turned me into a monster." No judgment or fear showed on his face. He merely looked me up and down, touched my shoulder again as if to reassure himself that I was real, and gave me a warm smile. "You're my son. They haven't changed that. Come inside. Your mother will know what to do." The thought of hugging my mom made me so happy I wanted to cry again, but I also feared what learning what I had become would do to her. I shook my head again. "I can't go inside. I don't want to hurt her." Dad's face took on the stern, fatherly expression he wore when he tried to be firm, even though we all knew he was a pushover, and Mom was the strength in their relationship. "Now, Kaynan, you need to go into the house and say hi to your mother. She has every right to know that you're alive, and she always knows what to do." I sighed, but knew he was right. I followed him back across the lawn and up the 2 steps to the deck I had helped him build one summer when I was grounded for shoplifting. I stepped through the back door and the scent of my childhood home washed over me with a wave of memories of better times. I smelled Colleen's faint scent and almost turned around and left. But Dad was already shaking Mom's shoulder, telling her that her son was home.
"My son?"
Mom said, blinking up at him.
"What do you mean, George?"
Dad pointed toward me and she turned to look over the back of the couch. Her eyes widened, filled with tears, and her lips formed my name, but no sound came out. She looked from Dad to me again and stood slowly from the couch. The blanket fell to the ground unnoticed at her feet. I was shocked at how frail her body had become over the few months since the accident. Her shoulder bones showed sharply through her shirt, her cheeks were thin, and she moved with a shuffling gait so different from her usual lively step. My heart ached.
"My Kaynan,"
she said in a voice just above a whisper as she crossed the last few feet between us. Her arms wrapped around my shoulders but barely touched me, as though she was afraid of hurting me. I fought back a smile at the memory of her bear hugs and picked her up and spun her around. "It's me, Mom. I love you so much." A small, joyful laugh escaped her, and when I put her down, she reached up and put a hand on my cheek.
"My son."
I wasn't worthy of the proud, loving look in her eyes. As much as I longed for her acceptance and her loving smile, I wasn't the child she deserved. I owed it to my mom to let her know what I was. I didn't want her to fear me, but I had lied to her too many times, and I would never lie to her again. I turned my face away and removed my sunglasses, took a stealing breath, then turned back to meet both of their gazes. They changed me. They made me into a monster. Mom's breath caught at the color of my eyes, and she searched my face.
"What kind of monster?"
she asked, though I knew by her tone it didn't matter. I could tell her anything, and she wouldn't care past the fact that her son was home. I led her to the table and helped her sit down. Dad took the seat next to her, and I knelt on the floor, looking up at them. "This is going to sound ridiculous," I said. I couldn't think of where to start. My mind raced, but everything I came up with sounded like something straight out of a horror film.
"You're here," Mom said. "That's all that matters."
"It does matter, Mom," I replied gently, taking her hand in both of mine. "I need you to know what happened." I swallowed, then said, "I don't know what happened to my body after I died. And I know I died," I said, answering the question Dad opened his mouth to ask. He closed it again and nodded, waiting for me to continue. I let out a breath slowly. All I know is I awoke in a lab strapped to a table, with the scientist performing experiments on me. Mom's hand tightened in mine, but I continued. I broke free and helped a girl escape who had lost her eyesight at the labs. She told me later that they had turned me into a werewolf. A werewolf? I had anticipated the surprise in Dad's voice, and the doubt, but the brush of fear that touched Mom's eyes gripped my heart in a tight fist. I pushed on. I've found others like me, and they've helped me learn how to control the wolf side. I can handle it, but the scientists want me back. This time it was Mom who spoke.
"Were the others created at the labs too?"
I shook my head. They were born werewolves. She let out a small breath, her joy of having me home warring with the realization that there were other monsters out there like me. Dad took her other hand and squeezed it gently. "Kaynan's home, sweetheart. The rest will work itself out." She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them again and smiled. She put both of her hands on my cheeks.
"We love you no matter what, Kay. Dad's right. Everything will work out."
Colleen should be alive, not me. I forced past the knot in my throat. Dad shook his head. "Kaynan, you're here. By whatever grace or miracle you've been given, you have a second chance. We lost both of you. Never regret for a minute that you're back, because we won't." He took a small breath. "You're here, and you are our son, no matter what they did to you." Mom's gaze became critical.
"Werewolves need to eat, don't they? You're skinny as a twig."
She pulled me to the table and forced me to sit down. I almost laughed aloud at the sudden strength and determination that returned to her, as though it had never been absent. While she pulled food from the refrigerator, I looked around the kitchen. It was the same as before the accident. Warm, cheery, lit with the soft yellow lights Mom loved and the brown hues of the cupboards Dad had put in a few years back. Sitting at the table felt like such a reality check. I could barely remember I had ever been gone.
"I hope you have a hearty appetite,"
Mom stated, coming back from the kitchen. She slid a plate loaded with roast and potatoes onto the table in front of me. I looked to Dad for help, but he merely shrugged with a smile, his eyes still on me, as though he could barely believe that I was sitting at the table again. When it comes to food, there's no arguing with your mother. You know that." I fought back a smile and took a bite. The taste of my mother's seasonings and gravy made me feel more real than anything that had happened so far.
"There'll be seconds where that came from,"
Mom stated. She sat down next to me with the second bowl, ready to swap it for the first. Her hand stole across the table while I ate to touch my arm. She lifted her gaze to Dad's, and they both smiled with shining eyes. Chapter 16. When I finished both bowls and a helping of Mom's homemade potato salad, I was finally able to convince her that I wasn't starving anymore. I sat on the ottoman and had them sit on the love seat. They held hands, their fingers intertwined, and both watched me as though willing to hear what I had to say, as long as I stayed there forever. I told them the details of what had happened, and appreciated the way they simply nodded at the hard parts. Their eyes held mine and reminded me of what I always treasured about my parents, even though I gave them such a hard time. They loved me, no matter what I went through or what I did. They truly loved me. "I can't stay," I said when I finished the story. Their faces fell. A stab went through my heart in response, but I forced myself to go on. "It's too dangerous, at least for now. There's a home in Texas."
"Texas?" Mom said. "Why would you want to live in Texas?"
I fought back a smile at the thought of how the Texans would respond. "They have a safe home there, a place where I'm staying with the girl that helped me escape." "Oh, a girl," Dad said, nudging Mom with a twinkle in his eye. At the mention of a girl, an angry look swept across Mom's face.
"We saw Renee with Dean Parker's boy. You know, that computer genius or something or other. I wanted to say something because it's only been a few months since the funeral."
I cut her off with a shake of my head. "It's okay, Mom. I know about Chad, and I really don't mind." She took my hand and looked me fiercely in the eyes.
"You're sure? You two were so close, and for her to just..."
"Mom, it's all right. I saw them together. They work. I can't expect her to accept me for who I am, especially since my future is so uncertain. I'm really okay with it." "It's that girl, isn't it?" Dad pressed, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. "That werewolf girl from the lab." "Dad," I said, exasperated. Mom glanced at Dad.
"She did sound special. Is she waiting in Texas for you?"
I shrugged, but my heart turned over at the thought. "I'm not sure. Jays and the hunters are trying to find her pack. Then she'll probably go home. She's been through a lot."
"You have too,"
Mom said softly. I gave her a small smile, and she hugged me again, her arms full of their normal vigor and strength.
"It's so good to see you, Kay. You have no idea how much we've missed you."
"I think I have some idea," I said. A tear escaped, even though I thought I had cried them all out. I wiped it away and stood up. "But I do need to go. There are too many unanswered questions, and I need to protect Grace from the lab until she gets back to her pack." Mom stood too.
"Stay tonight, please."
She looked up at me, her soft eyes pleading.
"It'd be so nice to know one of our children is under our roof again."
I looked at Dad and he nodded. I sighed, but inwardly, I needed to sleep in my own home again, as much as they needed me there. "I'll stay." Mom let out a happy little laugh and hugged me again, then bustled off to get my room ready.
"It hasn't been touched since you left, but also it hasn't been touched since you left,"
she called over her shoulder by way of explanation. Dad just laughed. You know she's always happiest when she's looking after you kids." Sorrow flashed through his eyes, and he put an arm around my shoulder. "You and Colleen were close. I know you miss her as much as we do." I nodded, but didn't trust myself to speak. "The funeral was nice," he said quietly, walking me toward my room. "Deborah's family moved away a few days afterward. I couldn't blame them. Most of the time we spend in this house, I still think you two are at your friends' or school. It hurts like the devil whenever I think about what happened." He glanced toward the sound of Mom bustling in the next room. "I think we both pretend a lot of the time." I paused by the door to Colleen's room. I couldn't bring myself to open it, but her scent drifted from underneath, stopping my steps as surely as if I hit a wall. The scent was old, faded, and the thought brought tears to my eyes with such force that I was sobbing before I realized it. Dad put his arms around me, and soon my shirt was wet with his tears as well. Mom found us there and didn't say anything. Her familiar arms held me with the strength of love I had missed so much and knew so well. We held each other long after we had cried out all of our tears. Colleen's scent stayed with me after Mom and Dad saw me safely tucked into my bed. It helped to know there were two others who would never forget her. It was still my fault, all of it, but sharing the sorrow felt like a salve on the burned edges of my heart. I couldn't sleep. The strangeness of being in my old room, without the luxury of a buzz or a high to dull the sharp edges of memory brought by the pictures on the walls and the memorabilia of my youth, made the bedroom uncomfortable with familiarity. I finally gave up trying and went to the back patio that overlooked the orange trees Dad cultivated with his green thumb. Just looking at them reminded me of the first cup of orange juice each year. Dad used to parade around the house with his basket of oranges, cut them carefully in half, and juice them by hand, then pour each of us a glass with a solemnity that had us all laughing by the time he was done. He drank with a flourish, then invited us to do the same. No orange juice ever tasted as good as Dad's fresh-squeezed first batch. My mouth watered at the memory. The fresh evening air I was used to had changed. The crisp scent of the citrus trees was deeper, as though every orange left its mark within the tree. The grass carried the warmth of summer rain, the flavor of rich soil, and the garden hose smell of the water with which Dad lovingly watered it when the season grew dry. I could smell the dogs a few houses down, a cat in the bushes next door, and the sawdust and vegetable scent of a mouse hiding under the porch. The slight breeze brought the sounds of night, crickets chirruping from the rocks at the corner of the garden, tree branches rubbing against each other, and leaves rustling as though shaking off the dust of the day and relishing the relief of night. The sound of grass crushed softly under a footstep that would have been soundless to human ears sent a chill down my spine. I turned slowly, and my wolf eyesight made out the shadow of someone hiding near the trees where I had been earlier. The wind blew against my back, sending the scent of whoever hid away from me. But there was something to his stance, something about the way his hands opened and closed that brought relief to my chest. "Jet," I whispered. He let out a quiet breath and took a step forward so I could see him more clearly. "Jay's wanted to make sure you were safe." He said it as a half apology, but only gratitude filled me at Jay's thoughtfulness. "Thank you." I hesitated. "Do you want to come in?" He shook his head, and I caught a faint smile on his lips in the moonlight. "I'm more comfortable outside." I nodded, then heard a door open in the house. Jet disappeared from view. and I felt another surge of gratefulness for the werewolves who had made me a part of their lives. I tracked footsteps down the hall without turning around, then fought back a smile when the kitchen door slid open and Dad's familiar steps came up behind me. "Looking for a night breeze?" I nodded without turning. "Just remembering the orange juice. I've got some in the fridge. It's not the first batch, but it tastes like sunshine," he offered. I couldn't help the smile that came to my face. "I'll bet it does." He left the porch, and I relished the sounds of Mom's cups, complete with pictures of oranges on the glasses, filling with Dad's liquid gold. He hummed a wordless song that brought back memories of playing at his feet while he worked on cars in the garage. One particular memory rose to the forefront.
"Your Barbies are too big,"
I argued.
"They can ride on top,"
Colleen said. She set a Barbie on my favorite monster truck. I shook my head.
"That's silly. They don't fit, and nobody would ride on top of a truck like that. They'd die."
Colleen stuck out her tongue, her dark blonde hair a mess of curls no one could tame.
"They wouldn't die. They're plastic." "Good, then they won't feel this."
I ran over her favorite one with my truck.
"Don't do that, Kay. You'll hurt her."
Colleen snatched the Barbie back and hugged it to her chest.
"I thought you said they can't get hurt. They're plastic." "I'm telling Dad,"
Colleen said. She raised her voice.
"Dad!"
"Kaynan, stop running over your sister's dolls," Dad said, his voice muffled from the hood of the car a few feet away.
"But they don't fit in my cars, and she wants them to ride on top. They look stupid." "They do not."
Colleen's eyes filled with tears, and she began to sob.
"I don't have a car that fits. My Barbies are too big."
My sister's tears always broke me down. I looked at her dolls for a minute, then an idea came to me.
"Be right back,"
I said. I dashed from the garage and returned a few minutes later with my dump truck. I set it on the floor next to Colleen, stacked her Barbies in the back, then fit one of my G.I. Joes in the driver's seat. Colleen sniffed and wiped her nose.
"What are you doing?" "Taking them to the drive-in,"
I replied with a grin. Her eyes lit up, and she followed me up the stairs into the living room, where we set up the television as a movie theater. I went back in with Dad and began to play with my trucks again. "That was nice," he said after a few minutes of tinkering. He started to hum the wordless song he always did when he was happy. I smiled and drove my trucks across the cement floor. The sound of the sliding door broke through my reverie. "Cold and sweet, just the way we like it," Dad said. He had repeated the phrase 1,000 times, and I used to roll my eyes. But tonight, the familiarity warmed my heart. I accepted the glass he held out and took a drink. The crisp bite of fresh citrus chilled my throat. I sighed. "I've missed this." He glanced at me sideways. "Me too. Seems it's been a lot longer than the accident that we've been able to enjoy a cold glass on the patio." I nodded, glad that he said it without remorse or longing, but as if he looked forward to many more occasions. Dad cleared his throat, glanced at me, then studied a drop of condensation as it rolled down the side of his glass. "What is it?" Red tinted his cheeks, and he fumbled his words. I was wondering if maybe, He took a stealing breath and met my gaze. "I want to see what you look like as a wolf." I stared at him, and he dropped his eyes back to the cup. "I always liked wolves," he said quietly. I fought back a smile. "Anything for you, Dad." It was his turn to stare, as much at my comment as at the offer. I pushed down a pang of regret at the way both of my parents were used to being treated. "I'll just step into the garage. It's a little, uncomfortable," and I'd rather you just see the final results." I paused and glanced at him. "But I'll warn you, it's not pretty." A smile hinted at the corners of his mouth. "I didn't take you as the pretty type." A laugh escaped me, and I patted him on the shoulder when I passed. I took my clothes off in the garage and phased quickly, amazed at how easy it had become, then hesitated by the door leading outside. I wished Mrs. Carso's hair dye had lasted longer, but there was nothing I could do about the red fur that made me feel like a demon from some dark underworld. I took a deep breath, then stepped out into the waning moonlight and padded slowly around the side of the house to where Dad waited on the patio. The soft notes of his humming reached my ears and gave me strength. I snorted softly to catch his attention before I got closer. Dad turned, and his eyes met mine. They widened, though I couldn't tell if it was from fear or just surprise. I took a few more steps so that I reached the porch light, then paused on the edge of it. Dad went down the 2 stairs and hesitated at the bottom. "You're still Kaynan, right? I mean, you can still understand me and everything." I dipped my head in a nod, and his eyes lit up. He hurried to my side. "You look amazing," he exclaimed. His hands hovered above my fur as though he wanted to touch it, but didn't know if that would be too forward. I leaned against his legs, and he backed up a step, then laughed. "You're huge." He walked into the light, and I followed him. He looked me over critically. "I guess you weigh as much as you did as a human, but if I'm not mistaken, most wolves weigh a lot less." He frowned thoughtfully. "It makes sense, though. I mean, where would the mass go? It's got to go somewhere." He realized he was rambling and grinned. "Sorry, I've never seen anything like this. Your mother would get a kick out of it." He rose to wake her, but I shook my head. "Are you sure?" he asked. "She wouldn't be afraid, I promise." I shook my head again and he sighed. "I understand." He sat down on the porch steps and motioned for me to join him. I glanced around uncertainly, then sat on the cool cement. He set a hand on my back. "You don't want your mom to think of you like this." At my nod, he smiled sympathetically. Then his gaze turned appreciative. "But you sure make an amazing wolf. I've never seen fur this color. The red and black make you look like something out of a horror novel, The Hound of the Baskervilles or something." I rolled my eyes and he laughed. "Hey, it's one of my favorites." I stood, stepped out from under his hand, and trotted back to the garage. Phasing back to human form didn't feel as urgent, and I appreciated that Dad didn't make it uncomfortable. But it was hard to hold a conversation when only one side could speak. I slipped into my clothes and went back to join him on the porch steps. He handed me another glass of orange juice, and we sat in silence, watching the stars. "Thanks for showing me," he said quietly. I glanced at him and was surprised to see a smile on his face. "You're welcome." He laughed at the questioning tone. "Hey, it's not every day a father gets his son back and sees a mythological creature at the same time." I rolled my eyes, and he laughed and patted me on the back. "Good to have you home, son." Chapter 17. When I woke in my own room the next morning, it was hard to believe that the accident had ever happened. But the dust that Mom hadn't quite gotten to tickled my nose, and the too faint scent of choline in the house reminded me of what was real. I missed Grace with a pang of longing, and also with a sense of relief. She was slowly, with her beautiful breath-stealing smile, the touch of her fingers, and her sweet spirit, stealing away the tattered pieces of my heart and helping me realize that I could be whole again. Guilt had tangled at the back of my mind over Renee, as though I betrayed her with my growing feeling for Grace. But now, that was over. I was free to let Grace in, as much as it scared and terrified me to let anyone so close. But Grace accepted me for all of my flaws, and she made me feel like my best self when I was around her. I didn't know where that could go, but possibility filled me with hope. I held the covers to my face for another minute, took a deep breath of the scents of my childhood, then rose to face a new day. The dark green plush carpet, worn from years of traffic and burned in a few places from the cigarettes I had hidden, only to realize now that it was a smell that never truly went away, welcomed my bare feet like an old friend. I stumbled to the closet, pulled on a pair of my own clothes with the feeling of regaining something that had been lost, and followed the sounds and scents of breakfast to the kitchen. The smell of omelets, eggs, green peppers, cheese, onions, tomatoes, salsa, and seasonings made my mouth water. I paused by the edge of the doorway and watched Mom loosen the edges of the eggs from the pan, then fold them expertly over a pile of filling. She sprinkled shredded cheese on the top and put the lid back on. She wore her white apron with daisies ironed on the front. One of the ties had started to fray. When I was little, I used to hold on to them and sit by her feet while she made cookies. Flour would sprinkle down like snow, and I often suspected she did it on purpose. When she turned, her eyes sparkled upon finding me watching her.
"What's that look on your face, Kay?"
she asked, wiping her hands on a blue dish rag. I sat on a stool on the opposite side of the counter from her, just remembering being little.
"The flour."
I nodded. I used to bury my soldiers in it. Colleen threw it in my hair once, and we got into a flour fight. She nodded.
"You ran and told us, and when we came in, Dad picked up right where you left off by rubbing a handful in my hair."
She shook her head with a faraway smile.
"It took forever to clean all the flour out of the kitchen. Everything turned to paste."
I laughed. Colleen made her hair stand up. She looked like one of those troll dolls. Her laugh echoed mine.
"You two were always into something."
I fought back an overwhelming wave of sadness and picked up Mom's favorite egg-shaped glass serving tray. Colleen and I had painted a puppy on it and given it to her as a Christmas present years ago. It had a crack through the middle of it and separated when I held it up. What happened?
"Dropped it,"
Mom said. She looked away, but I could tell there was more to the story that she wasn't saying. She went back to the omelet and scooped it up into a warm bowl, then poured more eggs into the pan. "Dad hasn't fixed it?" I asked, surprised. She shook her head and met my eyes.
"Dad's the one that dropped it. He took the call from the hospital the day of the accident."
A sharp pain washed through me. I took a deep breath and matched the edges of the plate together. They fit perfectly. "I'm going to fix it." I left the room before she could stop me. I went to Dad's tiny fix-it closet across from the bathroom and set the plate on the shelf that served as a repair bench. The superglue was where I remembered. I put some on one edge and held the pieces together until it looked as though it had never been broken. I studied the plate in the hallway light, smiled at the barely noticeable crack, and carried it back to the kitchen. Dad sat on the stool I had used and stood up when I entered. "All fixed," I said, holding it up for both of them to see. Mom smiled and Dad looked ashamed for a moment, then took the plate from my hands. "I didn't have the heart to fix it," he said quietly. A tear rolled down his nose and fell on the plate. I put a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay," I said quietly. He gave me a hug. "I was afraid to wake up and find out that you coming home was only a dream," he said in a shaken voice. "Me too," I said. "But it's all right, at least as all right as I can make it." He sniffed and sat back, the plate in his hands. "Yes, it is."
"Breakfast is ready," Mom said,
taking the plate from Dad. She set it in the middle of the counter with a proud shine to her eyes, then grabbed the warm bowl of omelets. We sat down at the table, and she said a simple, heartfelt prayer of thanks. Then as I took my first bite, she asked,
"So are all werewolves ruled by maddening desire and bloodlust?"
I spit out my food in shock and stared at her. "What are you talking about?" Dad pointed at her with his fork. "She's been on that internet again. Was on it most the night looking up werewolf information. I keep telling her that stuff's not to be trusted." I fought back a laugh. "You were looking up werewolves?"
"Researching,"
Mom corrected sternly.
"And I'd just like to cross-check a few facts with you."
"Facts," Dad chuckled. She shot him a chiding look, and we both laughed. "All right," I agreed, "but mostly because I'm afraid of what you've learned. And no, we aren't ruled by maddening desire and bloodlust." I shrugged. "I feel pretty much the same, except that my hearing, sight, and sense of smell are stronger, and I definitely have more muscle than before." She felt my arm, then nodded like a nurse checking off something on a clipboard.
"How about the moon?"
"On full moons, we have no choice but to be werewolves. That's the only link that I've found." I left out the way it felt to run in moonlight, the soft touch of light on my fur, or the way it beckoned even when I wasn't in my wolf form. She pursed her lips.
"How about holy water? Can it kill you? If so, we need to get something that'll—"
I shook my head. "Not holy water, but silver kills true werewolves. At least if it's left to spread through the bloodstream for too long." "But not you?" Dad asked curiously. I shook my head. "Something about the way I was made. Silver doesn't bother me like the other werewolves."
"It's nice to know you can still be human most of the time,"
Mom said. She gave me a warm smile, but something hinted at the corners of her eyes. "What?" I asked. She shook her head.
"It's nothing. I'm just really glad you're here."
She reached across the table and touched my hand. I closed my eyes at her touch, memorizing the feeling of love that she gave so unconditionally. My chest tightened and I shook my head. "I don't deserve either of you." I looked at Mom, then Dad, and blinked back a sudden surge of emotion. "I'm not a good person." Dad put a hand on my shoulder. "You are a good person. You just got a little lost, that's all." Mom nodded.
"We always knew you would come around eventually."
"After I killed my own sister?" I asked bitterly. I moved my hand out of her reach and shrugged from Dad's touch. "She deserves to be here. I stole her life, and Deborah's."
"You didn't mean to,"
Mom said, but tears showed in her eyes. I dropped my head on my arms and said quietly, "I deserve to be a beast." "Maybe." Dad's soft reply knifed through my heart with such force I could barely bring myself to look at him. He met my eyes with his own, firm and unwavering, with a surety I'd never seen before. "Maybe you needed to become this animal in order to appreciate what you have. You owe it to Colleen to not let this life go to waste." Mom looked from him to me, her eyes wide. I could tell she wanted to argue, to say I didn't deserve this, that none of it was my fault. But she didn't disagree with Dad. "You have to live now," Dad continued, his gaze holding mine. "You can't hide behind a bottle or syringe anymore. You have to live a life worthy of both of you, because for some reason you were chosen to live." I blinked back tears at the faith in his voice that I could live up to such expectations I had never held for myself. What if I can't? I voiced the fear in my chest. What if I fail? He shook his head. You won't, because now you're living for someone else instead of just yourself. Thick silence fell in the kitchen. My hands felt heavy, like they held the weight of 2 lives in the balance instead of just one. I knew he was right. I knew I owed it to Colleen to live, but I knew I couldn't do her justice. You were always afraid of failing, Dad said quietly. That's why you never tried. Truth blossomed in my chest, and I stared back at him, seeing my life hidden in a bottle and behind drugs, throwing away my dreams because I was so afraid of not reaching them. I didn't even attempt it. I swallowed. You're right. Relief showed in his eyes, and I realized how worried he had been that I would take his words the wrong way, that I would be offended and disappear, and they would never see me again. I clenched my teeth, vowing to never again be that person who had disappointed my parents and Colleen, even though none of them ever said it. I would live for Colleen the way I hadn't died for her. I stared out the window at the clouds below and tried to clear my mind, but all I could think about was Grace. My chest tightened at the thought of her name, and I couldn't help the smile that came to my lips when I remembered the feeling of her hand in mine and the way she followed me so trustingly. I knew I shouldn't think about her. She had just lost her fiancé and was so vulnerable with her blindness, but I felt things for her I'd never had for Renee. Letting Renee go was like a weight lifted from my chest, as if I was allowed to love again. I sat up at the thought and rubbed my eyes. I couldn't fall in love with her. She deserved her own life, away from the destruction that followed me. She deserved to be safe, surrounded by her loved ones, not tagging around with some freak werewolf who didn't fit in anywhere. But even as I thought it, I knew she had already stolen my heart. Whether it was returned or not, my love was hers. I fell asleep wondering about the lab where I met Grace. The thought spurred memories that swept over me in a dream. Pain. Pain touched every nerve ending, every synapse, every fiber of my being. I tried to scream, but my limbs were weighted and my muscles wouldn't respond. I opened my eyes, then immediately regretted the action. Light burned like fire in my retinas. Blinding tears clouded my vision. Something stabbed my arm repeatedly. I tried to move, to yell, to fight, but fluid ran up my veins and turned the pain into all-encompassing flames. My heart pounded harder and harder until the fluid reached it. It surged, fighting back, but the pain was too strong. My heartbeat slowed, then stopped. I felt myself slipping away. White light jolted through my senses and my eyes flared open. Light flickered, then faded to the neon hum of emergency lighting.
He's alive, Doctor, but the defibrillator shorted the facility. We'll have to reboot. Is he going to survive the change?
Another voice asked. Too early to tell, Dr. Kaynan answered, but it looks promising. How's the werewolf?
She's unconscious. We won't know the effects of the surge until she wakes up.
A pen wrote on a clipboard with a sound like fingernails running down a chalkboard. I faded into darkness. When I opened my eyes on the plane, my heart pounded with a realization I couldn't remember. Are you all right? Jet asked from the seat next to me. I nodded, but couldn't speak for fear I would forget whatever the dream had brought to me. I stared out the window at the clouds and the edge of sunlight that broke through and bathed the window in blinding white. Then it struck me like a sledgehammer. Grace had given me life, and in return, I had taken her sight. I buried my head in my hands. Anguish filled me so sharply I could taste its bitterness. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't be blind. A voice in the back of my mind argued that she would probably still be at the lab or dead, but I had no way of knowing that. I rubbed my eyes and cursed quietly, then hit my forehead against the seat in front of me until the occupant turned and glared. I fought back the urge to bare my teeth and instead sat back with my arms folded, then turned and found Jet studying me, his gaze unreadable. "Sorry," I said. "I'm not," Jet began. Then he shook his head and sighed. He ran a hand through his hair to push it out of his face and tried again. "I'm not very good at the emotional stuff," he grimaced. "I don't relate well, I guess." He met my gaze again. "But if you need to talk, I'm here." I shook my head. His offer touched me, but I didn't know my thoughts enough to speak them out loud. "I'll be all right," I said. "I just have to figure some things out." He nodded, and I know I didn't imagine the relief that crossed his eyes before he turned away and left me to the whirlwind in my mind. She deserved better. She cared and loved and trusted so much. She deserved far better than what I had done to her. I glared at the reflection of my sunglasses in the window, then took them off and stared at myself with such loathing. I was vaguely surprised the glass didn't melt. At least then the man in front of me would have a reason to be upset. I give her sight. The realization dawned on me with sudden warmth. The memory of the touch of her hand and the smile on her face filled me like the red pain. Only it was with a surge of love so strong I could barely breathe. I could give her what I had taken. I could dedicate my life to her. Heck, I would dye my fur black and stay a wolf my whole life if it meant helping her see again. But what if she didn't want me? What if I wasn't good enough for her? What if I told her I was the cause of her blindness and she refused to speak to me again? A shudder of true pain ran through me at the thought, and I pushed it away, knowing that even the tiny bit of good I did by getting her out of the lab wouldn't be enough to redeem anything I had done before the accident. I had to be worthy of her. I would live in a way that would help her see the good person I could be. Chapter 18. Jay's picked us up at the airport. "Good to have you back," he said, pushing open the passenger side door of the SUV. I slid onto the seat and set the small backpack I had brought back with a few possessions from my house at my feet. It felt comforting to have even a couple of things from my life before the accident. My heart raced at the thought of seeing Grace again, and I could barely keep the smile from my face. Jet sat in the front seat and watched the scenery rush by. "It's been a good few days," Jace said, his eyes on the road as he steered us out of the airport. He glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "We found Grace's pack." My heart skipped a beat, then fell. "Oh? I'll bet she's excited to see her brother." Jace nodded and took the exit from the freeway. "They're meeting us at a motel in town. They drove out yesterday when we contacted them." "She's going today?" I fought to keep my tone steady. He glanced at me from the corner of his eyes and nodded. "She seems pretty excited." I didn't trust my expression and turned to stare out the side window. "I'll bet. She's been through a lot. It'll be nice for her to go home." "Yeah," Jays replied, but he didn't sound convinced. I glanced at him, but he kept his eyes on the road. When we got home, Jays motioned for me to enter the door first. I didn't think anything of it until a shout of "Surprise!" met me, and everyone jumped out of hiding places behind couches and chairs.
"We're glad you're back,"
Nikki exclaimed. "I made your favorite meal," Mrs. Carso said with a warm smile. Tay threw her arms around Jet, joy bright in her eyes at having him safely back home again. Jet settled in his usual place against the door jamb to the hallway, and she stood next to him with his arm resting protectively at her waist. Grace waited quietly near the door to the kitchen. I crossed the room and touched her elbow. "I heard they found your pack."
"Yeah,"
she said. She gave me a quick hug.
"I'm glad you came back,"
she said quietly. "Only to find out you're leaving," I replied as softly. She gave a sad smile, then looped her arm through mine.
"Dinner awaits,"
she said with a dramatic sweep of her other arm. I laughed and followed the others to the kitchen, then stopped in surprise. I looked at Mrs. Carso. "How did you know I love lasagna?" She winked.
"Your mother called. She asked me to make sure you were taken care of, and volunteered to drive down and cook for you."
I could picture my mom doing just that and shook my head. She's relentless. Grace pinched my arm.
"You could use a little fattening up. Mother knows best."
"Hey!" I steered her to a seat and took the one next to her. "You could too, you know." I dished a big scoop of lasagna onto her plate, then handed her a fork. "That'll help." She explored the sides of the lasagna I had dished her, then shook her head.
"I can't eat that much."
"If you don't, I'll see that Mom does drive here. Between her and Mrs. Carso, they'll have to roll you out the door," I threatened. She shook her head with a smile, then dove into the lasagna. "How did my mom get this number?" I asked when I was several bites in. Jay shrugged. "Must have been the website. Mouse hit it deeper, but she must be persistent." I nodded. That's a very good way to describe her.
"She also said you like to wear socks to bed so your feet don't get cold, and—"
I cut Mrs. Carso off with a wave of my hand, and the others laughed. "Don't tell them all my secrets or I'll be powerless," I pleaded. She laughed.
"Don't worry, your secrets are safely between your mother and I."
I rolled my eyes. "That's what I'm afraid of." When we pulled up to the motel, the door to number 21 opened, and several guys close to my age hurried out. I helped Grace from the SUV, but was pushed roughly aside when she reached the ground. I fought down the urge to fight back and stepped away to let them by. "Grace, I can't believe it's you!" A tall young man with Grace's brown hair and an obvious family resemblance wrapped her in a tight hug. Tears glittered in Grace's eyes as she returned the embrace.
"I can't believe they found you, Troy,"
she said, her voice tight. He held her back at arm's length and looked her up and down. His gaze lingered on her sightless eyes. He glanced at me, then pulled her back in for another hug. "I'll take you home where it's safe. You won't have to worry about going through anything like that ever again." She nodded against his chest, her arms tight around him. A knot tightened in my throat, and I clenched my teeth before I could point out how it was in his care that she was captured in the first place. Jays cleared his throat. "We'll leave you guys to catch up. If you need anything," Troy cut him off. "We'll be fine, thank you." Grace stiffened slightly.
"Troy, they've been so good to me. I owe them everything."
"And they've brought you safely back to us. Something I will always be grateful for," he said in a reassuring tone, while at the same time throwing us both a look that said he was relieved he would never see us again. I glanced at Jet, who waited next to Mouse on the other side of the SUV. He clenched and unclenched his hands as though he wanted to hit Troy. I knew exactly how he felt. It took a look from Jay's to calm him down. "We were happy to help," Jay said, as though nothing was wrong. "We'll be leaving." He touched Grace's arm. "It's been great having you at our home. If you need anything, you know the number." She nodded and hugged him, much to her brother's frustration. Troy folded his arms and glared at us when she hugged Jet next, bringing an actual smile to his face. Jet then turned her to face me. She gave me a tight hug I never wanted to end. "I'll miss you," I said, longing to say so much more, but unsure how to phrase it with her werewolf brother giving me death looks over her head.
"I'll miss you too,"
she whispered. She held me tight for a second longer, then let go. Troy grabbed her arm before she could say anything else. Let's go inside and get some rest. We have an early flight in the morning. He lifted his eyebrows at me tauntingly, then led her past the rest of his pack and into the motel room. Jays, Jet, and Mouse climbed back into the vehicle. I waited until the door shut behind Troy's pack, took a calming breath, then climbed in after my friends. That was pleasant, Jet growled. Jays huffed a humorless laugh. Sometimes I wonder if Mason left certain werewolves alone because they weren't a threat to his plan anyway. She'd be better off with us, Mouse said softly. Definitely, Jet agreed. I silently echoed them. We reached Jace's house just as the last blush of pink faded from the edges of the horizon. The night felt darker with Grace's absence. I stopped by the door and stared up at the few stars that showed through a light cloud cover. You okay? Jace asked when the others had gone into the house. I nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe me. I think I'll go for a walk. Watch out for Troy, Jace said knowingly. He seems the sort that would rather tear you apart than talk to you. What makes you think I'd be walking anywhere near him? I asked with as much innocence as I could muster. He smiled and shut the door behind him. I started off down the road in the opposite direction of the motel. My shoes scuffed softly on the pavement, while the scents of cut grass, traffic, and the last remnants of sunlight touched my nose. I couldn't enjoy the smell as much as I had with Grace. With her, I noticed all the things I had taken for granted when I was a human. I was my best self when she was near. The thought changed my path, and I started jogging in the direction Jace had guessed I would go all along. I surprised myself by pausing at Jace's house and depositing my clothes in a small alley behind his fence before phasing and continuing my journey in wolf form. It was much easier to follow the scent of Jace's SUV back to the motel as a wolf, and I thought, with a touch of humor, that Grace would be proud of me learning to use my nose. I hadn't planned on what I would do when I got there, but my heart sped up at the sight of a lone figure standing outside room 21. I slowed when I drew near, but she turned at the sound of my paws on the pavement.
Kaynan?
I touched her hand with my nose and sent her a picture of walking along the road at night. I remembered her comment about her love of jogging before she went blind and changed it to an image of running, the scenery blurring by with the call of the wind rushing past. Grace's breath caught, and her hand moved through my fur to the back of my neck.
Do I dare?
She asked softly. I snorted at the thought that she would even ask and started forward. She had no choice but to walk beside me if she wanted to see. I listened carefully and smiled inside when she took a deep breath of the fresh night air and let it out with a sigh of relief.
It's nice to get out of there.
She paused and then said,
I love Troy, but the pack gets a little intense sometimes, especially in close quarters. It was much more comfortable at Jace's.
I flashed her a picture of Jace's house, but she shook her head, her sneakers soft beside me.
I can't. I've got my brother back, and he'll never let me go.
I wanted to ask her what she truly wanted, but was unable to in the confines of my wolf form. I couldn't decide if that was a good or bad thing. We walked along the street for a while, then turned down a dusty dirt road just outside the city limits. I picked up my pace, then felt Grace's fingers entwined in my fur as she started to run. I glanced up and saw a look of pure joy and relief on her face. The expression sent a surge of happiness through me, and I studied the landscape around us, determined to let her see every inch of the night we traveled. My chest was heaving by the time she pulled back to a walk.
It feels so good to run again,
she said, her voice heavy with emotion.
I think I'd almost forgotten on purpose.
We walked in silence for a few minutes, then she laughed.
Sounds like you need to get out more.
I snorted, a difficult feat while I struggled to catch my breath, but she just laughed again. A rush of pleasure ran through my body at the melody, light but full, like the song of a meadowlark combined with the last blush of moonlight before sunrise. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly to center myself. Grace's fingers toyed with my fur, tracing patterns at the base of my neck while we walked. The next field we passed had been allowed to run wild. Sunflowers stood almost waist-high in several places, and even though their faces were lowered with the passing of the day, the scent of golden dew and summer still touched the night air. I led Grace through the fence and into the midst of the flowers. She ran her fingers along the silky petals and knelt to press her face against them.
"They're beautiful,"
she whispered, though to my wolf's eyes, their true golden was washed to a light gray with midnight centers.
"Sunflowers were always my favorite."
I sat on the ground next to her and sniffed one of the flowers she held out. Grains of pollen rose from the petals and tickled my nose. I turned my head just in time to avoid sneezing all over her. She laughed again and rubbed the fur between my ears in a gesture that was so familiar it made my chest ache.
"Bless you."
She sighed and settled on her back on the fresh earth.
"Care to join me?"
she asked, gesturing up at the sky. Confused, I glanced up and realized she wanted to see the stars. I settled on the ground and turned not so gracefully onto my back. The position felt inappropriate and undignified. I put my tail between my legs to cover up areas I normally didn't expose to others, and tried to concentrate on the stars above, while Grace's fingers rested gently on the soft fur of my chest.
"I used to stargaze with my dad when I was little. He's the one that gave me the running bug. Mom used to joke that my feet never stopped moving."
There was a wistfulness to her tone when she spoke about her parents. She rubbed her eyes.
"I guess some things do change."
I took a deep breath, let it out slowly, then showed her the images from my dream on the plain. The power surge flashed. Pain ran through my body. Then everything grew dark. The image hung in the air, the way my heart froze, suspended in my chest, waiting for the words that would condemn me for what I had done to her, for stealing her sight and her world away, for taking away even the simple joy she had in running. Because of me, she couldn't go 2 steps without being afraid of tripping over something.
"I already knew."
Her words, so soft and accepting I could barely believe my ears, started my heart again. I shook my head to deny that she could ever trust someone the way she did me, while knowing what I had done to her. But her hand moved from my chest to my muzzle.
"I knew the day it happened. Dr. Kaynan, the lead physician at the lab,"
my heart skipped a painful beat at his name,
"said that the werewolf experiments had finally worked. But the subject it worked on died during the procedure, and when they used the defibrillator to bring him around, the instrument shorted out the entire facility."
Her voice softened.
"They were testing my brain capacity at the time in an effort to better understand us. The shock ran through the electrodes attached to my skull."
She stopped as though the pain of the memory made it too hard to describe. I rolled onto my stomach, wanting more than anything to jump off a cliff if I could find one.
"It's not your fault,"
Grace said. She set a hand on my shoulder.
"You didn't do it. You wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for them."
I would have been dead. The thought must have occurred to her too, because she leaned her head against my shoulder.
"I know it might be wrong to say, but I'm glad you were there."
She lifted her face to mine.
"I'm glad you're a werewolf."
Disbelief clouded my thoughts. I turned my eyes away from her features, softened by moonlight and lovely in their earnestness. Dark thoughts about the creature I'd become and the way it reflected what I had been inside before the accident swarmed through my mind, with sharp claws that raked across every gentle feeling I had for Grace.
I wish I could see you,
she said. I was quiet for a minute, then sent her an image of a scrawny wolf cartoon I remembered from the zoo. The wolf was a gangly puppy and had a plastic six-pack can holder around his 4 overly large paws. The cartoon reminded zoo visitors not to litter. Grace laughed.
Not in your wolf form,
she said.
I want to see you as human.
My breath caught in my throat. For some reason, the fact that Grace had never seen me, yet trusted me with every step she took, meant so much to me. But maybe she should understand what I truly was, what she deserved to know about me. Maybe then she wouldn't trust me so much. It was what I deserved. I showed her an image of me before the accident. I stood in a gas station bathroom, staring at my reflection in the dirty mirror. Black hair, ratty and clumped by whatever drink Mo had spilled on me the night before, hung limp in front of brown eyes that stared back dull and uncaring. The sclera red from the high I was on. Track marks ran down both arms, ending in thin, pale hands with dirty fingernails. The hatred I felt for myself and the world I had created around me marred a face some might call handsome, but I found pale and indifferent. I realized as I showed the image to Grace that some of the ugliness I felt inside really had shown on the surface. Grace's breath slowed, and her hand slipped down my shoulder to my foreleg, her fingers tracing softly where the track marks had been. She shook her head.
Show me you now, after the accident.
I couldn't refuse her any more than I wanted the image of the old me to stay in her mind when she heard my voice or touched my hand. I closed my eyes and focused on the reflection in the Carsos bathroom after we were rescued. My hair had a gleam of red among the black and strayed in front of blood-red eyes that stared back at me with a mixture of self-loathing and despair. My jaw was tight and forehead creased, but something hinted in my features that had never been there before. There was confidence in the angle of my head and cast of my brows despite the pain I felt. Confidence at being relied upon, at being trustworthy. The confidence was brought by Grace.
You're handsome,
she said, a touch of surprise to her voice. I snorted as much at the comment as her surprise about it. She gave a light laugh.
I'm not really surprised. I just thought that someone who spends as much time as you do hanging out with a blind person might have more motives behind it than just a good heart.
Her lips pursed and her head cocked slightly to the right at a teasing angle.
I guess you just have a good heart.
I stood up and shook myself. She laughed and threw her arms around my neck in a quick hug, then jumped to her feet.
We'd better get back before Troy throws a fit.
The thought sobered my enthusiasm. We jogged slowly back up the dirt road, then turned onto the paved one. I slowed near the hotel, but Grace's steady hand kept me going. I walked her to the door of their room, my heart heavy and throat tight with unsaid words. Grace touched the doorknob, then turned and dropped to her knees in front of me. She buried her face against my neck.
I'll be lost without you,
she whispered into my fur before rising and opening the door. She closed it before I could think of what to do. Where have you been? Troy demanded angrily. I bared my teeth at his tone and fought back the urge to tear down the door.
Running with Kaynan,
Grace replied calmly. With Kaynan? I could imagine veins bulging from his neck and forehead. A soft growl rumbled in my throat.
Yes, with Kaynan. He's a perfect gentleman and has taken care of me since we escaped,
Grace said. I'll bet, Troy replied in an ugly tone. Bet he couldn't wait to take care of you. Something that sounded like a lamp crashed to the ground.
"You have no idea what I went through there,"
Grace said. Her voice shook slightly, but she continued in a tone that left no room for argument.
"I was blind, scared, and alone until Kaynan came along and helped me escape."
Her voice caught.
"He saved my life, Troy. If it wasn't for him, I'd be dead like Gabe. He saved me from them and helped me find what sanity I had left."
Her voice drew close to a whisper, and I strained to hear her next words.
"I love him, Troy, and I won't listen to you slander him. One more word about Kaynan, and I'll leave and never come back."
I begged with the remaining breath I could gather that he would say something that would drive her from the room and back to my side. I waited by the door for a long time, but it never opened. Entirely lost as to what action I should take, I eventually turned and patted my way slowly back down the road. She loved me. I said the phrase over and over in my head. I heard it in her voice, in her words, but could barely believe that she spoke about me. At the same time, my heart sang an echo of that love, daring to believe that I could love her as much as I wanted to, daring to hope that she might return it. I realized at that moment how much I had forced down until I knew that my future with Renee was over. A faint voice in the back of my mind questioned if it was fair to bring Grace into the wreckage that was my life. But my soul held her words in its palms and wasn't willing to give them back. I phased and pulled on my clothes behind Jace's house, then hopped the fence and slipped in through the back door. The kitchen was empty, a strange occurrence when my nose told me that Brock was in the house. Voices rose from the living room. I followed them with trepidation growing in my chest. "Kaynan!" Jace exclaimed when he saw me. He looked back at the others. "Let's go." He motioned for me to follow him out the front door, and the others filed out after us. Mrs. Carso watched from the door, her face pinched with worry.
"Be careful,"
she called out.
"We will,"
Jace reassured her. "What's going on?" I demanded. "We just got a call from Troy. They're in trouble." A flash of cold ran through my veins. "Keys," I said to Mouse. He stared at me, and I held out my hands. "Keys," I repeated, giving no room for argument. He looked at Jace, and when the alpha shrugged, he tossed me the keys. I jumped into the driver's seat of the SUV and had it started and in gear before the others had the doors shut. "Hold on," I growled between gritted teeth. I floored the gas and we shot out of the driveway and up the road. "How many are there?" Jet asked from the seat behind me. "Troy counted 4 vehicles. We don't know if there are others he can't see," Jace said, his eyes on the road. "How did they find her?" Panic raced through me at the thought that perhaps I had more than one tracking chip inside me, or Grace did, despite her denials that they had never implanted one in her. "We're not sure," Mouse replied from the back seat. Reflectors brushed past us in a blur. "Try not to kill anyone," Jace said in a quiet, calming voice. "They'll still be there when we arrive." "How can you be so sure?" I growled. "Because it's you they're after, not Grace. They know they can get to you through her." I shook my head against the thought that Grace was in danger because of me, but there was no mistaking Jace's logic. I slowed down. "I don't think you should be the one to pull up," Mouse said quietly. Everyone looked at him. He met my eyes in the rearview mirror, a gesture so uncharacteristic for him. It caught my attention through the haze of panic that filled me. "Why not?" "They're waiting for you, right?" When I nodded, he shrugged. "What better way to throw them off than to not be where they expect you?" The thought of being able to do something more than rush in blindly calmed the torrent of adrenaline that sped through my system. "What do you propose?" Mouse smiled. Chapter 19. I ran through the field behind the motel with a lighter in one hand and a paper bag full of fireworks in the other. I reached the back of the motel and used the garbage bin and a handy rain gutter to climb to the roof. I crawled to the edge on my hands and knees, and voices rose to meet me. "Where's Kaynan?" My heart slowed at the remembered pain and fear associated with that voice. I pushed down the urge to phase and jump off the roof into the midst of the men massed below. Dr. Tannen waved a gun toward Jays, Jet, Brock, and Mouse, who had climbed from the SUV. A dozen men stood around the group, armed and waiting for Tannen's orders. "I don't know," Jays said, his tone mild. "Troy said there was a group of thugs here, so we came to join in the fun." "Where's Grace?" Jet asked in the same level tone. Dr. Tannen's shoulders tightened. "In the van, waiting for Kaynan," he replied. He indicated a black van close to the edge of the motel.
"You better not have hurt her,"
Brock said with a fierceness that surprised me.
"She's sedated with silver, along with her brother's pack, who are currently sleeping off the effects in their room. I'll do the same to any of you who stand in my way."
The doctor brandished his gun.
"Although this is loaded with silver bullets instead of tranquilizers. Too bad werewolves have such an acute weakness. It really does add a chink to your armor."
His voice rose.
"Lucky for you, Kaynan, we were able to fix that. Unfortunately, we couldn't take away your heart. Your friends are your true weakness."
He aimed the gun at Jays. I lit a firework, threw it back in the bag, then tossed it into the middle of Tannen's men. Sparks flew out, then fireworks lit, and rockets went racing everywhere. My friends dove back into the SUV, while Tannen's men ran for cover. Tannen swore and ducked under the motel awning. Jet used the distraction to take down the first two men near him. He punched a third in the chest, hard enough to stagger him back, then spun and kicked a fourth across the jaw, knocking him out cold and sending the gun flying from his hand. Jays and Mouse followed close behind, taking down two more in a synchronized attack of punches and kicks. Brock waited near the SUV and watched the werewolves clear the area with swift efficiency. A door to a motel room nearby opened at the commotion, then shut again quickly, followed by the sound of a bolt being turned. Unable to stay out of the fight any longer, I jumped from the roof and landed on two men with guns, then bowled another one over with brute force. I picked up the body of a man Jet had taken down, grabbed him by the ankles and swung him around to take out two other men. I then picked him up again and threw him at two more. They fell backwards against one of the SUVs hard enough to dent the side. "We have got to teach that werewolf how to fight," Jace said as he finished another man. His arm bled from what looked like a knife wound, but he ignored it and fought next to Jet. "Looks like he's doing fine to me," Jet replied. I glanced up to see him drop one man with a straight punch to the jaw, kick another in the head hard enough that he turned a full circle before falling to the ground, then dropped to his knee and uppercut a third man in the groin, hard enough that I think everyone within hearing winced. I turned to meet three more attackers. "Stop!" I jumped at a gunshot and glanced over to see Dr. Tannen holding a gun to Mouse's head. I rose slowly from my crouch and lifted my hands.
"Everyone freeze where you stand."
He met my eyes, his own cold and calculating.
"Except you, Kaynan. You get in the van with Grace, and I'll let everyone go without a scratch, or more scratches than they already have."
He threw a wicked smile at Jays, and I fought back the urge to wipe it from his face. I was the closest to Mouse, and they stood a few feet to the right of the van Dr. Tannen indicated. Mouse met my eyes, his own filled with terror, but also with an edge of steel that surprised me. "Save her," he mouthed, his gaze burning into mine. My heart turned over at the thought of a bullet burying itself into the quiet, brilliant werewolf's brain. Dr. Kaynan would kill him without a second thought. Of that, I was certain. I took a step toward them. Dr. Kaynan smiled, thinking I was headed for the van. I walked closer, and the edges of his eyes tightened. His lips creased, and he pressed the gun harder into Mouse's skull.
"I'll kill him, Kaynan. Don't push me,"
he threatened. I shrugged. Do what you want with him. You hurt Grace. It's you I'm after. His eyes widened, and he turned so that Mouse was between us.
"Stop right there!"
I closed the distance quickly. You destroyed her life once, Kaynan. I'm not going to let you take her again. He backed up, pulling Mouse with him. I met Mouse's gaze, then looked at the ground. He gave a barely perceptible nod, then stumbled as if he tripped. Dr. Kaynan aimed down at him, but I crossed the last 6 feet in a blur. Dr. Kaynan looked up and his eyes widened. He aimed wildly, then shot. The bullet tore into my chest. I gasped at the pain, then bowled the doctor over. He fell to the ground with a yell, and the gun left his hands. He rolled with the force of the blow, looked around blindly, then struggled for the gun that landed a few feet away. I grabbed his ankles and pulled him back. A yell of terror escaped his lips. "You've messed with your last werewolf, Doctor," I growled in his ear. I put my hands on either side of his head, wanting more than anything to end his life and stop the terror that filled Grace's blind world. My conscience warred with the wolf instinct to destroy any threat to my loved ones.
"Wait!"
Dr. Kaynan protested.
"Your sister."
The words sent a jolt of surprise through my body. "What about her?" I growled. My hands shook with the effort to stay human and not rip out his throat.
"She's waiting for you."
My heart slowed. My breathing stopped. Everything in the world held still for the moments it took for his words to sink in. "What did you say?" I whispered.
"Colleen's at the development center. She's waiting for you."
His voice took on a note of triumph now that he knew he had my attention.
"I promised her I would bring you back. She misses you."
I shook my head, denying his words and the surge of agony they brought. "You have my sister?" I asked in disbelief. He moved his head and I let him go and backed up, staring. He rubbed his head, then rose on his knees and turned around to face me.
"She told me to tell you she forgives you."
Cold washed through me. A growl ripped from my throat, and I rose, stalked a few steps to the waiting van, then grabbed one of the back doors with both hands and pulled with the force of the anger and adrenaline that flooded my veins. The door creaked on its hinges, then ripped free. A primal yell tore from my lips, and I threw it as hard as I could. The door sailed across the parking lot and embedded into the trunk of 2 trees. The trees shuddered, and several leaves and branches fell to the pavement. My heart turned over at the small form in the back of the van.
"Kaynan?"
Grace's hand lifted, and I took it. "I'm here." I picked her up gently and carried her from the van to Jace's SUV. "Get in," I said to the others with barely concealed rage.
"Where are you going, Kaynan? She's waiting for you. I promised her we'd bring you back with us."
Kaynan yelled behind me. I turned and crossed the parking lot until I stood nose to nose with him. He glared at me, a light of triumph in his eyes. My limbs burned hot with rage at his defiance and attitude that I owed him something. I clenched my hands into fists, barely able to remember that I needed him alive. A growl ripped from my throat and I stomped on his ankle. A loud snap sounded and Dr. Kaynan let out a cry of shock and pain as he grabbed his foot. "Just to make sure you don't go far," I said between gritted teeth.
"I made you!" Dr. Tannen yelled, crouched over his ankle. "You'd be dead without me." I grabbed his broken ankle and dragged him across the parking lot to the SUV, then tossed him in the back where he cowered in the corner, true fear showing on his face for the first time. Jays met my eyes with a searching look, but didn't say anything. I slid into the vehicle, pillowed Grace's head on my lap, and shut the door. Mel started the engine and drove us slowly from the parking lot. Tay led Grace into the house while I dealt with Tannen. Roger had a storage room next to the kitchen that worked perfectly as a holding room. I might have been less than gentle when I dragged him through the house, but he excelled at the verbal abuse. "So, what's your plan, Kaynan?" he asked, lounging as though he sat in a luxurious room instead of on a cold cement floor. "You're going to take me to Colleen, and I'm getting her out of your labs," I replied, glaring at him despite the throbbing in my chest from the bullet wound. Dr. Tannen's eyebrows rose. "You think it'll be that easy?" "I don't see why not," I growled. A smirk curved the corner of his mouth. "You seem to think you hold all of the cards, but you don't." I wasn't in the mood to be baited into asking questions, so I waited for his patience to expire. Luckily, his broken ankle seemed to have shortened his endurance. He gestured with one hand. "This new facility was my backup in case I needed to move from the old one." He gave me a wry look. "You assisted with that sooner than I intended, but I had the chance to hire extra security in the meantime. If you show up without me, or try to leave without my permission, they'll kill you on sight." My heart slowed. "And if I take you at gunpoint?" His smile sharpened. "I have very specific instructions when it comes to bringing anyone to the laboratory. If anything happens outside of my protocol, they have orders to move your sister to a different facility until they hear from me. She'll be long gone, and it'll be your fault that you lost her once again." I fought back the urge to wipe the grin from his face and took a calming breath. "What is protocol?" I asked, spacing the words carefully to avoid growling. "I call my driver. He picks up one individual with me at an undisclosed location and takes us to the laboratory. Only one person can go. No tails, no weapons, and no police, or you'll never see Colleen again." His expression turned serious. "But if I take you, you have to agree to stay. That's the only way I'll let Colleen leave." I shut the door to the storage room before I did something I truly regretted. Chapter 20. "You really need to stop getting in the way of bullets," Jay said in a light tone. "They need to stop shooting at people I care about," I replied grimly. I met Mouse's gaze from across the room. He watched me, his eyes wide and unreadable.
"Just because they're silver doesn't mean they can't kill you,"
Meg said, her tone distracted as she examined the bullet wound in my chest.
"An inch to the right and your heart might not have fared so well."
"He didn't want me dead," I said quietly. "I don't think you gave him a chance to aim," Jays replied. His tone was strange, and I looked up to see a serious expression on his face. He met my gaze. "You really do need to start taking care of yourself. You have things to live for, you know." "So does Mouse," I said. Jays opened his mouth to say something, then shut it again. He watched Meg for a moment, then sighed. "I suppose you're going to the labs?" "I don't have a choice. He has my sister. I've got to get her out of there." My throat tightened at the thought of seeing her again. It was hard to think rationally. "And if not?" Jet questioned, his dark blue eyes intent.
Then I'll kill them all. My voice was expressionless, but my heart pounded at the thought. Jet shook his head. You're not a killer. I started to protest, but he put a hand on my shoulder and met my eyes. You might be brave and crazy, but you're not a killer. You can't do this alone. I wanted to argue, but knew he was right. I took a painful breath and blew it out. Okay, then what do I do? You find your sister and let us do the rest, Jace said. He gritted his teeth as Nikki wrapped a bandage around his arm to slow the bleeding from the knife wound so it could heal. I bit back a gasp when the needle-nosed pliers, like tool Meg held, opened and latched onto the bullet in my chest. She pulled it out with a satisfied smile, then bathed the wound in antiseptic. How do you find me? I forced out.
We could just follow you. That wacko can't expect you to go alone,
Brock said from the kitchen. I shook my head. He'll only take one person, and they're serious about being followed. I can't risk losing Colleen again. We could use a tracker, Mouse said. He held my eyes for a moment, then looked at the floor. It's how they found you before. Maybe we could use their technology against them. The thought brought a smile to my lips. Perfect. I looked at Jace. Do you think Charles can help us out? Meg held bandages on the bullet wound in my chest, while Tay taped them down. Can't hurt to give him a call, Jace said. I think the hunters might have something we can work with. If we know where you are, you can give a signal, and we'll bring our army down on top of them. Jet nodded appreciatively. The element of surprise might give us the advantage. He left with Jace, Nikki, and Brock while Meg finished the bandaging job. Try not to move for a bit, she suggested. Give it a chance to at least start healing. I don't have time, I argued. She rolled her eyes. Let the others do the legwork. You need to rest, especially if you're actually going through with your full-headed plan. She handed back my bloody shirt and passed me the cup of water Tay brought. Werewolves are so bad at taking care of themselves. Tell me about it, Tay replied, nodding her head toward the others in the kitchen. They both turned to leave, but I grabbed Tay's hand. A knife of pain stabbed through my chest, and I held the bandages and fought to breathe. Tay turned back, her eyes bright with concern. She eased me back on the couch, her hands gentle. How's Grace? I managed to get out. She's sleeping, she said with a small smile. She's not hurt, just scared. Her eyes met mine. She's mostly worried about you. Tell her not to worry. I'll be fine. I took a drink of the water she gave me, then grimaced at the pain of swallowing. Right, Tay said, her tone doubtful. I met her gaze. I don't really have a choice. Her lips softened into a sympathetic smile. I know you don't. She stood and turned to go, then paused. Just take care of yourself, for Grace's sake. I nodded, and she left the room. Grace looked so small and fragile on the bed. I thought she was asleep and turned to go, but she opened her eyes. You can't trust him, she said softly. I don't. I walked to the bed and knelt down next to her. How are you feeling? Like I was hit by a truck, she replied. She moved gingerly and gave a wry smile. Only I think a truck wouldn't hurt as bad. I smoothed the hair from her forehead, hesitated, then traced my fingers across her soft cheek. A tingle ran up my arm at the touch of her skin. I closed my eyes and put my lips where my fingers had been and brushed the skin softly. Her scent filled my senses and drove out any worry of what was to come. The pain from the healing bullet wound receded to leave only the feeling of her skin and the sound of her breath. She reached up and touched my cheek, then turned her head so that her lips met mine. Her fingers tangled in my hair as her lips pressed softly into mine,
until my breath was hers, and I knew only the feeling of her kiss. When she stopped, her taste lingered on my lips, and each heartbeat begged me to take her in my arms and kiss her again. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that she was recovering from the silver and needed to rest.
You stopped?
She asked, her tone lightly teasing. You've been through so much. I tried to ignore the way my breath caught at her voice and the smile that touched her lips.
I love you,
she whispered. I stared down at her. The moonlight from the window stole softly across her face and lit the curve of her smile in its gentle glow. Her fingers, so delicate, traced soft patterns along my cheek as she felt the plane of my face. I turned my lips to her palm and kissed it softly. Can you feel how much just being with you completes me? I asked in an unsteady voice. I'm the one who's lost without you. I swallowed. Without you, I'm more than blind. Everything I see, feel, or hear is muted when you're not there to experience it with me. She sniffed, and I looked up to see tears running down her cheeks.
I don't want you to go.
I'll be all right, I promised. She shook her head and buried her face against my chest.
How do you know?
She asked, her voice soft. Because I have too much to live for. She sniffed again, then tipped her face toward me.
You mean that?
I nodded. Most definitely. She wiped her tears away.
What if she's not there?
My heart clenched away from the thought. The promise of seeing Colleen again was too much to hope for. It's probably just Tannen's way to get me back. She couldn't be there.
Then you go into a trap willingly?
If it means stopping him, yes. She sighed.
I guess you're right. I don't want anyone else to go through what we did. Kaynan!
Mrs. Carso called up the stairs. I touched Grace's cheek one last time. She grabbed my hand and held it for a moment, then gave a sad smile and let go.
Return to me, Kaynan.
I will, I promised. Mrs. Carso handed me a plate of lasagna that smelled so good my mouth watered, then escorted me back to the living room so that I would rest while I ate it. She sat down on the easy chair and made sure I finished the meal, a worried look on her face.
Did you have a good visit with your parents?
I nodded and swallowed a bite. Far better than I could have expected. I studied the remaining pieces of food on my plate. They're amazing. I saw her smile out of the corner of my eye.
I'm glad.
Her eyes tightened thoughtfully.
How about your girlfriend?
I looked at her. You knew about Renee? She nodded.
Grace told me.
I fought back a smile. Girls talk about everything, don't they?
It's one of our best qualities,
she replied with a small laugh.
That and not listening.
It was my turn to laugh. I took another bite, then said, Renee was with another guy.
You don't sound too upset about that.
I looked up and met her smile. I'm not, I said honestly.
I'm glad for both of you.
She rose from the chair and straightened some movies next to the television, then turned to leave the room. She paused before she went through the door.
Kaynan, we've really enjoyed having you here. Our home is always open to you. Just take care of yourself out there.
Her eyes met mine.
Your parents deserve to meet Grace.
Thank you, I replied. She deserves to meet them. They'd pamper her like their own daughter. My throat tightened, and tears touched my eyes. I blinked them away and turned back to the food to hide the sudden rush of emotion. Mrs. Carso's footsteps hesitated at the doorway.
I promised your mother I would take care of you as if you were my own son.
Her voice softened.
I never could keep Jace from putting his life on the line for others.
I looked at her, and she blinked away her own tears.
But I reminded him that he has to take time out to just be a teenager. You and Grace deserve that too.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. I owe her a good life. Hopefully after all this is over, she'll be able to live without the fear of them finding her again.
That would be good for both of you.
Mrs. Carso left me to my thoughts. I set the plate down on the coffee table and hissed in a breath at the stab of pain that ran through my chest. I settled back on the couch and rubbed the bandages, hoping it would heal quickly, but knowing I didn't have time to wait for it to close properly. I shut my eyes and took several testing breaths. Meg said that the bullet had broken at least one rib and bruised the others around it. They made it harder to breathe, which could be detrimental to our plan. A footstep brushed the carpet. I pushed down the unfamiliar instinct to jump up and defend myself, and merely opened my eyes and turned my head toward the sound. Mouse stood at the doorway, his arms folded, then down at his sides, then his hands clenched behind his back as though he didn't know what to do with them. "Hey, man." I pushed up slowly to face him. Mouse shifted nervously, then took 2 steps toward the couch.
I don't know how to thank you for saving my life."
His voice was soft and unsure, his eyes troubled. I shook my head. "You don't have to thank me. You've been there for me. I was just repaying the favor." He dropped his eyes to something metal he held in his hands.
"I haven't done much."
He crossed the last few steps to the end of the couch and held out the object in his hands.
"I've been working on this for a while."
I leaned forward and took it, breathing through my teeth against the pain in my chest. It was much easier to ignore it when I was fighting for my life or planning rebellions. Sitting still made it almost unbearable. The object looked like a simple panel of steel about 2 inches wide and a few millimeters thick. At one end, 2 razor-sharp blade edges came out of the metal to make a smooth, deadly knife. "This is amazing. Did you make it?" I met Mouse's eyes and was surprised to see him smile.
"You think it's just a piece of metal with blades at one end, and you're amazed," he chuckled. "I'm a bit deeper than that."
He shocked me again by sitting on the couch next to me and taking the metal back. He glanced at me.
"Can I, see your arm?"
he asked hesitantly. I held it out. He hit it with the metal, and before I could flinch, it wrapped around my wrist like one of the slap bracelets that used to be popular when I was in grade school. The blade slipped back inside, so it looked like a seamless metal band.
"See? And it locks, so no one can take it off you if you don't want them to."
He pushed on both sides near where the blades hid, and I heard an audible click before the metal sprang back out into a flat line with the blades out.
"The best part is that it'll fit even if you phase into wolf form. You don't have to worry about losing it."
He looked at me with an expression of excitement at his creation. "That's amazing," I repeated, at a loss for a better response. I slapped it back on my arm. It fit securely, and the seam was practically invisible. To the casual observer, it would look like just an armband. I put my fingers where he had shown me, and the band snapped straight with the blades open. I ran a finger along them. The metal was very strong, and the edges as sharp as a razor.
"Tempered stainless steel,"
he explained, thrilled by my obvious appreciation of the gift.
"It won't rust or tarnish, as long as you can keep it clean."
The thought of going back to the labs unarmed had unnerved me more than I cared to dwell on. Being able to sneak a weapon in relieved some of the tension in my shoulders, and I sighed. "Thanks, Mouse. This'll help more than you know." He gave a small smile. "I know." He looked at the knife one more time, then slipped from the room as quietly as he had entered. Chapter 21. The thought of possibly seeing Colleen again made it hard to rest. I wanted to go to her and make sure she was safe, to see if she was really alive as Tannen said. I had no reason to doubt him after what I had been through, but I also didn't underestimate how badly he wanted me back at the labs. I wouldn't put it past him to make up the story of Colleen to get me back. The want for her to be alive warred with how much I didn't want her to go through everything I had. No matter what happened, her death and her pain were my fault. I fell into a fitful sleep with images of her lost and scared as Grace had been. "You like Mouse's present?" I opened my eyes to see Jet leaning in his usual place by the doorway. I held up my arm now encircled by the unfamiliar weight of the knife. "It's awesome. I can't believe he made it." Jet glanced through the door. "That scrawny werewolf knows more than he lets on." "It's a good thing he's not an alpha," I said with a chuckle that sent a sharp pain through my chest. "We don't want a mutiny." Jet gave a small, rare smile. "Follow me." He left through the door. I didn't want to get up. Exhaustion from the lack of sleep, the fight, and Mrs. Carso's wonderful lasagna weighed my limbs. But Jet wouldn't wait, and whatever he needed to show me was important. I pushed up slowly from the couch and followed him through the kitchen to the backyard. Jet pulled something from his pocket and twirled it in the air. A butterfly knife spun open. Then he flicked his wrist and closed it again. "Ever use one of these?" I shook my head. He slipped it back in his pocket, then bent down and pulled a knife from a sheath around his ankle that I hadn't known he wore. The blade looked sharp and deadly. "This is more like the one Mouse made. Get used to it, and it can save your life." He motioned for me to take off the wristband. I unhooked it and compared the knives. Jet's was almost as long as the band. Looking closer, I saw that nearly imperceptible grooves fitted together to create the smooth blade that made it possible for the knife to flex in order to bend around my wrist. I shook my head in wonder. "It's only as good as the man wielding it," Jet said. His lips twisted into a grimace as though he had swallowed something horrible, and he froze for a moment. Something dark and shadowed crossed his eyes, and at that instant he didn't look like the Jet I knew. It was as though a cold, calculating wild creature stood there, ready to tear out the throat of whatever demon it faced. He took a stealing breath, then shook his head and met my eyes. "Sorry," he said quietly. I shrugged as though I didn't know what he was talking about and gripped the knife tight in my right hand. "So I hold it like this?" A half smile of gratitude at my tact brushed his lips, and he focused on my hand. "No, hold it loose so you can maneuver it." He adjusted my grip so that my fingers wrapped the handle closer to the bottom. "This way, you can flip it if you need to." He flipped his knife backward, then forward to show me. I tried to do the same and dropped the knife. I picked it up, gritted my teeth at the pressure against my chest. Jet bit back a smile. "Okay, nothing fancy then." He put the knife back in my right hand and took me across the yard to a well-worn punching bag hanging from a pecan tree. "Imagine this is a person." He took his knife and traced it across the bag with the back of the knife so that it didn't cut the material. "The main kill areas are the throat, stomach, kidneys, and thighs. If you can, aim for the jugular. That's the quickest and easiest way to dispatch an attacker." He slashed high across the bag with a quick efficiency that didn't waste any movement. He then spun around, slashed across the stomach region, came back across where the thighs would be, and flipped his knife like he had shown me, and stabbed the bag in the back where the kidneys were located. A gleam of humor touched his eyes. "Jays might not be happy about that." He pulled the knife from the bag and crouched to slip it back into its sheath. "You try it." I slashed across the throat area, then tried the spin he had done and ended up nearly impaling myself. I tripped and he caught my knife hand.
Nothing fancy. I took a stealing breath and nodded. Right, nothing fancy. I stood square to the bag and bent my knees slightly like he indicated to improve my balance, then ran through a series of simple slashes while Jet performed them next to me. Repeat this. Neck, stomach, then pull him close for a stab to the kidneys. Neck, stomach, kidneys. What about the thighs? He shook his head. Too much to worry about. We only have a few minutes for you to commit this to muscle memory. Follow. He sliced with an imaginary knife high, brought the knife quickly back and sliced at the middle, then drew his arm back and toward him as though stabbing at an attacker low in the back. I repeated the chant aloud, then in my head, following his movements until I had them down. Now step back and do them with your eyes closed. I glanced at him skeptically. You have to see your attacker. It's one thing to maim a bag, but a whole different one to cut through flesh and bone and leave your attacker bleeding to death on the floor. His tone turned slightly bitter. You have to be ready to kill, or you won't be able to when the time comes. I don't think I'll be ready, I said honestly, picturing a man dead at my feet by my own hands. It had been one thing to defend myself in the heat of a battle, but planning to kill someone made my stomach turn over. A wicked gleam came to his eyes. That's where I come in. Just keep yourself out of harm's way, and we'll be there to handle the rest. He gave my grip a skeptical look and adjusted my fingers on the blade, then said, Close your eyes and do it again. I bent into a partial crouch and practiced with my eyes closed. I pictured the men who had attacked Grace at the motel, then imagined Dr. Tannen in all his smug superiority as he hurt her. I slashed neck, stomach, and stabbed kidneys over and over. My chest burned, but I pushed it down, adrenaline pumping through my veins at the thought of protecting Grace and ending the terror that had become her life. Kaynan. I barely heard the voice and continued fighting, the knife an extension of my hand and enemies falling with every slash until blood flowed past my feet. Kaynan. I jumped in surprise and turned with a backslash. Jack caught my arm and disarmed me of the knife faster than I could blink. I stared at him, my aching chest heaving. They're ready to go. He slapped the wristband back on my arm, then waited for me to lead the way. I thought I wasn't a threat, I joked, walking in front of him. You weren't. He let the words linger as we made our way back into the kitchen where the others waited. My chest throbbed on the way to Charles's veterinarian clinic. I rubbed the bandages and stared out the window.
That thing still bugging you?
Tay asked from the middle row of seats. I shrugged, then winced. It'll go away eventually.
Only if you give yourself a chance to rest. Strain slows the healing process, so try to relax.
Her eyes narrowed with concern.
We're driving him to get another microchip implanted, then he's going to the labs like a wrapped present. I don't think relaxing is high on his list, Brock said with a laugh that sounded forced. It's not on any of our lists, Jays replied from the front seat. He glanced back at me. But Tay's right. Try to take it easy, so you're in the shape to fight when it comes to it. When?
Nikki asked from Tay's other side. Jays nodded. There's no way they're going to let Kaynan go free again, with or without his sister. It'll be a fight. We just need to be ready for how bad. He looked back at me again. The hunters and werewolves are assembled and waiting for our call. As soon as you give the signal, Mouse will give them the coordinates. We'll arrive at the same time. How do I give the signal? He held up a small plastic container with a tiny metal object inside. Meg got this from the hunters. It monitors location as well as sound. Shout loud enough and we'll come running. What if I can't shout, or they find it and destroy it?
If we lose the signal, we'll take that as a signal. Regardless, we'll track you to wherever you stop. Hunters will be tailing you from the drop-off, and they have instructions to keep you in sight, no matter what.
He tipped his head to indicate the back window. Surprised, I looked back to see a dark blue car and a red truck behind us. I turned around again, feeling slightly better about our odds.
The chip is just to give you the chance to see whether your sister is really there. If you haven't found her within an hour, we're coming in regardless,
Jace concluded. I followed his eyes to the box of weapons Roger had packed in the SUV. Nice to meet the man behind the wolf, Charles said with an amiable smile. His bright red hair was still mussed, and he wore pajamas, as though he had jumped out of bed the second Jace called. Tay, Nikki, and Jace sat in the room with me, while the others waited in the SUV. Charles held out a hand, and I shook it. Thanks for meeting us after work, I replied. He adjusted his glasses. Just happy to help. He peered at the vial on the counter and pursed his lips. I normally don't deal with this type of microchip. Ours is implanted with the syringe, but this is a bit larger. Just put it in however you can that'll be the least noticeable. I plan to have it removed when we're done. He nodded, his face clouded with concern. I guess I could put it in a small incision. You guys tend to heal quickly enough that I don't think anyone could tell. He glanced at my chest. Do you need me to look at that too? I looked down and saw that the bullet wound had bled through the bandages. There was a dark red circle on my green shirt. Tay's eyebrows lifted in concern.
It might be a good idea. It shouldn't be bleeding through bandages at this point.
I sighed. No, it's just having a hard time healing. Jet ran me through some knife maneuvers and it kept reopening. I could put some glue in it to help keep it shut, Charles supplied. Might help the reopening problem. I wanted to tell him not to worry about it, but logic said it wouldn't be a good idea to meet Dr. Tannen already bleeding. I nodded. That would be helpful, thanks. Charles wiped my arm with cotton covered in a cold liquid. I'll just use a local. It sounds like you're going to need your senses about you. He slid a needle into my shoulder and I looked away. Pressure pushed against my arm. I looked at the others to distract myself. Tay watched the procedure with a professional, unconcerned manner, but Nikki held Jace's arm, her face slightly pale. She met my eyes and gave me an apologetic smile.
You'd think with my parents I'd be used to this stuff, but it still makes me nauseous, she said.
That's okay. It's not exactly my cup of tea either, I agreed as the scent of blood touched my nose. The pressure let up and Charles put some glue over the small incision, followed by a Band-Aid. He motioned for me to lift up my shirt, put glue over the bullet wound as well, and covered it with fresh bandages. I gave him credit for not asking where I had gotten it. You should live, he said, settling his glasses more firmly on his nose. Thanks, Doc. Hopefully I'll be back soon to have the tracker removed. He nodded, his expression worried. I'm expecting it. I wish you guys would let me help. Jay shook his head. It's not safe, but we appreciate your assistance here. The veterinarian put a hand on my shoulder. Just come back in one piece. I smiled, touched. Thanks. I followed the others back to the SUV and climbed to my customary seat in the back. I stared out the window while Mouse drove us to Rogers to pick up Dr. Tannen. My heart thrummed in my chest and my ribs ached, but my shoulder had stopped throbbing. I pulled off the bandage and was satisfied to see that it had healed. At least something was working the way it was supposed to. The thought made me smile. Somehow, in the midst of all the chaos, I had learned to think of my werewolf body as normal. Mouse pulled into the Valen's driveway. I pushed up, but Mouse slipped from the driver's seat with a rectangular device in his hand.
Let me check first.
He waved the object over my tracking device and it beeped. He then touched the screen and typed something in with a small keypad. After a few seconds, the object beeped again, revealing a map of our location. Mouse nodded, his eyes on the monitor.
As long as they don't find the chip, we'll be able to follow you across the entire United States, if we have to.
Reassuring, I said with a hint of sarcasm. A smile touched his lips, but he didn't look up. I reached for the door. Wait, Jet said. He slipped off his black shirt and handed it to me. Better to hide weakness than to give them an easy target. I glanced down at the bloodstain on the front of my shirt I had already forgotten about. I pulled it off with a bit of effort and handed it to him. He gave me a quizzical look and tossed it on the seat beside him, while I pulled his over my head. I paused, then lifted the shirt and removed the bandage on my chest. Better to pretend like it doesn't bother me, right? Jet nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. I tossed the bandage on top of the shirt and opened the door. Time to get the mad scientist, I said with forced nonchalance. Dr. Tannen limped beside me back to the SUV and climbed in with an air of his normal confidence. He gave Mouse an address, and the werewolf started to drive. The tension in the vehicle was so thick no one spoke, and I could feel the dislike my friends held for Tannen tangling with my own. We're here, Mouse said quietly after a half hour. He pulled into a dark parking lot next to a grocery store that had closed for the evening. 2 black cars waited at the other end of the lot, their lights off, and occupants waiting motionless. I took a stealing breath and opened the door, then waited for Dr. Tannen to climb out. The walk across the parking lot with the doctor in tow felt like one of those dreams where the destination kept getting further away. My heart thundered in my ears by the time I reached the dark-suited men who stepped out to meet us. Chapter 22. They helped Dr. Tannen into the car, and I slid in after him. It turned out to be a short limo with the seats facing each other.
Colleen will be glad to see you,
Tannen said with a sickly sweet smile. He was telling the truth. It was obvious by the glee in his eyes. I fought back the urge to bare my teeth. Why Colleen? Why did you have to choose her? His eyebrows rose.
I thought you would be happy to see your sister. You two did part on such...
He paused with a small smile.
Unfortunate circumstances. Surely you want to make up for what happened.
His words twisted my stomach, and I wondered how much he really knew about that night. I watched Mouse drive away and traced the faint burn marks on the back of my left hand.
Also, there's the exasperating fact that your DNA, and consequently your sister's, happen to be the only DNA capable of handling coupling with a werewolf's. We haven't figured out just why that is, so, in the meantime, we had to get creative.
The hair on the back of my neck rose at his tone. I met his gaze levelly. Give me your promise that you won't involve any more of my family members in your sick experiments. His pale eyebrows lifted again.
What will you do if I don't agree?
My voice came out just above a growl. I'll rip off the door and throw you under the next car before you or your buddies can do more than lift a finger. His eyes widened slightly, and I knew he knew I was capable of doing just that. He let out a nervous laugh and nodded.
Of course. Why would I have any reason to involve other members of your family? I have what I need with you.
Give me your word, I growled. His lips pressed into a tight smile.
You have my word that I won't involve anyone else in your family in my experiments as long as I have you.
I turned and glared out the window in an effort to not tear him apart.
but reasoned that I needed to reach the lab before I did anything rash. But could you imagine an entire family of genetically created werewolves? He said softly, his tone wistful. I turned the full force of my glare on him, and he held up his hands. Kidding, only kidding. He put his hands in his lap and regarded me steadily. Those eyes. I don't know what it is that makes the eyes change color, but they are magnificent. I bet they'd stop a bull in his tracks. Of course, they say red makes bulls angry, so perhaps we shouldn't try it. I looked away from him, but he continued. Colleen's eyes are purple. I've never seen anything so beautiful or haunting. I kept my gaze firmly on the dark landscape outside the window, but he knew I was a captive audience. He sighed. We just have one tiny problem with her. I clenched my teeth to keep from giving any reaction. She can't maintain her human form. He paused a minute to give me a second to speak. When I didn't, he pretended as if he hadn't waited. She keeps phasing from her human to wolf form, and even the other werewolves can't seem to help her learn how to control it. I turned back to him. You have other werewolves? It made me sick to think of them going through what Grace had. He nodded. Of course. Thanks to your endeavors, we were forced to leave the old development center to escape prying eyes. He frowned and pursed his lips. Your friend Jay seems to have some very powerful contacts with the hunters. He realized he was off subject and ran both hands through his thin, pale hair. But it gave us the opportunity to make some necessary changes, which included more holding facilities and more space for development and experimentation. Thank you. My muscles shook with the effort to keep from phasing and tearing out his throat to end the grating, gleeful tone that scratched my eardrums. I glanced at the man sitting beside me and the gun he kept trained on my head. A growl ripped from my throat. I turned and punched the window next to me with all the pent-up frustration in my chest. The window shattered outward. The sound stilled my soul as a flash of fire, the scent of gasoline, and Colleen calling my name flashed through my mind. The glass had cut across my knuckles, and they bled freely. I focused on the blood and made no effort to staunch the flow. Dr. Tannen fell silent, his gaze disapproving, like a father whose child had stepped in mud. I turned my face to the window and took a deep breath of the fresh air that rushed past. I wanted more than anything to jump out after it, to be going anywhere but the development center, no doubt filled with werewolves in various stages of torture and pain. But I couldn't help the images of Colleen that stayed in my mind. If there was a way, any possible way that Dr. Tannen had brought her back, I had to get her out of that place. I glanced surreptitiously behind us, but didn't see any headlights. After the third check, Dr. Tannen caught me looking. Looking for your friends? I didn't answer, and he smiled. My vehicles come fully equipped with jammers. Whatever chip you may be carrying on your person is blocked. My driver lost your pack a while back, and I doubt they'll ever find us again. He paused. You do get props, though, for actually getting a pack in your short time away from the center. I'll have to admit that I didn't see you as the social type. I looked away from his triumphant grin before I succumbed to the impulse to shatter his skull the way I had the window. I stuck my bleeding hand out to feel the rush of the air and fought back a small smile as the droplets of blood fell away. Jet was the best tracker in the group. If they couldn't follow the chip, they could follow my blood. 2 heavily armed guards flanked me as Dr. Tannen limped slowly down the hall.
a brace on his ankle and a crutch under one arm. The scent of werewolves and pain hung thick in the air, and I couldn't shut out the moans and cries for help that came from several of the rooms we passed. Dr. Tannen led the way down a long hallway, turned up an identical one, then pushed a series of buttons on a keypad next to a door. The door slid open to reveal an observation room with a thick pane of glass separating us from the room below.
"We had to sedate her,"
Dr. Tannen said.
"She couldn't control the phasing, and I've had to send too many of my staff to the medical center thanks to her survival instincts. She also doesn't sleep, which really doesn't help with her temper."
He lowered his voice conspiratorially.
"Maybe you can reassure her that we mean her no harm."
"Do you?" I asked, but I was distracted by the scent that colored the air. A smell I could only describe as honey and fresh green clover warmed by the noonday sun grabbed my heart in such a tight grip I could barely breathe. I had never associated the scent with Colleen, but now that I smelled it, there was no doubt in my mind who was in the bed in the center of the room below us. Thick leather straps held her down, while computer monitors beeped and tubes ran from her arms to bags and pumps hanging on IV poles. As I watched, a doctor inserted something into the shunt in her wrist. I gripped the edge of the bench near the observation window until the wood began to splinter under my fingers.
"Happy now?"
Dr. Tannen asked. I glared at him. Happy to see my sister drugged and kept a prisoner?
"She was drugged for her own safety. She couldn't control the phasing and cried with the pain and humiliation. Also, the lack of sleep was definitely taking its toll. I felt this was better for her. Let her sleep," the doctor ordered. "We have work to do."
His tone set my teeth on edge. What work? He smiled grimly.
"You don't think I'm keeping her here for free, do you?"
He shook his head.
"We're going to figure out why I can't turn other humans, and you both have the key. Either I experiment on her, or you. You decide."
I took a step forward and Dr. Tannen's voice faded to an annoying buzz in the background. The neon lights that hummed above fell over Colleen's face in a gentle caress, accentuating the graceful cheekbone curves and soft lips that I hardly ever saw without a smile. I knew the shape of her nose and the line of her forehead better than I did the back of my own hand. I had watched over her my entire life, and had been there for her, if no one else, up to the day that we died. Colleen's hair, before the accident, had been dark blonde, like my mother's. It had grown in wild ringlets when she was little, but had lost most of the curl until it was a soft wave most girls would die for, even though she was always trying to straighten it or curl it on any given day. But her hair was now dark black, with purple highlights, like mine had turned black with red. The effect was beautiful, but looked so unlike her that I worried she was no longer my sister, that the changes outside reflected something wrong inside. "Colleen," I whispered.
"She can't hear you,"
Dr. Tannen said in a chiding tone.
"We had to use bulletproof glass to keep her in. She can't break it no matter how hard she tried. Also, because of your immunity to silver, we have to use horse tranquilizers to keep her under. They're very powerful."
The rage that built in my chest burned to a swift inferno. Anger flowed through my body and fueled the adrenaline that rushed into my limbs. I slid a hand to my wrist and unlocked Mouse's knife, then turned, and my body fell swiftly into the neck, stomach, kidneys routine Jet had taught me. The two armed guards slumped to the floor in a pool of blood. I grabbed Dr. Tannen and threw him into the glass that separated me from Colleen. The thick pain shattered around Dr. Tannen's body, Pieces flew everywhere as he fell to the ground and slid face first under Colleen's bed. Nurses screamed and a doctor yelled out the door for help. I jumped down into the small room and dropped to my knees, heedless of the glass and the screams of the doctors and nurses as they fled. I broke the leather straps that held her down, then took Colleen's hand in mine, alarmed at how cold her skin was. "I'm here, Colleen. I'm here. It's your brother." Her eyes opened, and even though the doctor had warned me, I wasn't prepared for the dark purple irises that stared back at me instead of Colleen's light blue eyes. But the recognition and relief that swept through them chased away any fear of her differences.
"Kaynan, I'm cold."
The sound of her voice, so frail compared to the happy little sister I knew, drove what she had gone through home. Something moved out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to see a doctor with a tranquilizer needle similar to the one he had used on Colleen. He jabbed it down toward my neck, but I backhanded his wrist with enough force to snap the bones and send the syringe flying to shatter against the wall. I then slammed the left hook against his jaw, and he slumped motionless to the ground. "I'm taking you out of here," I promised Colleen, the hatred and anger I felt at her situation thick in my voice. I slid the IV gently from her wrist. "I'll keep you safe." A smile touched her lips, and she closed her eyes again. "They'll kill you," Dr. Tannen gasped where he lay, partially underneath Colleen's bed, broken like the glass around him. One arm twisted at an awkward angle behind his back, while a bone jutted through the skin of his other elbow. His legs were a mess of tattered cloth and blood, and by the angle of his back, I didn't doubt that his spine was broken. Still, he grinned in weak, painful triumph as his words came out in halted gasps. "My men orders to kill you outside this room without me." A growl rose in my throat, and the urge to phase thrummed under my skin. I grabbed him and pulled him out from under the bed. "You underestimate me," I said. I stabbed Dr. Tannen in the throat with my knife, then held my hand over the wound so fast he barely had time to blink in surprise. I pulled him close, the blood oozing from between my fingers. "If I let you go, you die. If you do what I say, I'll leave you in the medical center where you can pray that your staff is competent enough to save your life. Do you understand?" His eyes, now wide with fear and pain, rolled to mine, and he nodded. "Good," I said between gritted teeth. I stood and carried him by the throat to the door, then glanced up and down the empty hall. "Do your narcissistic snappy thing and get us some help." I kept a foot in the door in case his guards decided to just lock us in and let him bleed to death. Dr. Tannen did his best to lift his arm, but it was fractured in more than one place, and he gave up and just glared at the cameras. 4 white-faced nurses and 6 guards quickly showed up, panting and wide-eyed.
"Dr. Tannen?"
one of the nurses stuttered. "Have them put Colleen on a gurney and follow us," I said in his ear. The nurses and guards looked from me to him. He gurgled out something unintelligible, then gestured angrily for them to listen to me. 2 of the nurses ran down the hall and came back with a wheeled gurney. They moved Colleen carefully from the bed, then waited for me uncertainly. The guards toyed nervously with their weapons. I met their eyes with a gaze of steel. "If you shoot me, my hand slips and he dies in seconds. Leave the weapons and escort us to the central control room." The guards looked at Dr. Tannen for agreement. He rolled his eyes, then gestured for them to put their weapons down and follow us, all the while making an angry, gurgling noise that I didn't think was good for his throat. I refrained from commenting on it. Each hallway we passed smelled of werewolf, pain, fear, and blood. The sense awoke my fight-or-flight instincts and sent adrenaline surging through my veins. I had to restrain myself from holding Dr. Tannen's neck too tight. My fingers tensed compulsively around the knife hilt in my other hand, and it was all I could do to loosen my grip as Jet had instructed. The guards led us to a white-walled room a few hallways down. The security at the door had apparently already been notified that we were coming. They backed up without a word and led us into the room, then fell in behind me. My instincts warned for me to keep them all in sight, so I backed up to the nearest wall and gestured with the knife. "Open all the gates and release the locks on the doors," I commanded. "If we do that, the werewolves will escape," a skinny man in a poorly fitting suit protested. "That's the point," I growled with barely contained rage. "Any werewolf currently under restraint is to be set free in the yard." "And if we refuse?" an older man with a buzz cut and graying sideburns asked. My lips lifted in a snarl, and I spoke the words slowly, emphasizing each one. "Then Dr. Tannen dies, followed by everyone else in this room." I moved my hand slightly, and blood leaked between my fingers to emphasize my point. The suited man looked at the other four. "Well, what are you waiting for? Free the werewolves!" Two men took seats at the computers and entered several codes. The monitors around the room showed doors opening and gates lifting. Werewolves moved out into the hallway, glanced at each other, then headed for the exit. "Leave," I said to the men in a growl that left no room for argument. When they filed out the door, I bent with Dr. Tannen at my side and tore the wires from the computers so no one could disable the commands. The moment we left the room, the technician rushed back in. Exclamations and swearing quickly followed. "Where's the medical center?" I asked one of the guards who followed behind the nurses with Colleen. "Down the next hall and to the left." He led us quickly down the hall to a wide room that smelled of antiseptic. Nurses waited anxiously with bandages and surgical equipment at the ready. "You better hope another power surge doesn't come through while you are undergoing surgery," I growled in Dr. Tannen's ear. "You owe Grace her sight." A slight noise that could have passed for a laugh came from the doctor. I pulled him around to face me, my hand still clamped firmly on his lacerated throat. "What is it?" His eyes held mine, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth when he opened it to say, "You do." I pulled him close so that we stood nose to nose. "I wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for you. I should be dead." His eyes narrowed and took on an edge of taunting. "And Colleen," he forced out. The thought of the fear and pain in her voice turned my stomach. I glanced at her still form on the gurney. I don't know what they did to her, but if it was anything like what I had gone through, he deserved no mercy. None of them did. I gritted my teeth against the feral fury that filled my limbs, but I couldn't control it any longer. "Get out!" I yelled to the guards, nurses, and doctors who filled the room. Several moved toward the door, but the rest stood frozen, as though they didn't know what to do. I put my knife to Dr. Tannen's throat. "Get out now!" The anger in my voice reverberated from the walls. This time, no one dared to stand against me. They fled from the room with the scent of fear trailing behind them. When we were alone, I pulled Dr. Tannen close, my hand still across the wound in his throat. "You will never hurt anyone again," I said in a voice that barely contained my anger. I released my grip and he fell to the floor. Blood flowed from the wound in his neck to match the rest of his mangled body. His eyes met mine, wide with horror, as his lifeblood spilled onto the ground around him, and he was unable to lift an arm to staunch it. I pushed Colleen's gurney from the room and shut the door behind me, then broke off the doorknob. The nurses and doctors scrambled to the door as I walked back down the hall, but they couldn't open it. They yelled his name and pounded on the door, but by that point, there was no one left to answer. Chapter 23. I slapped the knife back around my wrist, grateful once again for Mouse's insight, then gathered Colleen's sleeping form in my arms. I took a stealing breath and stepped out slowly into the yard beyond the development center exit. The scent of werewolves filled my nose. At least 24 in human form milled around the enclosed yard. They kept their distance from each other and watched me distrustfully. Several of them advanced on me as I crossed the yard to the outside wall. I pretended not to notice and walked past them with Colleen tight in my arms. "Let her go," a voice growled on my left.
"She's been through enough,"
another said. I turned to find a small ring of hostile werewolves watching me. They had bandages on various body parts and wore minimal clothing. Hostility and anger rose from them in waves, along with the scent of unwashed bodies and pain. The effect was intimidating. I pushed down the urge to phase and teach them a thing or two about manners. "She's my sister," I replied, meeting each of their eyes. "I came from here like she did, and I'm getting her away from this place." "There's no way out," the first werewolf said. "The walls are guarded on the outside and there's some sort of battle going on." I followed his gaze to several werewolves on the top of the barricade, then looked down at Colleen. I couldn't leave her, but I had to know what was going on.
"I'll take care of her,"
a female werewolf said, jogging up to me. The werewolf read the trepidation in my eyes at trusting a stranger.
Colleen and I roomed together for a while. I tried to teach her how to control the phasing, but I couldn't help her, and they separated us. "It's okay,"
she said with a warm smile that surprised me considering what they had been through. I pushed down the worry in my chest and handed her my sleeping sister. She took Colleen into an alcove along the wall and sat down in the corner. I looked at my sister one last time, then climbed the cement stairs to the outer wall and joined the werewolves waiting there. Dr. Tannen's armed guard stood below us. It didn't make much sense to me that they were outside until I saw a familiar SUV pull up to the edge of the sparse tree line. The worry in my chest eased when my friends piled out. Other vehicles skidded to a halt near it, and men filed out, armed to the teeth. I assumed they were Jace's hunters. They gathered around him and awaited orders. I climbed back down the wall and met the gazes of the werewolves waiting inside. "My friends are out there with hunters ready to get us out of here, but they'll need our help. If we can cause a distraction, fewer of them will be in danger." One of the werewolves, a brawny man with brown hair and wearing only shorts, shrugged. "A chance to give a little payback for the things they put us through?" He looked at the others and they answered with matching grins. "Why not?"
"Do you have a plan?"
a smaller werewolf asked. He dropped his eyes to the ground when I looked at him, and I fought back a smile at how much he reminded me of Mouse. I nodded. "We split into 3 groups. Group 1 will cut the power. I've already disabled the control room, so I doubt there'll be many guards to stop you. Group 2 will gather as many guns as they can find. And Group 3, well, you're with me." I let them decide who would do what, and jogged back to the werewolf watching over Colleen. "How's she doing?" She gave a small shrug.
"Still sleeping. Dr. Tennant's quite liberal with his tranquilizers. Maybe it'll give us time to get her somewhere safe before she phases again."
I nodded and tried not to show my concern. I glanced around and saw a protected corner near one of the walls. "She'll be safe there if you could stay with her."
"I'd be glad to,"
she said. She rose, and when I moved to help her, she shook her head with a smile.
"Werewolf, remember?"
She carried Colleen with ease to the corner and made her comfortable near the wall. The second group returned with several guns.
Okay, 4 of you take the doors to the development center so any security left inside can't attack our backs. The others, follow me. What are we going to do? The brawny man asked. We're going to even out the odds a bit, I answered. Be careful, the man warned. A group of werewolves tried to get out when we were set free, and the guards gunned them down without mercy. They're waiting for us. I opened the steel gate a few inches, peered out to see guards standing in front of it, and shouted, The werewolves have escaped! We need help in here! Several of the closest guards turned in surprise and ran in with their guns raised. I shoved the gate after 8 had entered, and the brawny werewolf held it closed against the protest of their companions outside. What's going on here? A guard demanded. I jumped him from behind and held a knife to his throat. You're too late. The werewolves have taken over, I growled in his ear. His muscles tensed under my arm. That would be the stupidest move you'd ever make, I warned him, pressing the knife tighter. He dropped the gun, and his companions did the same. Werewolves grabbed up their guns and led the guards to a corner of the yard. Tie them up, I ordered. The hunters will deal with them later. Open the gate! A guard from outside demanded, banging on it with his gun. He insists, I said to the brawny werewolf. He grinned and opened it again. A dozen guards rushed inside this time before we could close it, but the werewolves took my cue and had several of them hostage with guns to their heads before the gate was even shut. We won't kill you if you surrender quietly and allow my companions to tie you up, I offered. The guards glanced at their comrades across the yard, then threw down their guns. Good choice, I agreed, as the werewolves led them away. The brawny werewolf opened the gate again, but the next group must have seen what we were up to, because they came in with guns already firing. Werewolves fell around me with gaping wounds. A bullet tugged at the sleeve of my shirt before it found a resting place in the werewolf behind me. I attacked the first 2 men and threw their guns away, then left them to the mercy of the other werewolves. I ducked under another gun just as it fired. The bullet whizzed past my ears so close the hum sounded like it came from inside my head. I chopped upward with a fist that sent the gun flying, then picked up the guard and threw him into the others. Several fell back with the force of his body, and the other werewolves attacked before they could regroup. Bloody but victorious, the surviving werewolves took the remaining guards' guns and tied them up with the others. Blood streamed from a bullet wound in the brawny werewolf's thigh when he limped back over and opened the gate, but no one came inside. He stepped out, then hurried back inside and slammed it shut. They have bigger fish to deal with than us. I rushed up the wall and stared at the dozen vehicles that had pulled up while we were working with the guards. Hunters dressed from head to toe in black waited in groups. Bullets whizzed back and forth in front of the wall. A hunter fell, followed by a guard. 2 more hunters let out cries as bullets hit home. Then they rushed out from behind the trucks, a lethal, angry group ready to avenge their comrades. A hum sounded behind me, then the lights shut off. The hunters slid on night vision goggles while the guards looked around in dismay, suddenly blind. I watched the scene below with the stark clarity of my werewolf vision. Jet used the distraction of the absent light to overpower the 2 men closest to him and slam their heads together. He then attacked the next guards with such fierce brutality and a grace I had never before seen in human or animal. He slashed a hamstring with the knife he pulled from his boot, spun, and buried the hilt into the stomach of the next man. He ducked under a third who attacked with his own set of knives, used the man's body to bowl over 2 more, which he quickly dispatched with slashes across the throat, then threw the man's knives into the stomach of 2 more. He rolled to the left and pummeled another guard with 3 swift punches to the head and an uppercut to the stomach that left the man motionless on the ground. Several guards pulled out guns and started shooting, whether they could see or not. Hunters and werewolves fell under their bullets, as well as other guards.
Jet took down as many of the shooters as he could, flowing through the men with a polished destruction that left bodies in his wake and the other men running for their lives. Jays and Mouse followed closely behind while Brock waited near the vehicle, wearing night vision goggles and picking off any who tried to shoot at the werewolves and hunters. He was surprisingly accurate with the gun. Guards fell motionless to the ground around the gate. Fighting surged back as guards tried to escape back into the complex, but my team at the gate only let in as many as they could handle. Gunfire sparked as guards regrouped and fought back. Werewolves dove behind cover, and hunters shot who they could find. But the guards showed no mercy and used the night vision goggles they pulled from dead hunters to their own advantage. Though Chase brought a small army with him, the security Dr. Tannen had bragged about outnumbered them. Hunters and werewolves were dying to save those behind the laboratory walls. Adrenaline flowed through me, and I couldn't fight back the urge to join the fray below any longer. I unlatched my knife, then jumped off the wall and landed on top of 2 men running from Jet. Jet grinned, his eyes lit with a wicked glee I'd never seen before, and took off in the opposite direction. Gunfire sounded around me and dust chipped off the wall where the bullets hit. A footstep sounded behind me and I spun with the knife held loose like Jet had shown me. I slashed the man across the throat, then back across the stomach, and stabbed him in the kidneys. He slumped to the ground at my feet. "Kaynan!" Jet yelled across the clearing. I looked up in time to duck an attack by a guard with blood streaking the side of his head. His eyes rolled wildly, and he tried to hit me again with his rifle. I blocked the blow with my arm, and my knife went flying. "Stupid werewolves! Always knew they'd be the death of me," he said. He hefted the gun like a bat and slammed it against my chest. I staggered back against the wall, my partially mended ribs on fire as I gasped for air. "Never knew when to quit," he said in a self-deprecating tone. "Always had to wait for the next paycheck." He swung the gun again, and I ducked, but was too slow. The gun clipped the top of my head, and I slid to the ground, stunned. I reached up and felt blood dampening my hair where the gun had connected. "At least I can take one with me," the man said. He lifted the gun above his head to bring it down in a death blow, his eyes rolling wildly. I tried to think past the fog in my head, but pain clouded my thoughts. I moved my hand slightly and felt something cold and metal under my fingers. The touch of steel drew me back to the moment, but the gun was already bearing down. I didn't have time to block him. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the guard's skull and landed in the wall with a solid thunk that sent the dust into my eyes. The guard collapsed to the ground with his rifle. I blinked and looked across the field. Mouse stood on top of Jace's SUV with a gun pointed in our direction. He lifted a hand. I could only stare, my heart pounding. "Never hesitate," Jet said, reaching me and pulling me up to a standing position. "I guess we didn't get that far." Gunshots rang not far from us and someone called for help. Jet tore off his shirt and phased faster than I had ever seen possible. His black fur gleamed like liquid midnight in the light of the waning moon. Men whose eyes had started to adjust to the faint light backed away in fear. Jet lifted his lips in a snarl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then he dove at them. The men scattered and began to run across the lot. Another black wolf, Jays, joined him as he took down one man after another. My fingers trembled and I gripped the knife tighter to keep from dropping it. Dark blood glistened in the moonlight. Screams of terror from grown men echoed in the night until the guards finally surrendered and gave up their weapons. A wild howl pierced the night sky and reverberated through the compound. The urge to join it rose in my chest, but I forced it down, torn by the animal instincts that had made me kill. I walked slowly back into the complex. Hunters filed past, leading guards to the corner. The werewolves around me watched them nervously, and I could see the trepidation in their eyes that they had just changed one prison for another. "These are my friends," I reassured them. "They'll make sure you get back to your packs." "How do we know we can trust you?" a hulking giant of a werewolf growled near the back of the group. I touched my head and brought my fingers back, wet with blood. "If bleeding for you wasn't enough," I said dryly, "I killed Kaynan, and no one is leaving this compound without being held responsible for destroying the lives of countless werewolves and humans." I gestured to the hunters who wisely left the werewolves alone. "These men and women are hunters who have joined forces with werewolves to keep the country safe. It's in their best interest to see that each of you returns home in safety and settles back into your packs." The werewolf who spoke looked from me to the hunters, then to where Jace and the others waited. "And if they're lying?" I shrugged. "Then you do what I threatened to do to Kaynan. Tear off the car door and throw him under the first passing vehicle." The werewolf cracked a smile and nodded. "All right, then." He walked past me through the gate, and several others followed him. One of the werewolves toward the end hesitated and turned. "There are other werewolves inside in cages. The ones too wild to be left in the population. What'll they do with them?" I glanced back at the building. "I'm not sure, but everyone will be taken care of. Jace has several facilities that handle werewolf rehabilitation." "Kaynan?" I turned with a smile toward the voice of the person we were just talking about. "Perfect timing as usual, Jace." My smile fell at the worried look on his face. "What's up?" "It's your sister," he said, his voice tight. My stomach dropped. "What about her?" "She's just, well, you'd better come and see for yourself." Chapter 24. I followed him to his SUV. When we neared the vehicle, a growl rumbled through it, laced with terror and pain. My heart sank. "Colleen?" I said quietly, putting a hand on one of the back windows. The growl turned into a shriek, then a sob.
"I can't control it. I'm going to kill everyone,"
Colleen's pain-racked voice cried. "It's going to be all right." I moved to open the door, but her sob ripped back into a growl. Jace put a hand on the door to keep me from opening it. "We need to sedate her," he said quietly, his eyes holding mine. "She's a danger to herself and everyone around her if she can't control her phasing. She doesn't know where she is and what's going on. We need to get her to a rehab center." "How?" I asked. He lifted what looked like a pistol. "Mouse found some of Dr. Tennant's tranquilizers. It's the only thing powerful enough to control her until we get her somewhere safe." My heart slowed, but I knew he was right. I reached for the gun and his eyes widened. "I'm her brother, and I take care of her. I need to be the one to do it." He nodded and let go of the gun. "Be careful," he said. I took a stealing breath and slipped into the SUV. Dark purple eyes peered at me from the back corner seat. Colleen's fur was long and colored cream and black. Her eyes showed no recognition and reflected only fear. She bared her teeth and I lifted the gun. "I'm sorry," I whispered. The dart hit her in the shoulder. She yelped and dove at me. I raised my arms to protect my face and her teeth ground down on my arm, her muzzle inches from my nose. "It's okay," I said quietly. "I'll take care of you. I promise you're going to be all right." Her grip on my arm loosened. Then her eyes rolled back and she slumped to the side. I gathered her carefully in my arms and set her back on the seat. I made sure she was breathing steadily, then opened the door and stepped outside. "She's asleep," I said in as calm a voice as I could muster. Jace nodded, his eyes apologetic. Brock appeared at his shoulder and held out a rag for my arm. I wrapped it, then watched the brigade of werewolves file into the waiting vehicles. The brawny, brown-haired werewolf who had helped me hold the gate lifted a hand in farewell, then disappeared inside. "Will we hear back from them?" I asked Jace. He sighed. "Hopefully not. No news means they've reached their packs safely." He gestured toward the gate, where several hunters carried cages. Growls issued from them, and the hunter closest to us yelled, then dropped his side of a cage. He clutched his hand and glared at the golden eyes within the shadows. "We'll have our work cut out with those." He went over to help them, and I climbed back into the SUV, where Colleen slept. I leaned my head against the back of the seat and closed my eyes, but a tap on the window startled me from rest. Jet stared in at me, his dark blue eyes serious. "You need to come see this," he said. I sighed and opened the door again. He led me across the clearing and back into the complex. My soul shuddered at returning, but I followed him down several long hallways, past the control center that was now empty of lab employees, and to a low-ceilinged wide room filled with tables. The scent almost floored me when Jet opened the door. Rot and decay, along with old blood and antiseptic, washed over us in a wave. I stepped into the room and my heart slowed. "What is this?" I whispered, even though I knew, deep down, what I was looking at. "Clones," Jet said quietly. "Clones that couldn't survive." He met my eyes. "That's why they needed you back." Row after row of cold metal beds held clones of Colleen and I, but every clone I saw was dead. Shriveled IV bags containing blood and fluids hung beside the beds, and blank monitor screens stared like uncaring voids at the bodies below them. The corpses were in various stages of decomposition, and I wondered why Dr. Tannen had just left them there. It was impossible to miss the looks of agony on the faces closest to us, faces identical to Colleen and I. My throat tightened. "Can we blow this place up?" I forced out. "I don't want Colleen to know about it." Jet nodded, and we left the room without another word. I followed him back to the vehicle, feeling heavier with each step. "They suffered," I finally said in a voice just above a whisper. He glanced at me. "It's not your fault." I shook my head. If I hadn't been drinking and gotten us in that accident in the first place, none of this would have happened. Jet's eyebrows rose. "Then we wouldn't know about this facility. And who knows how many other werewolves and humans would have suffered from Tannen's experiments." I knew he was right, but I couldn't push away the throb of guilt in my chest. "You have an obligation to Grace and Colleen. You have to be strong for them." I looked up at his tone. "I killed people. They deserve better." A wry smile touched the corners of his lips. "I've killed more humans and werewolves than I'll ever be able to reconcile with. My whole life before I met Jace was killing." I studied the ground as the memory of my knife sliding through flesh and the scent of fresh blood rushed through me. How do you keep going, knowing you ended someone's life? He shrugged. "It's not like we have much of a choice, is it?" At my look, the smile touched his lips again. "You live the best you can in their memory. If they died so you can keep Grace safe and help Colleen cope with being a werewolf, then that's what had to happen. Honor their deaths by living your life." His words rang with the heaviness of personal experience. I took a steadying breath. "I didn't take you to be a philosopher." His eyes tightened slightly at the corners, but whether from humor or bitterness, I wasn't sure. "Don't get used to it. We reached the SUV where Jays, Mouse, and Brock waited. A group of hunters and werewolves stood around Jays as he gave orders. Gather the hard drives and files. We need to find out who is funding Dr. Tannen's experiments, and if there are any other facilities. Sweep the control center, the hospital, and every lab room. I need to know if he ever succeeded in making other clones. The hunters jogged toward the labs and Jays turned back to me. Roger's ready to take Colleen to one of the rehab centers. We're sending all the harder cases there for special attention. A fist tightened around my heart, but I went back to Colleen and carried her to Meg and Roger's SUV. Roger patted me on the back. "You did good here," he said, a fatherly shine in his eyes. "You've saved a lot of people." "I hurt a lot, too," I replied quietly. He looked at me, his eyes calculating. "You're a good kid, Kaynan. Don't let the guilt of the past ruin your future. You've been given a fresh start, something most people can only dream of." He ruffled my hair in a gesture that reminded me of my father, and brought a smile to my face. He pulled his hand back and glanced at the blood on it. "You should get that looked at." I touched the spot gingerly. "It's all right. Feels like it's already healing." He nodded. "Good to hear. We'll leave soon. Why don't you rest a bit? You look terrible." "Thank you," I said with a tired laugh. I climbed into the SUV, where I promptly fell asleep in the front seat. I jerked awake when a loud explosion, followed by several rumbles, shook the vehicle. I opened my eyes to see the windows burst from the development center, and flames engulf the interior. Jays, Jet, Mouse, and Brock watched the detonation a few feet away. Another explosion sounded, and Jet and Mouse exchanged pleased glances. I fought back a smile and closed my eyes again. The hum of tires on the road chased away the nightmares. I eventually fell into a dreamless sleep brought on by sheer exhaustion. "We're here," Roger said quietly. I awoke to see an unassuming gray brick building with small windows perched on the outskirts of a small town. 7 other vehicles from the development center sat outside, and I could hear the snarl of wild werewolves from the blanket-wrapped cages that were carried inside. I climbed gingerly out of the SUV and gathered Colleen gently back in my arms. The quiet sound of her breathing reassured me as I followed Meg down a long tiled hallway lined with rooms. A dull scent of depression tainted the walls beneath the smell of new paint and furniture. "What was this place before you took it over?" I asked. "A psychiatric center," Roger answered from behind me. I glanced at him, and he gave a wry grin. "I know, but the setup works well, and we can keep the occupants in their rooms if necessary." He gestured to a door on the left-hand side. Meg opened it, and I carried Colleen in. The room had been transformed into a normal bedroom. The concrete walls and floor had been covered in wallpaper and soft carpet that sunk under my feet. A 4-poster bed sat in one corner with thick yellow blankets on top, and a multitude of colored pillows crowding the headboard. A reading desk complete with a lamp and a collection of books stood across from the bed, and a small television on a wooden stand occupied a third corner. The air smelled of lavender and lemon, clean and crisp without the underlying sense of the hallway. "This isn't bad," I admitted. Meg smiled at Roger as I settled Colleen gently on the bed. She looked out of place in the cozy facade, a cream and black wolf sleeping on a bed that looked restful enough for a dozen tired girls. "We'll leave you to say goodbye," Roger said. The emotions his words stirred must have shown on my face because he gave an understanding smile. "Goodbye just for a short while. You need to rest, and we'll take good care of her here. You can come back whenever you'd like." Meg nodded.
We chose the closest rehabilitation center to Jay's house with that in mind.
I appreciate it, I replied quietly, touched. They continued down the hall, leaving the door open a slight crack so I could go when I was ready. I studied the room and tried to tell myself it wasn't good enough for my sister, but after everything we had been through, I would live in a box with her on the streets if it meant she was alive and safe. My heart slowed, and I rested my head next to hers, watching her breathe and trying to convince myself that the wolf beside me was my sister, that she was truly alive. I put a hand on her soft fur and said a quiet prayer of gratitude that we had been given a second chance. She was safe. We were together again, and things could start over the way they should be. I'll watch over you now. No one will hurt you. I promise. I swallowed the lump in my throat and put my forehead against hers. You're safe, Cole. Sleep. Everything will be all right.
Kaynan?
I couldn't remember where I was, and opened my eyes to find that I was still inside Jay's SUV, but everyone else was gone. A tap sounded on the window again, and I looked over into Grace's beautiful moon-washed face. She smiled as though she knew I was awake. I opened the door and she stepped around it into my arms.
I'm so glad you're back, she said.
Me too. A knot tightened in my throat, and I didn't know how to tell her what we had found at the labs, or that I had killed people, or about Colleen. I thought of the bodies in rows in the clone room, dozens of faces identical to mine.
It's okay, Grace whispered. Jet told me. I'm proud of you.
You are? She nodded against my chest.
You did what you had to do, and you came back to me like you promised.
I swallowed and tried to put my thoughts into words. Grace, you make me a better person. I'm someone else when I'm around you, someone completely different than I was before the accident.
Is that a good thing?
She asked, her voice soft. I nodded, and my chin rubbed against the top of her head. My eyes burned, and I closed them. You've made me a better person just from being near you. You give me purpose and direction that I've never had before. I sighed, knowing I was messing it up completely. You've changed me. Her hand rested softly against my chest.
You've changed me, too,
she said quietly. Surprised, I barely dared to breathe. How? I could hear the smile in her voice when she answered.
You gave me someone to love, someone I trust with all of my heart, someone I want to spend every moment with. I would gladly trade my sight for you.
I couldn't hold back anymore. I bent down and kissed her, closing my eyes as I tasted her lips and felt her breath against mine. One of her hands reached up to tangle in my hair, and the other traced softly down my neck. My skin trembled under her touch, and I felt complete and happy, content, and finally whole, for the first time in my life. You don't have to be blind anymore, I whispered against her lips. I let her go and faced into my wolf form. There was no other way to say it. It felt good to be a wolf. Grace set a gentle hand on my back, and I showed her the world. A smile spread across her face and filled me with warmth. We set out into the moonlit night. This has been Crimson, the Silver Series Book 3, written by Cheree Alsop, narrated by Michelle Carpenter. Copyright 2013-2023 by Cheree Alsop. Production copyright by Cheree Alsop.